What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Repeat after me, I am not free. They're lying to you, they're lying to me. What are they hiding? I'm dying to see. Why is it God that they're trying to be? The acquisition of wealth and power is what they know. They've always been among us, they own us, they run the show. When it comes to making a difference, we ain't moving. Freedom is a fallacy, you're just a free-range human. From the crib to the grave, you live as a slave, and that's just a matter of fact. If you wanna see change, forget all the games, we're gonna just have to attack. This is our world and we're snatching it back. If you don't want it, move off to the side. Not for the cowardly, not for the weak, only the strong come along for the ride. Won't be so simple, I'm not gonna lie, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna try. With everything that they're doing to all of us, maybe tomorrow we're all gonna die. Either way, they kill us slowly, dumb us down and make us dopey. Everything you see is fake and all the news you get is phony. It's time we show the people how the elite are so deceitful. It's time we rise up high up enough to expose this evil. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
ODB TV, truth of vision, the one and only. They hate the fact that I'm nosy, but I say fuck it, blow me. I'm a researcher, a real truth seeker. This is my classroom, fool, I'm a school teacher. Prepare to be blown away, everything you know gets thrown away. Take your mind to a whole nother level, put the pedal to the metal with no delay. How much worse must it get before we do something about it? For we are many, they are few, man, we got them surrounded. It's time we think outside the cage where our brains have been placed. The true history of the world has been changed and erased. It's 1984, these things are so Orwellian. Big brother, motherfucker, super totalitarian. Your thoughts being suggested, your speech being suppressed, always being corrected, freedom being oppressed, always under surveillance, in a state of unrest. And if you protest it, they put your ass under arrest. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
Freemasonic galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
Is a mirage. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I refuse to just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. You shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just get back, cause there's nothing we can do. This is the divided states of Illuminati land. People stumbling all over the place like zombies, man. Just like The Walking Dead, they got this country zombified. All your water's fluoridated, all your food is modified. You are what you eat, so I guess that means that you're a GMO. And you don't even know, but you're too blind to see it though. You have to be asleep to have the American dream. Just how they need it, cause your freedom was never a thing. The best kind of slaves are the slaves that don't know that they're slaves. Stuck in a daze and they behave how they're told to behave. Good little sheeple people, always happy, always gleeful. No revolting, no rebelling, no uprising, no upheaval. The ones that rule us wanna keep us all clueless and weak. It's not looking so good for humans, the future is bleak. You think you are unique, but really you're a replica, created by the false education that they gave you here. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late, and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just get back, cause there's nothing we can do.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
We are conditioned every minute of every day, and being ignorant is just the American way. The national debt is a debt we can never repay, but if they say to pay your taxes, you better obey. Hypocritical kingdom of wicked criminals, using symbols and signals to fill your head with subliminals. When you watch TV, it's corroding your mind. When the 5G network goes online, there'll be nowhere to hide. Electromagnetic frequencies all around us so frequently. Nothing is what it seems to be. They deceive us so easily. No one even believe in me while they're meeting in secrecy. Have you seen the world recently? Never treating us decently. What happened to liberty and justice for all? Dictators free themselves, but we don't get nothing at all. I just want you to know the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. It's a bitch, but this is how it is when you live. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth, but it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just get back, cause there's nothing we can do.
Thought flat earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. The showed us what the earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer, and not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying. There's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Think they're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
time for a meeting of the Flat
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten double think?
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cogdice causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. taken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax viewed of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears. No motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world. Promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be end, lost in the illusion, using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Who don't see the curvature of the earth? That stuff is flat.
Globusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Globusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the spice hubble. Piecing up the puzzle. Need to burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down and be humble. Got the ball, you better fumble. You'll get mad cause at this fight involves your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Vibes of the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is evidence and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Globusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Globusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
Hi, Jenny. How are you?
I was just wondering what y'all's doing. Why is it quiet in here? This isn't a listening live stream. This is a talk on the live stream.
I was just playing some music, songs.
Nice. You know what I want to hear? Something maybe I heard once, like, but I don't think so. I think I'd remember this, and that's the the Globe Earth Sniper.
Oh
my gosh!
I think we can play that.
Yeah. Do you have it handy? I have it. I think.
So
let me post. I'll post it in the live stream for anyone who's not here. Okay. Able supposed to come over here in 2 hours, and hopefully I'll be back to normal on my internet. But right now it's horrible. That is not it. Okay, I think I know where to find it. Because I listened to it for the first time and it's just hilarious.
I have the link. I found it.
Oh, cool. Would you? That'd be cool, dude.
Yeah.
Globe Earth Sniper.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Good Earth Sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. If you factor in the curve, this is clearly a mirage.
Okay. Did he really call Neil deGrasse Tyson a bike thief? Did I hear that right?
You are cutting off.
Oh, man.
You heard it right though, Jenny. I got what you were saying. Yeah, he called him a bike thief.
He called him a bike thief. Where the... Is that something... My dog doesn't understand the concept of neighbors. I don't know if he ever will. Somebody should write a book for dogs about neighbors.
I think it's a small dog thing, Jenny. My little one's the same.
Yeah. He tries, though. He tries to growl instead of bark. Don't you, buddy? Yeah. Anyway, it was that the bike thief thing. Was that just random, or is there anything behind that from the news or something? You never know with the news media.
I just put that into Google. Is Neil deGrasse Tyson a bike thief? And the first thing that came up is a Snopes article saying deGrasse Tyson robbed a dope dealer in Harlem.
What? Wow, that's pretty saucy. I wonder what he was working on at the time. You know, him being an actor and all. What was he working on at the time that happened? Does it have like a date on Snopes, or like the first date of occurrence of the term being used? You know what I'm saying? Because they fabricate things to lessen another occurrence, you know, a distraction, or to gain your attention so they can shove some indoctrination down your throat. So I'm wondering what was going on when that ridiculous thing on Snopes was recorded, you know? I think too much. That's just how my brain works, man. I mean, you guys, you get all into the technical stuff of the scientism fantasy story, but yeah, I mean, what were you gonna say though?
I think that him robbing a drug dealer is based on a meme that someone made about him. It says, let me tell you a story. When I was 13, I robbed a dope dealer in Harlem. Next day, I took 40 hits of LSD and stared at the sun for hours. This moment, I knew that I'd become an astrophysicist.
Wait, I couldn't hear you after you said stare at the sun for hours. What else was it?
This moment, I knew that I had become an astrological physicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Can you send that to me? That's so...
I put it in the live stream. There's a link there.
Oh, I wasn't looking at my phone. Thanks so much. Oh shit. Okay, so what I'm kind of getting at is, you know, why specifically did this person create this meme? You know what I'm saying?
It's random, isn't it? It's so random. if it's not a real thing, why? Yeah, why?
No. Yeah. Yeah, like if there's no truth to it, fine, but what it I mean, okay, so do people make memes like this cuz they're triggered from what somebody else says? Obviously. Cuz I mean, people it's easy to make a meme now, but it still takes effort. You still have to go out of your way throughout the course of your day to make a meme. So, do people get triggered? Is that why they make memes, do you think? Or, there's all lots of reasons, but triggering, do you think that could be one of them? I mean,
It could be, but then they got to make up this story about him, which is just strange.
Did Neil deGrasse Tyson allegedly have meager background? Like, or do we know anything about him? Like, they just placed him on the world stage and there's no backstory to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I've never Googled him or looked him up on Wikipedia. I mean, yeah, there's some documentation on the man, but like, you know what I'm talking about, though. Well, I'm trying to think of, like it happens a lot with actors. Sure, they're supposed to have their privacy and everything, but I don't know. It just, what do you think? Do you know what I'm talking about without me going on and on and on about it?
Yeah, I get what you're talking about. Yeah.
And nobody questions it. I never did. Like about 10 years ago, I used to be really big into movie actor trivia. I mean, where I could almost play a board game, trivia game about it, but not anymore. I mean, I don't know.
I'd look on IMDb and when I'd watch a film to see who the actor is, who's the director, what else have they done, other stuff about
Right.
them. Yeah. Not anymore though. Not for the last year, like 10 years or so. Or whatever, 5 years.
Dude, there's an amazing movie. What is it? I saved it on my internetmoviedatabase.com. Let me not do it any injustice by guessing and depending on my memory right now. Hold on just a second. Come on, internet, please work. Okay. Man. Oh, man. Okay, it's by Jim Henson. Good Lord, you guys. Okay, I'm on my Wi-Fi right now. Okay. Okay, sort by date added. Okay. All right, they're making the app a little too complicated now. I'm trying to go to my watch list, and there's all these drop-down menus to it. Why don't you? Oh my goodness. Guess I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way and just scroll down. So frustrating. Third world or first world country problems. Well, this sucks. I guess,
Did you say it was
Hey,
Jim
I'll be
Henson
back, guys. I gotta
director?
go for a second. Okay, I found it. So the name of the movie, well, let me see to get back to it. Okay, so it came out weirdly enough in 2005, and I don't think I ever heard of it until last week when I watched it. But it's called Mirror Mask. Have you heard of it? Hello.
I don't think so, but let me see if I found it.
Hey, so it's the reason why I looked at I found it is because I was looking up on internet IMDb on Neil Gaiman because I thought his graphic novel The Sandman was being turned into a movie, and I don't think it is. But anyway, it led me to this other movie that he was a part of writing, and it's called Mirror Mask. And it says, in a fantasy world of opposing kingdoms, a 15-year-old girl must find a fabled mirror mask in order to save the kingdom and get home. So it was kind of like an acid trip version of The Wizard of Oz. And they had this really creepy rendition of Karen Carpenter's Close to You. Why do birds fall down from the sky? It was really creepy and weird, like underworld, like, as above, so below, like underworld creepiness or something. I don't know. I gotta watch it again. It was really super good. If you like that kind of thing. But I think it was a Jim Henson production. But I'm not good at. Was it Flatty who said that he looked up stuff from movies? I'm not good at that. I wish I would have been, be more familiar with directors and stuff like that. I mean, I am a little, but
I never saw this movie.
I liked it. But yeah, it's kind of like I said, esoteric, probably, I guess you could call it maybe, version of, well, the Wizard of Oz is already esoteric, but it's like up an extra level. But yeah, I wonder, you know what I always wonder, instead of like who directed it, was there a book first? Because you're going to get a more full-bodied, like, part to the... I don't know. They always say the book's better. That's what I meant.
Yeah, more details on the book.
Yeah. But yeah, I can't recommend this movie enough. Neil Gaiman is, really strange. Like kind of in the Stephen King realm, kind of strange. Like Tim Burton as a director. Yeah, he's very strange. And maybe that's being nice, saying strange. We don't know anything about these people. They could be insidious. I think our trust that was given to us, our innate trust in things given to us by the Creator, needs to be taken advantage of too much. Or I don't know, I understand that right, but you guys probably know what I mean.
One movie I saw a long time ago when I was a kid was Edward Scissors Hands.
Yes, that's a cultural iconic movie. Yeah, that had Winona Ryder in it as the girlfriend opposite Johnny Depp.
I did love the sculptors and ice sculptors.
Oh yeah, and what he did with the trees.
Yeah.
I probably watched that movie a dozen times. That was still back in the day when there weren't the movie industry wasn't so saturated as it is now. There wasn't as much content back then. So you watched one movie over and over. You know, like now you're lucky to keep up. You can't keep up with everything that's out now. There's no way one human could do that. No.
So this was 1990? The 90s.
Yeah. I mean, there was more movies in the 1980s, like when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I
remember
just graduated.
Back to the Future, and you know, all that explosion of action movies, Rambo.
Yeah.
Suddenly, a boom happened that year, in the 80s.
Yeah, you know what? ODD actually did like a video on like that type of thing, I thought. Or I saw maybe it was a web page of like points of interest on this topic, like the progression of technology with entertainment. You know, now they have the live CGI for movies. You know, like with Harry Potter.
Yeah.
With who was the villain in that? I don't remember all the names. The white one, the bad guy.
I don't remember.
Yeah, but they can do allegedly, if I recall correctly, they can do their CGI. They don't have to be in makeup all the time anymore.
Yeah, they did that with Superman. He had a mustache, but because he was filming another movie, and then he had to do it. But they manipulate the mustache to be invisible. So that was CGI. I think it was Batman versus Superman. I don't know.
Oh wow. Huh. But yeah, like in the 1970s, like mostly you had to go to a theater to see a movie. And then in like the 80s, you had HBO come out. And they only had like maybe a dozen movies or something per month. And you had to watch them all over and over again. And then you had VHS rental at that time too, just starting out. But like in the 90s, like when Edward, I graduated in 89, but like rather quickly, like you said, like after that time period of like Edward Scissorhands, it just took off. And now we don't know what's real.
It was Justice League, the movie. But
I never got into Marvel stuff.
Yeah. So, but he had a mustache, and so they CGI to haven't.
I guess it depends on how much money you got. So for your production.
He was doing some other movie and with a mustache.
Wow.
Oh, it was Mission Impossible. He fell out. He was shooting that movie, but then he had to do the Justice League. The Justice League, and so they use CGI in this Justice League to remove the mustache.
Wow. Something most people probably didn't realize or notice. Yeah.
and NASA loves CGI a lot.
A lot.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yep.
Wait, you are roboting. I cannot hear you.
Now, hopefully. He put a song Barley Line.
You are roboting.
Oh no! Hold on.
I think it's now better. Can you speak?
Okay, so
Okay, now it's
can you play the song? Can you play the song Why Would They Lie?
You did roboting a little. The song of a song, any song or what song? Well, okay. So songs. Songs. Here, okay. Why will I? Where? Okay, this. Let's play it.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy B, trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron and not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Man, as usual, never get tired of that song.
Awesome.
I know it. I know a couple of the guys usually come in here every now and then, you know, Chocolate, Witsit. But I don't know what's up with Mitty. Have you seen Mitty in here? I think he usually comes in at night, but
sometimes. But morgen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. Yep, he was on. Mitty used to come in here more often, like, I think like 3 years ago. So, yep, just kind of missing my flat earth brother.
The question, why would they lie? They lie because they have to hide the real North Pole and the Antarctica.
Why do they have to hide it? There's got to be some. Okay, my belief is that
I saw
more land. There's more land.
Yeah.
That's my.
1 week ago, let me get it. I found a letter from Mercator, that guy that was doing maps. So,
okay.
And there's a connection because he was sending a letter to John Dee, an occultist and mathematician, the inspiration of Isaac Newton. So they are all connected. And the British, they found, let me get this letter, because they found the real North Pole, and there's details on
geographical or magnetic north?
Magnetic.
Okay, well, I would say nobody knows where true geographic north is.
Yeah.
Or those that do know, they ain't saying shit.
But, those old maps, let me get one. Mercator did put, those 4 islands there. So, maps.
I'm trying to think.
So now
map.
They hide this, this.
Oh, hold on. Let me look at my.
He did put that the 4 islands there. Let me get another one.
Oh, you mean like the Mount Meru?
Yeah, this one. So let me get the letter. This is not so Isaac Newton. Now John Dee, a letter. So here is the link. You can. I did save it on PDF, and there's PDF with pictures and not pictures. But here's the link. Someone did.
Yeah,
post.
I love looking at maps like this. It's incredible.
So this was 1577 from Mercator to John Dee. And if you go watch some of those pictures, it shows those 4 islands there.
And it's so strange because is that a painting or a drawing?
A drawing.
Yeah. So, but it's done from a bird's eye view, like as if you were on the top of the ball looking down.
I don't know the full text, but what they found there on the reality is not what they show us. Just
right.
ice.
Okay, but see, that's not to me. That's just a small portion of the land masses. Like you don't see Australia or South America. That's why I said that it looks like you're looking from the top of the ball because all the land isn't depicted in this. It's like a close-up version of the Mount Meru.
Yeah, and there's a lot on this letter. They, the British, they spend money and people and send ships over there. So there's a lot on this, and this 1577, and from that time, the 50. Sorry, how you say 50 hundreds?
1500s.
Okay. So from that time, they start to hiding the truth from us.
Is that what?
Isaac Newton is connected. So John Dee, he has this information, and Isaac Newton inspired on John Dee. So Isaac Newton belongs to the Royal Society. So and so
Right.
on and so on. And there's a lot in this letter. I have the PDF. Save
Yeah,
it.
I actually, when you were talking, I was actually saving it to my my homepage so I could look at it later.
So,
but yeah, but do you know what I'm saying though? Like, how they? All right, so it's an inset of Mercator's map.
I did
So-
save the pictures separately, really, but this PDF has the pictures. But
Oh,
if you go
nice. I'll
to
look at it.
if you go to that site, you can zoom. But what is
Okay.
interesting is the text. They explain the expeditions they did there, and yeah.
Nice.
So they say this thing of around the Earth start after Magellan. In Portuguese we call it Fernão de Magalhães. In English, Ferdinand. Yeah, Magellan. So, but he was a Portuguese. And
I think it's safe to say you can just say Magellan and everybody would pretty much know who you're talking about, right?
yeah. So he was
Anyway.
he was a Portuguese, and in that time he did stolen some maps, from the Portuguese, and so he did work to Spain. That was our enemy, And at that time, but in the school we learned about Magellan as a Portuguese hero, and he was a trader. That don't.
Well, you know what I think of? You know what I thought of when you were describing him like that in that context is Lee Harvey Oswald. He was a double spy.
Yeah. So he did work to Spain because he knew how to navigate, and he had some maps and knowledge, and so he maybe he had no job at that time, and he accepted to do that because he need to live.
I'm sure you're onto something because they pick desperate people. That's how you bribe someone to do things that you want them to do.
So, and he didn't finish the circumnavigation, and
what?
He didn't finish the journey. It was another official Spanish guy that finished the journey because they say he did die on a fight. Somewhere, but there's this recent movie, Uncharted, and I don't know, but maybe some speculation, but it talks about Magellan, but the reason that he did disappear, it was because they had a lot of treasure there. So Uncharted, let me see, Uncharted.
Interesting. So you're proclaiming a little bit of truth in movies, is what you're saying?
I don't know why they did this movie inspired on Magellan, but another alternative, So I don't know. So let me copy this trailer. I did saw on the cinema theaters. Okay, so it was interesting. This one.
Okay, so like the information you're digging into now is probably a lot of the reasons why the entertainment industry is so saturated. They want everybody distracted and not having time to do what you're doing.
Yeah. So okay, this was 1577. So I learned at school and Google is censorship, because when I do this research, about what I did learn at school, talking about the Portuguese navigators, talking about Flat Earth. It was the first time I hear about Flat Earth. So when I want to search that on Google, they don't give me anything. So this was before, in the year before, or in that year that Magellan did that circumnavigation. So until that time, the Earth was flat because they use astrolabes, they use sextants, and they knew how to sail. There's this map from 1514. Oops, let me get it. That guy that is a Brazilian at Japan, Flat Earth Banjo. Something.
Oh, I love Flat Earth Banjo.
So he speaks Brazilian, so I speak Portuguese, and it's Portuguese. The Brazilian language is Portuguese. So he was watching that live stream that I was watching. Some guy from Brazil is a Flat Earth guy, and suddenly one guy, a Flat Earth Portuguese guy, did join that live stream at YouTube. And I was watching that, suddenly he was talking about this map. And so this is the original, that was scanned from a book, or a navigation book. And this is the resume. It is in English that he did. Let me get the link. And on
that is fascinating.
I did find this because in the description...
well, it's done by somebody who's French.
So in the description of this, this guy, Flat Earth Banjo USA, it has the original link to the original.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Flat Earth Banjo. He's quite the academic person.
This that link, maybe I can get it too. I did get this map from that. It's it's from archive from Portugal. Torre do Combo, Combo's Tower, Combo's Tower. I think translation. So let me get. So this was 1514. And they join a lot of maps, the observations, and they did record the path of the sun, the degrees, and etc. Okay, so Dropbox not here.
Okay, I just absolutely love that map. I mean, it's not detailed like what we're given now, like the the inner portions of the land, but to me that kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah, at least if you compare to the Gleason's map, we see the locations of the continents, So we don't see the North Pole, we don't see Australia there at the top left corner. We see those islands, and next in the Gleason map, there's Australia. But there's a reason, because they don't, they hide it. I saw this like 50 years ago in the television.
Okay.
An investigator found that there was a coastline from Australia, and many Portuguese names are there. So he did found this map. I'm gonna get the information.
Well, hey, listen. Did you know with the Plasma Moon map by Sturgio's, the YouTube channel Vibes of the Cosmos, his tall claim is that the moon is a mirror image of the entire landmass, not just our known lands. And so the area where Australia is, in between Australia and China or something like that, there is another landmass, and he calls it Lemuria.
Yeah, but I saw that, but I stay one step back. Okay. So this map, they joined, they joined and did this flat Earth map. So this 1540. Okay, so in this, so this map, the Australia coastline, it talks. Let me get it. It talks about 1522. This map, so it's close to that 1540. Okay, so they hide this. When I saw that, this maybe is this the same guy, he did this book. But when I saw on the television that investigator, he said they hide this, they discovery Australia. In this, it was 250 years before Captain James Cook. So they discover Australia and they hide it because they found a lot of gold there and the precious metals, So they keep it on secret. I don't know, but the British then, send out the Portuguese from there. I don't know if it was a land it was supposed to belong to the British. I don't know, but so they hide it. In this map you don't see it, and supposedly they you can see those islands. In the top left corner in that map you see.
I'm looking at it.
So in the Gleasons, the Australia is next to these islands. Sorry, and so they. They found it, for me, they found it, so they keep it on secret. And if you watch it's not 100% accurate, the South of America continent, but there's a line there, a circle, it's the equator, and in the actual maps, the equator passes it at Brazil when the Amazon River starts, so it's interesting because it match, and there's a lot of crossing points there, even at the top where there's nothing, no land. So it seems they did this according to those points. It's according to maybe constellations above.
Ooh, nice.
But there's a lot of lines there. If you see even the other map, map proves Portuguese discovery Australia.
Yeah.
You see in the water those cross lines. So and Banjo talks, even if he talks in this little resume. If you go there's an area, parallel something, and it match with the actual maps. When you see the parallel degrees or something. So there's a lot of information there to be discovered.
Oh yeah. Well, what I find interesting is, I guess, with the, you have the inner point of the circle, and then you have like a circumference around that. Inside the outer,
Yeah.
So is that considered the Tropic of Cancer?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me see. I did post the link just below. Digitarc.arquivos.pt. So this is the original link for that book, navigation book. Where you can see a lot of TIFFs picture digitalize.
Isn't Flat Earth Banjo a pilot?
I don't know.
I thought he was. Yeah, because in the documentary, one of the Flat Earth documentaries he was in, I just can't think of it right offhand, but part of the documentary where he's talking, it shows him in a plane, and he's also, I think, like an engineer. I don't know. I just think the guy's really impressive, and I appreciate him.
He has a lot of recent videos in his YouTube channel.
Well,
so
in real life, he actually has an awesome resume.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it is, because he was saying his credentials and such for the documentary purposes, and I'm like, ooh.
So
somebody knew what they talking about.
he is a general.
No, he's some sort of engineer. I can't remember.
I call him a general, because he.
Oh, general. Okay.
Because flat Earth general, because he has a lot of background knowledge.
Oh yeah, I would go with that. Sure.
So this is interesting, yeah. Oh, the Rect did post, the supposed moon map. No, I don't know. So this year's, the 1500s. From that time they start to hiding the truth of flat Earth to us, and so on. It has a lot of connections to the British, and yeah.
All right, WTF on this thing that Rect posted. Terra Infinita. 178 worlds under the Great Dome.
Oh, Terra Infinita, or it is Spanish or Portuguese. It means infinite Earth.
Plane. Yeah. Oh, infinite land. Yeah.
Oh, actually, it's Portuguese because terra is more Portuguese. In Spanish is tierra. It has an I there.
Really?
So terra is more Portuguese word. I don't know Italian, but yeah, more Portuguese.
It's Latin. It's terra is Latin for earth.
Yeah, exactly. Terra means earth.
Because they're Latin languages. So tierra, like you're saying in Spanish. And how do you say it in Portuguese?
Terra, like that, not tierra. So terra, like that.
Like in Spanish. I wanted to add to the conversation because I follow Bible Cosmos Sergio's, and I found that channel through Irwan. I don't know if you know who Irwan is. He's also a flat earther. But Irwan entertained that theory for a little bit, but now he doesn't believe in it anymore. I'm not sure if I do or don't regarding land beyond the ice shelf. I wanted to mention on the North Pole though, because this is something that I've been diving into recently, and I've been reading like the book of Yovelim, book of Jubilees that was found in the Ethiopian canon. We also have a Hebrew version of it, an Aramaic version of it that was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's like 6 copies found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It describes the North Pole, or what Jubilees 8 refers to as the navel of the earth, or the belly button of the earth, the middle of the earth.
Awesome.
It's fascinating because when you read these ancient writings, it describes with perfect precision the realm that we live in. Now, if you consider Enoch, Hanok, the 7th generation from Adam, as inspired, or if you even believe in that, in any of that, these ancient writings, which are the oldest that we have in existence.
You are cutting a little.
According, right? I'm cutting out a little bit.
Yeah.
Come back.
Well, mic check.
Okay. Yeah, I did post above, a letter dated from 1577 from Mercator to John Dee. So he talks about the North Pole.
Yeah, I've read Prester John or John Dee, the occultist. I've read his work. I have some old books, a couple hundred years old.
Yeah.
Those guys and I. But the thing is, that's only a couple hundred years ago, bro. 500 years ago, to me, it's not even that interesting. I'm looking at text beyond 2,000 years old. It has to at least be beyond 2,000 years old, right? Like we have Sumerian record of the realm. We also have, the Gilgamesh epic, the Book of Enki, the Sumerian tablets that speak on that stuff, and then you got the ancient Hebrew record on the biblical model, right, or the realm. That's more what I'm interested in.
Nice.
But I know that 1500 in the 1500s is when they started pushing the heliocentric model hard between the papacy and their astronomers and Galileo, and they
Well,
were really
what's the name of that?
heliocentric model. Go ahead.
What's the name of that booklet? It's not a very long book at all. Where it talks about the scientism priests from back in that time. What's the name of it? Damn. Sorry guys. Shit. I shouldn't have brought it up. Give me 1 second. Let me look somewhere.
But even the
I like what
Egyptians,
you were saying. Keep going, dude.
But like Enoch, who apparently, if you believe this the story, he lived prior to the Great Flood, and he described the Earth very specifically, geographically, and he described the center of the Earth and what exists at the center of the Earth, or what we consider the North Pole. And he described 7 mountains and great valleys and rivers of water that flow out of the center of the Earth and distribute water to the rest of the realm. And he described the tree of knowledge and the tree of good and evil that produce fruits that resemble the cluster of grapes. And he described this giant mountain that many different religions and cultures that describe this mountain in the middle of the earth, some as Mount Meru,
yeah,
some as
Eric,
Mount Moriah,
Eric,
and
Eric,
in Hebrew, Mount Zion.
Eric, the way they talk about Mount Meru, there's a theme park on maybe Indonesia, I don't recall, but it has a lot of names there, and pointing, talking about Mount Meru. So, and even the Egyptians, they represent the firmament, like a woman, and the stars in this woman and blue. So
yeah,
so they didn't believe in globe Earth.
Kings dethroned. That's what I was trying to refer to. So sorry, you guys.
So apparently, there's this mountain, according to Enoch, that goes from the inner Earth. If you believe in crater Earth or inner Earth, there's a mountain that goes from the deepest part of this realm at the bottom, near the bottomless pit, right, the Great Abyss. Even the Egyptians, they were familiar with the Great Abyss. And
How is that possible? Anyway, go on. This is great, dude. Love it.
Crowley actually stayed in the Great Pyramid because he believed that there was an access way underneath the Great Pyramid to the Great Abyss, which he was trying to summon a certain fallen angel. That some people refer to him as Thoth or Thoth, Osiris, whatever. But anyways, long story short.
What's the American equivalent of Thoth? Well, is there one? Or, like, if they're, you know what I'm saying, loosely speaking?
He looks green in the Egyptian hieroglyphics. He's like a green guy with his head.
Oh.
He's got a graven head. Well, he was trying to summon that one, apparently. But, like, I don't know if you believe in the Emerald Tablets or not. And the Emerald Tablets is also a heliocentric model, and that is the oldest heliocentric model beside the Sumerian.
Really?
Yeah, so the heliocentric model.
I did not know that because I haven't read it or listened to it ever, but that's really good to know. Maybe I might be more interested in it. Cool, dude. Thanks. Keep going. I love what you're talking about.
So, Hermes Trismegistus, who was named after the Egyptian god Hermes, but in the Greek, his name is Hermes. In the Egyptian, he's Thoth. It's the same guy. It's the same hybrid, whatever. He's the one who actually perpetrated the heliocentric model. It goes all the way back to him. Now, the Sumerians allegedly might have had a heliocentric model but this is circumstantial evidence because in their petroglyphs they show Saturn, or like what looks like to be the sun, also in the middle, and then all the planets around the sun. But like we don't really know because we don't have a record of them actually saying that. But in their petroglyphs, it does show like a sun in the middle and planets around it. And then when you read the Egyptian Emerald Tablets, that some people don't believe in them. There seems to be a contention whether they're legit or not.
I've read them; they seem pretty legit. And he describes what sounds like to be a heliocentric model. And you got Hermes Trismegistus, which is one of the biggest occultists of all time, who got his knowledge from the Emerald Tablets, and they perpetuated the heliocentric model originated in the occult, in the Kabbalah. It's originated.
Oh yeah, actually, dude, the Zohar goes back further than that.
Yes,
I
exactly.
looked into it once a couple of years, like 2 years ago, maybe, and I didn't revisit it again. But that's what I remember. It goes back to the Zohar. Mm-hmm.
So in the Hebrew
stuff, I love
scriptures,
it.
there's 10 firmaments. There's 10 firmaments. There's 7 above us, and there's 3 below us. And, the lowest firmament, or the lowest realm, is Tartarus. Above Tartarus is Sheol, and in Sheol there's 2 different compartments, one above each other, that are separated by a great chasm of water. And then above that is us, is Earth, where we live now. And then above us, there's 7 more layers, or realms, or dimensions, however you want to look at this. I'm not sure myself. But apparently there's up to 7 firmaments above us.
Yeah.
And each one has its own world. And then, but there's a mountain that originates in the bottom of the earth.
Each luminary would be their sun, correct? In the different realms.
Idea. I have no clue. I don't even know.
Anyway, go on.
Sun and the moon. Well, there's a mountain, Mount Zion, Mount Moriah. It's the same mountain, just different names. It's in the middle of the earth, in the North Pole, Param, right? According to these ancient scriptures, this mountain goes from the bottomless, most lowest part of this realm, all the way up 10 firmaments, 7 above us, to Mount Zion. It is Mount Zion, to the tippity top of it. That apparently, according to the book of Yovelim and Enoch, that's where the Garden of Eden is. It's at the top of this mountain, and it's also the dwelling of Yahuwah, or the Holy of Holies. It exists in the middle of this. It's literally in the middle of existence. It is with this mountain.
You're going out, dude. A little.
I'm done. I'm good.
Can't hear you.
I just want to add that. I'm good though.
As I did post here, the representations of Earth, and it shows Sumerian too.
Yeah, so it's flat, but there's a sphere of something of this firmament, whatever it is, around us. Several of them.
Other firmaments.
I like the Islamic one. That one's cool.
Yeah.
Do you have like a more close-up picture of the Islamic depiction of the
I think so. Let me get.
Oh, and of course the Masonic one is always cool to look at.
This one?
Slavic looks pretty creepy.
It's the same, yeah. Islamic, yeah. Maybe I have another better one. Let me see.
Yeah, that's more in line with. Who was talking just a minute ago? I have a bad habit of not looking at my phone.
At the bottom, Leonov.
No, who was the person? Who was the other person talking with us? Just a minute.
Leonov, yeah, at the bottom of the list.
7 Earths and 7 firmaments. So, did they exist like? That's hard for me to really fathom. 7 Earths. So would they be? They're not existing like.
I don't hear about 7 Earths, but 7 skies. Like.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
We have. Let me see. We have this container, and there's a lot. Talking about 7. Let me see. I did post. I think it talks. The Islamic talks. But the Hebrew, let me see.
Man, we could talk for hours on end just on that one meme. Only one doesn't match. We could talk a long time on each one of those. I mean, I think if you take all the ideas of all of them, except for the NASA one, of course, if everybody that made those collaborated, oof, that'd be awesome.
I don't have it more.
Sumerian only has 3 firmaments, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Ooh, the Indian one looks pretty cool so far as the underworld. The Babylonian one looks like nesting dolls, kind of, doesn't it? So the Babylonian one, that kind of makes it seem like there's domes within a dome and there's other lands in a ring around the center, you know?
Babylon, let me see.
I like that one.
Okay, the above. I think it talks about 7 firmaments. Don't know. But maybe in the past, someone did knew some information better than we knew through NASA.
Okay, wait. So I guess it would be important context on the Islamic one that you posted. It does say pre-Copernican universe. Okay, I know a little bit about the Kings Dethroned. I think somebody did. I don't know. It's been too long. But pre-Copernican, so is that indicating the heliocentric model? Or is that indicating a geocentric formation? I can't recall.
Copernic is heliocentric.
Okay, so this is before that.
Yeah.
So yeah, indicating flat. Did we have somebody come back?
I was talking about Captain James Cook. So he did, even circumnavigate the Antarctica, and he did not found the Antarctica they were talking to us. So it was more distance, So and he was talking not, the reality of Antarctica is not the reality of a globe. So, but they hide that too from us. So.
But what was he talking about Antarctica, though?
So, let me get the information. Antarctica.
Because I'm sure there's a nugget of truth in there somewheres, right? Some clues.
So it says it was supposed to have 11,000 miles in circumference, but yet, so this is 1773. It did found 60,000 miles. So six times. And so he says this expedition proves that the globular hypothesis of Earth is not an accurate portrayal. So isn't that amazing?
Yeah, they're calling each other out, is what you're saying.
So, but he did talk about this, and they hide because the British. Yeah, they hide the truth from that time. Even at the top when I.
So would that be connected with the Royal Society?
Yeah, Isaac Newton, John Dee, I don't know, but from that time they are connected to the Royal Society, and.
Yeah, the queen don't want her slaves knowing too much shit, right?
Exactly. Even there's the that flight from Argentina to Australia to Sydney, So there was this controversy because it matches with the flat earth concept map,
Isn't that one that Flat Earth Banjo talks about?
I think so. And this flight they changed. They buy the bigger one, the A380. They buy this plane to not refuel so it was to be a flight direct flight. So they who did change this? The CEO from Qantas, and who is this guy? Is a friend of Queen Elizabeth. Isn't that amazing? So he's a close friend of Queen Elizabeth. So and they did change this. There were people talking. This was not how you say. You didn't save money by changing this. So they did change this flight because of the flat earth controversy. So yeah.
Oh.
So
Wait, so there was some recently?
This information I did get like 1 year ago.
But no, when did they change the flight path?
Let me see if I found that. So.
Because that's like, oh my gosh, that's like the biggest one of the bigger coincidences in favor of flat Earth.
Exactly. So let me see.
Yeah, I want to know when they changed the flight. I think that's pertinent to me anyway.
I know a video that talks about this. It's
well, if you can't find it right offhand, like right now, then get back to me.
Yeah, I did. Okay, I'm gonna search and found it. Maybe with the title of that web page, I can search it and get it the information.
Okay, cool.
Okay, see you.
Okay, nice. All right, good stuff, y'all. Good stuff.
So I did found it. I don't know if the same. It's the same link, but it's the same information. If even at the beginning.
Hear all that? What now?
2012. It was the year.
very interesting. Okay. So I think the most like around 2015, definitely 2016 is when YouTube was really up on flat Earth videos and such. So there must have been boots on the ground people that were talking about it or something. I don't know. How long is Flat Earth Banjos? I would be wondering when he first started talking about Flat Earth. Let me look at his channel.
I have to confirm this. I have to watch the video more if this is the. But let me get it. Just a moment. Yeah, it's confirmed. They launched this direct flight on 2012.
You know what? You can't search YouTube videos by most recent anymore. Totally sucks.
Yeah, I saw that and it sucks. Yeah.
Because when I see somebody really popular, I want to know how long they've had their channel and what their first video was, you know?
You go to the channel and then you go to videos.
Right.
And then you go to sort by.
Nope, not no more. They changed it.
I'm looking at it right now.
Mm-hmm. I'm on mobile, so.
Oh, well. Okay.
Yeah.
If you post the channel, I'll look it up for you. It's on PC.
Oh, then maybe when I need to do that, I'll just go on Chrome and do desktop site.
Yeah, you could do that.
All right. Ways around that shit. I didn't think of that. All right. Thanks.
So the guy from Qantas is Alan Joseph Joyce, a close friend of Queen Elizabeth. So isn't that amazing?
I know, it's such a coincidence.
It talks about in the Wikipedia about this guy, Alan Joyce, executive. He's a fellow of the Royal Aeronautical Society.
Man, can you imagine the stuff they really know? I mean, it would probably blow all of our minds, I bet.
So
I mean, not everyone in the society would know what I'm loosely referring to, but yeah. I mean, okay, so think about the power of the telescopes that we have that very few people have access to. And my idea is, my belief is they're not, I mean, yeah, they're looking at the sky, but aren't there binocular telescopes that look across the land, like far distance? You know, you have a high elevation. We all know you can see way more. So, aren't the really big telescopes on a really high elevation point? I don't know. How far of land can they see in them things? I mean, okay, I don't know a lot about telescopes, but can you use a telescope for the ground?
Yes, at least you can go to a big lake and try to find any curvature. And I did this, sometimes I did post about Lake Titicaca, with some Brazilian guys. They even contract engineers and surveyors to follow these observations. So they choose Lake Titicaca, and that's 69 miles. And you can see the shore, of the. So they choose this lake at the lowest humidity in the air, to have no refraction and etc. So they saw no curvature, and Yeah, I did. Sometimes I post that, and it's amazing. Even some locals there, they can see, that distance. It's like almost like the distance from Lake Michigan.
There's a lot of active flat earthers in South America, and I don't know. I think there's some sort of community for people who speak Spanish. Who's that guy's name that was on Globebusters? I think he probably still is.
Oh, I know that guy. No, the name Nur para Todos is a Spanish guy, and he did talk. He did join a lot of live streams of Jeranism.
Yeah, but that doesn't ring a bell. There must be yet another guy, because I would know it if I heard it.
There's another guy, Oliver Ibanez.
No, another one. There's see what I'm talking about? The what's the correct terminology to refer to all people who speak Spanish correctly? You know what I'm saying? I mean, is there one, like anyone from South America? What's the correct term?
South America, we have Brazil there, we have Argentina, Peru.
Right, but I don't say Hispanic. I mean, you don't use that word. What's the correct term like that to refer to people from South America?
Latino Americans.
Latino?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I wouldn't want somebody to refer to me incorrectly from my, again, using the right terminology. So, yeah. But yeah, that's awesome that they're surveying, and that's incredible.
Yeah, you are right, because these guys from Brazil, but there were some guys even at Spain, Naov, the initials. They did this. I don't know if they are the same guys. Maybe James. Oh, he's not here. I don't know if they are the same guys that did the FE core.
Oh, okay.
Don't know, but
yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that either. Actually,
so there was an independent research team, from Spain, Naov, and they let me get some link. They even did their own research, and they found no curvature on water, so they even use lasers. So yeah, but in Brazil, 2011, 2012, they did this there, and they traveled to other countries, and okay, so from that year they started many flat earths start growing, and even every day more and more people. I talked to some even Donato. We have here a Brazilian guy, not Donato. He's from Brazil. He's a silver guy.
Iru is his name.
What is his
IRU, I think is how it's spelled. Maybe I'm not saying it correctly.
Donato. I just know him from Donato.
Sorry, that randomly came to my head. Please continue what you're saying.
And yeah, I did talk to him the first time I joined, and man, he has been participating a lot of live streams from flat earth Brazilian guys at YouTube. So yeah,
nice. I love it. I mean, I don't know. To me, it just seems like there's a cycle of awakening that happens. That's why we see old flat earth books, stuff like that. We figured things out, and they know that we're going to figure it out. Don't you think so?
Oh my gosh,
they know we're going to figure it out. They would have to.
I'm laughing about something completely different. I'm sorry.
Oh no! Please jump in. No, what's so funny? We want to know.
All right, I'm gonna post a picture. I'm gonna try to be discreet. All right, so I'm gonna try to be discreet to not include any.
We got CB in here. Hey.
Here. All right, in this picture, If you were to describe this, the texture and appearance of this,
Like skin, human skin.
it's a piece of porcelain. It's a porcelain urn.
Yeah, I was gonna think about it more, but yeah, first
Would
thought
you-
is skin, but then I'm like, not really. Anyway.
All right, so you've seen the pictures that I just posted. These are the pictures from the customer. So the customer has this physically in their presence and took these pictures. They said, "My urn came today. No, I see what they said. They said it didn't have crackle on it, and
looks like it to me.
Yeah. It's obviously very crackled, and
So some fluid went to this crux.
that's normal. It's the patina and crackle or whatever is intentional. It's supposed to look like that. It's a
antiquing method.
Highly sought after. This is one of the more popular finishes. Actually, it's the most popular finish on this particular urn. But this customer told me that their urn didn't have any crackle, and then they sent me these pictures, and I'm just, guys, I'm telling you, I get confronted with people's words that they're saying, obviously on a daily basis, because that's customer service is what I do. But I'm disturbed. I'm not being facetious. I'm not trying to be rude.
I get it.
I'm profoundly disturbed by people's inability to just be simple. Just out of touch with reality to the degree that they can't even
speak.
Say A is A or crackle is crackle, or it's just really weird behavior.
Weird behavior. Sorry, all I can do is laugh. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really.
So above this, there's a glass layer, yeah. So this was supposed to be a representation.
Nothing's wrong with the urn. It's perfect. It's exactly as it should be. The customer just is out of touch with reality in the most literal way possible.
They must be having a bad day, and it has nothing.
Well, of course. I mean, everybody's having a bad day, but.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. To use the simplest words effectively is what I got out of what you said.
Yeah.
So I think maybe they left out a word somehow in whatever they were trying to communicate.
Well, they said it like 3 different ways in their original message. So.
Oh. Okay, I tried to.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's not a misunderstanding.
Yeah, not that you wouldn't see a misunderstanding, you know what I'm saying, but so cringy.
By the way, there's a movie, Water Changes, and that guy that did the Hulk character. Hulk character. So that guy is the main actor. He plays an advocate. I don't know, but he talks about Teflon and these saucepans made with Teflon, anti-adherent. So and nowadays they are using porcelain to be anti-adherent. So because the Teflon, if you scratch and it goes to inside the human body and stays there, it doesn't go out. So and it can origin cancer and etc. More things. But they are using porcelain again to cover suspense pens. And it's what I'm using today with a porcelain layer.
See you later, Miguel. Good to talk to you.
See you. Cheers.
Bye.
Cable Guy. I saw the movie.
Uh-huh.
Awesome. Did you saw the link I did post above? A letter dated 1577 from Mercator to John Dee.
Oh, look, I see. You posted a link to something.
Yeah, let me see the hour. So this 35, but past hour, 35 minutes past hour. Maybe I can just.
Yeah, I see all your posts, John D. The letter. So what's in the letter?
So Mercator, that guy that was doing maps, he did send this letter to John Dee, the occultist and etc. The inspirations, Isaac Newton did inspire on this guy. So what is interesting is they talk about the expeditions, to the real North Pole. So there's a lot of information there, and I did post the PDF in that page. You can save just text PDF, or the entire PDF, or you can zoom these pictures and see more details there. So it talks about that time, and they spend a lot. People, they send a lot of people there and ships, and so yeah, it's amazing. So it's not according to the just ice North Pole that they show us today. So and people still asking, why would they lie?
Yeah, you got to know the what before you know before you ask the why. That's what I keep telling people. Oh, it's gonna be a warm day.
So from that time, the 1500s, they start to, saying the earth was round and hiding the truth from us. And even today, if I want to, I learned at school, my first 2 years, I think, of school, public school. So that was the first time I hear about flat Earth. And, talking about the Portuguese navigators of that time, talking about flat Earth. So, but if I want to search this in nowadays on Google, I cannot find that information. So they are censorship. Yeah.
Preaching the choir, man. I did make a list. I did make a list, Harold. I won't share it. I'm gonna say it out loud. 2023 lizard boils virus. 2024 eagle molting virus. 2025 mole blindness virus. 2026 feline hairball in the throat virus. 2027 scary housefly virus. 2028 spooky horror virus. 2029 yeah, we're still actually doing this virus. 2030 We have arrived, virus. I'm just letting everybody know what to expect over the next 8 years.
Like the sound of that dog one, the hairball.
Oh yeah, it was feline.
Sounds pleasant. Not feline, sorry.
Yeah.
Sounds pleasant.
Yeah. It's gonna be yeah. People are gonna be like dying of hair in their throat. It's gonna be really sad and scary. Very, very scary. I mean, at what point they're going to start incorporating scary and spooky and horror into the names of these things? I don't think we're far away. I don't think we're far away from that.
So the goal is to reduce the population,
No. Obviously not.
or just the business of the pharmaceutic mafia.
There's all sorts of goals and competing goals, I think. My point is, kill all the comedians, apparently. They keep on getting rid of the comedians, and then they keep on doing their own version of really low energy comedy. Just donkey socks. Really? Everybody always, when I say that in public, people kind of raise an eyebrow and go, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "I'm talking about donkey socks." They're like, "Donkeys don't wear socks."
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I know. But whatever.
So about the Georgia guideline stones.
Interesting you threw the word line in there, because there was a guy, Woodward TV, I just recently watched this morning I watched his video. I'll post in the chat, because he does interesting stuff from time to time. He didn't do too bad on this one. Copy link.
So, do they found who they did it?
No, they never will. It doesn't matter.
Or it's an inside job, Masonic inside job.
That's what he suggested, is that it was an inside job. But yeah, he was pointing out some interesting details on the destruction and stuff. And I don't know. It's some of the stuff he shared I thought was pretty helpful for people to know. Pretty helpful.
This moment was, people were talking about it, and so controversial, the, control population there. First gold. There's one meme I want to talk to you, to check if the information is real or not. This one. It says at the bottom, kill 2 weeks later. Is this truth? Because I have here a lot of controversy. Some people say he did die on a railway track. Mysteries, accident, but I don't know. Was this happened 2 weeks later, or is not correct? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. They can memory hole anything that they want. So wow. Go ahead, dot connector. Do we meet? Say hello.
Earth is not a plane.
I was thinking of that guy.
I know. How's my reaction time? I guess I have some work to do. He got into the middle of a fourth word. Oofda. He thinks out what he's going to say. He knows he only has so long.
I don't understand this guy. If at least he did behave, and
it's a game, bro. It's a game.
Yeah.
People play games.
They have nothing to do. Just trolling. They like attention, so they have to come here. So about that, was an accident or I don't know. The cosmonaut from Russia. That the capsule, falls down, and he was angry and telling a lot of things before he died, But the question is, do they try to, I know through other sources that they say they cannot cross. They cannot land at the moon because there's radiation around. So the question is do they try to cross, this radiation, and then that other guy from Russia? Maybe I don't know what happened really, but it's suspicious. And this accident. Do they were at that inside, or they tried to cross that radiation and they?
What fucking radiation you talking about?
That's what I'm always wondering. People are always talking about the Van Allen belts and the radiation, and I'm like, what Van Allen belts?
And how bad was this radiation? Think about it. If there was, radiation causes cancer, man. It kills you. These fucking astronauts are still alive, or
Well,
some of them are. Some of them, but I mean, they died of natural causes, not radiation. I mean, they were on the moon for hours. I mean, what are you talking about, man?
I'm not talking about those guys that supposedly they say landed on the moon. I'm talking the first flights, the first.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody had to go through the radiation. So if you went into outer space, what radiation did you go through, man? I mean, like.
I'm not talking about the space exists. I'm talking about the flat Earth and this local moon. And.
But you said radiation, so what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, it seems that they cannot go there because of there's a radiation, and
they can't go where? They can't go where? Where can't they go?
They cannot close by the moon because there's some radiation.
But they already went.
I know that's the fake version of NASA. But I'm talking.
Yes, Miguel, but it's also fake that there's who's confirming that there's actually radiation
Yeah. You know,
how is radiation not just as fake as the moon landing story? How are the Van Allen belts not just another component of the fake narrative?
The Van Allen belts. Okay, so
I think it's just a story, bro.
It's more the container, not the radiation of the.
There
moon.
is no radiation, bro. There is no radiation.
How do you know it?
Because no one has been there to find out. No one's been there to find out, man.
But I was talking to the other guy from Russia. Did they try to go there and they found radiation?
Go where?
Go there to the moon. But
you can't go to the moon, dude. That's
exactly. But I'm talking not the heliocentric model. I'm talking about here on flat Earth, and you see the sun and the moon local. But I'm talking about that accident. The other guy from Russia. Do they try?
What accident is this? What accident are you talking about?
You know, that cosmonaut that fall down, his capsule fall down and he died. And he was angry and talking about a lot of things when he was falling down.
I don't know this story. You know this story, Gospel?
Man,
No.
I just don't remember the name, but it did happen. It did happen. I mean,
I can't talk about something I don't know, so I don't know anything about
I don't remember the name of that guy, but you know, it did happen. So the question is, do they try
it? It is a claim. There's the claim. So it's either you believe this guy's story, or you don't. So it's either one or the other, right? But if you can't prove it, why believe it?
Yeah. So, I mean, there are many whistle blowers, you know. So even inside these third families, whatever. So, and some guys have access to information.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why we don't really mess with too much stuff you can't really verify. You know what I'm saying? Access, information, all of that stuff is relative. It just depends on you got to trust your sources. You know, so I mean, the source is the material. That's why we don't really mess with that. We just deal with the shape of the earth. You know, we don't get into all that other stuff because you can never fact check and verify all of this information. None of it.
But those guys that are inside those families, they can't access to information. They are the ones that can.
How do you know? That's
how you know.
All I'm saying is you're accepting that that's the truth. That's all you're doing.
This was a guy that he did work at Antarctica. He was a glober, and then he was a glober. He did work at.
Did you work there with him? I mean, were you there?
Anyway, he did work at. He did work
How
at.
do you know?
He was a glober, and now he's a flat earther.
But I'm just saying, like in this world that we live in, we can only prove things a certain way. You know what I'm saying? When you just start listening to people and believing other people and what they say, then you're just gonna go down a rabbit hole, bro. That there's no end. There's no end.
But
you know what I'm saying? That's
if you there are some people that don't want to know more, you know. They just want to stay, you know, flat earth, and we stay here. We don't talk nothing more, you know. So if you don't want to know, that's your way. But
okay, so he was a glober, now he's a flat earther. What's this guy's story?
He was a helicopter pilot. Did work at Antarctica. You know what is amazing? One of the first questions. Antarctica. And so one of the first questions they did to him was, what is the shape of the Earth? So he didn't understood at that time why they asked this. So maybe, you know, to avoid flat earthers and, you know, truth seekers to go there. So he didn't understand that at that time. But, you know, he saw a lot of things that was strange, according to the globe. So, and the last year he does a live stream. You know,
what's an example of something he saw that was strange?
he did a friendship with a guy in the McMurdoch station, a scientist there, and he showed this thing that many people are talking about, the blue sky ice.
Okay.
So he did. So this is a Spanish guy, not English guy. So yeah. So many things
You seem
strange
like
there.
you like to believe people. That's the thing.
No,
you like
I
to
like
trust
I
human
like
beings.
to do research. I'm
Yeah,
truth
but what
seeker.
I'm saying is but what I'm saying is
I like
do
to cross.
research on
I
you
like
do
to
research
cross
on other
information.
people.
I like
You
to
do
cross
research on
information.
other people. Listen, you do research on other people and then trust the research that those people did. You need to do your own research. Not into because this is why I don't get off into any of that stuff, because there's only so much information. You know, when 9/11 happened, I saw that with my eyes. If someone had reported to me that happened, I wouldn't believe them. But I saw that shit with my eyes. So that's why I know for a fact that didn't happen the way they say it did. Right?
Well, I
And when
knew.
it comes to the flat earth, I can understand logically how this works and why it makes sense. Not because somebody showed me a video, not because somebody showed me pictures, not because somebody told me in my ear. I can understand it with my own brain. I don't need somebody else to make it make sense for me. I can make it make sense for myself. So that's why I don't. When you start talking about researching people, you cannot trust human beings, dude. I don't care who they are, dude. Your family members, your best friend, your wife, your child. You cannot trust human beings. They're easily manipulated. You see this in this world. So that's why you have to be careful when you start doing research on people that did research. And then you're going to have to trust that their research is true. That's all you're going to do, dude. And who knows? God, in the Bible, God says, do not trust human beings. Do not trust human beings. And that's as simple as that. You see this in everyday life. You cannot trust people.
So you don't trust people, but you just trust in Bible that maybe can be.
I trust God. I trust Him. Okay, He's the Creator. By listening to Him, He's proven to me that human beings cannot be trusted. You know what I'm saying? By experience, I realize that you cannot trust human beings, dude. You just can't.
Well, to find the truth, you have to do a lot of crossing information. So I have done this.
You think you
Okay.
have the truth.
So what is your conclusion on this the Skyrock stuff that keeps on popping up that I find I think that the stories and people promoting the Skyrock stuff, the blue rock that looks like, they say that's at the edge of the sky or whatever. I find no validity or plausibility to that being what it is. It makes little to no sense because it's not translucent. Because it's not transparent or translucent, therefore, why would I expect that to be the thing that's at the top of our sky?
Okay,
Why?
there is a container, and
Yeah, I know, but I don't believe that that's part of the container.
Okay, so
The reason I don't is because it's not transparent or translucent, which seems to rule out how nighttime works.
But when the sun lights the sky, why we see blue?
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's it.
So somebody told you a rock something fell from, and you believe that.
Hold on, but we don't just see blue. We also see gray. Well, I know clouds. Okay, but we see green, we see red, we see orange, we see pink. So are all those colored rocks? Is it metamorphic rock that's changing colors?
in a normal day without no clouds and just a clean day, you just see blue sky.
Yeah, but dude, all of that's plausible is possible. Yes, it could be right, but
No,
who
it
knows,
couldn't be.
man?
It couldn't be
let's-
blue
let's-
rock.
but
It could not
just
be.
for the sake of argument, let's say
No,
yes.
it
I'm just
could
saying.
not be, and here's why. Explain night.
we don't know the properties of what's going on up there.
I don't believe that a blue rock that is found could possibly be the thing in the sky, because that blue rock would need to change at nighttime to some type of clear material that allows light to either come from it or to shine through it.
I mean, who knows? Like, dude, squids can.
I'm using logic.
What I'm saying is, squid can change their. We don't. That's what I'm saying. You don't know the properties of
This
it, right?
isn't a living material. Squids are
We
living
don't know
things.
that. We don't
What
know
are you
what that
talking
material.
about? Yes,
Do you
they
know
have fraud. They have hundreds of examples of this blue rock that they're calling.
Who cares what it is? I don't believe it. I'm just saying, dude. I mean, I just don't. I don't know
I'm
what's going on
refuting.
up there.
It's simple. I'm refuting it with logic. So you can keep on saying, who knows? I'm refuting the claim with mere simple logic. It doesn't pan out. It's not logical to conclude that a blue rock is the thing that contains our air. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't work out.
What what I don't understand is various sources of people that go there to work, and they are talking about the same smoke. Where there is smoke, there's fire. So I'm with them.
Well, that's not always true either. That's just a fun saying. But that's actually not always true.
They are talking about the same thing. They are trying to cross this firmament there. So anyway, I don't know all the properties of that, but isn't amazing?
All right, show me this rock go clear.
Nobody has that details, but there are some documents, even from 1957, that talks about flat
Miguel,
Earth.
you're doing a little whistling past. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Why are you ignoring it? Day and night are drastically different in the sky appearance.
All I know, there's a container. Every flat earth knows there's a container.
Miguel,
and I don't know the properties. So why do you ask those?
The claim that this blue rock comes from the container is, to me, implausible.
Man, if they want to go to us to go there, no. I mean,
what are you?
I feel
like you're not following what I'm saying.
You are talking about the properties of that. I don't know all the things, but
I'm refuting the claim with logic that there's a blue rock that falls from the container. I don't think that it's plausible in the slightest, and I think it should be dismissed and completely ignored until somebody has the ability to demonstrate that this rock has some type of supernatural quality of changing itself from this powder blue color to other things. But that's never been demonstrated. I think it's a dismissible claim on its face, because it's not logical to conclude that a blue rock is the surface or content of the container. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. You watch the sky, you watch dusk happen, you watch the transition of light to dark, and the sky changes. Okay? But it doesn't work out that a blue rock could be the thing. It doesn't work.
But you are denying that they are studying the firmament there at Antarctica.
I'm not denying anything about what people claim to be doing. I don't really care what people are claiming to be doing in Antarctica, because it's all a bunch of noise and confusion anyway. At what point are you going to actually believe that you're going to get any substance or value from claims of quote unquote scientists, especially the ones that are in Antarctica? They've got to be some of the most compromised people, besides like the Royal Society and stuff. But regardless, the blue rock claim is, I think, just ammunition that's being used against anybody that states that there's a container. It's like poisoning the well. It looks retarded to say that a blue rock is the content of the container. It looks really retarded to say that, because it just doesn't work unless you can demonstrate some type of supernatural quality how it can change.
Some guys talk about rocks. Some guys say blue sky eyes.
Oh my gosh.
So, but anyway, so what is interesting?
Listen, here. How about this? Why would anybody assume that?
But I'm not assuming. I'm not assuming the properties. I just was saying what other people did work there.
I didn't finish.
Okay,
I didn't actually finish my sentence. Why would anybody conclude or assume or presume or any of those words in the first place that the firmament has any capacity for degradation? Why would somebody even come to that conclusion? We have the air that we have. If there was any potential of degradation, then why would we still have what we have? And what I mean by have what we have, I'm referring to our air.
When you say degradation is falling off, no.
Breaking, falling apart, degrading.
So you are talking about the properties. I don't know the information about the properties. I just know there are a lot of people that did work there, and they are talking about the same thing.
Yeah, and I think that this is just really not good.
This is not what those people claim. If you bring too hot air, it evaporates, and you have to use gloves to hold that at Antarctica. So they are studying that at Antarctica because they cannot bring samples because it's a low degree there.
All right, the moment that anybody suggests that an opaque material is the content of the container is the moment I stop listening to them, because they're not using their brain.
Can you repeat the moment you?
The moment anyone makes the claim that the content of the container is opaque is the moment I stop listening to them, because they aren't using their brain.
Opaque, transparent.
Opaque. I said opaque.
Opaque, like...
That means not able for light to pass through. Opaque.
Okay. No,
hey, Gospel, you hear me?
I'm not talking about that,
but all these people are when they're suggesting the rock and... Yeah, thank you, old dude. What is it, Lion?
I agree with you. I've seen that picture floating around with the sky rock, and everybody wants to believe it because it's sensational, right? It's romantic to think that we actually have a piece of the firmament. But is there any actual evidence for it? No. So if you're believing that, you're taking a leap of faith and you're relying on scientists, so-called, right, studying the space rock or whatever, it's firmament rock from Antarctica. Like, that's all you're doing. You're taking a leap of faith and you're believing in something that could be true, but it's sensational, but it doesn't mean it's true. And that's what Gospel is saying. He's using his logic and saying that it's a crystalline structure, allegedly, that's see-through. And it doesn't just fragmentate, right?
But even
no,
dismissing...
real quick, I just want to say that.
Even dismissing the properties.
He just wants to believe it, dude. He just wants to
I don't want to believe. I even dismissing the properties. Okay, so...
Somebody earlier said that you can't trust in man. You can't trust in man. And the Bible does say, he who trusts in man is cursed. Cursed is he who puts his faith in man. That's what it says. He who puts his faith in man is cursed. So, like, you can't really trust these people. Like, you can't. Yeah, I mean...
I just gotta know, they are studying the firmament. Just that.
Wait, so do you believe it, or do you not believe it?
Believe it in what? There's a container.
No, we all believe in the container, yes. But we're saying, do you believe that actual rock is part of the container?
Man, Did you hear what I said? I dismiss all the properties of the container. I just don't dismiss they are not studying there.
So do you believe in a container or not? Yes or no?
He already said yes to that, Fred.
I don't
Miguel,
think he did.
I don't believe in the container. I know that
Yeah, he said he
it's
said he
the
doesn't.
only possible to have a gas pressure. It has been the container, so everybody knows that there is a container. So
he's rejecting the word believe and replacing it with the word no, Fred. It's 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. But Miguel, it seems like you're stating that these things that they're talking about, calling it sky ice and stuff, you're seeming to suggest that it's a plausible evidence of the firmament.
Yeah.
Are you not suggesting that?
Man, maybe one day I can meet this guy and you can talk.
I don't care.
Because he was there.
Believe, bro.
I wasn't there,
I already
so
stated
I cannot.
what I stated. I made it as clear as possible. If somebody makes any claim whatsoever that an opaque material is the content of the container, I reject their claim.
I never said it was opaque. Okay, so
everything that they've presented with these blue rocks is opaque.
But this is not what that guy was talking about.
Okay, then why are you talking about something that nobody knows what you're talking about then? Do you have his video? Can you share it?
Can you present a sample? No.
Okay, so you're telling me that a guy has stories without any evidence. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, he did work at that. He knows best than I.
So that's a yes. He has stories without any evidence.
Even those guys that did work at NASA, if they are talking about what they found there,
Hey, so Miguel,
you can dismiss everything.
Miguel, how do you know there's a container for sure, for a fact? How do you know that? You know something we don't know?
Don't you know that you cannot have a gas pressure without a container?
Okay, but you're claiming it to be solid. We don't know what the hell it is, right?
I don't care about the properties of the container.
Yes, obviously you do. If
I am talking about there's a container. They found that at Antarctica, so they are studying there. Is what I'm talking about.
How do you know they found that? Where you got this information? How do you know they found something in Antarctica, dude? I would like to know.
Yeah,
that's actually fascinating.
So about there were some. You never hear about those the classified documents where it says flat, non-rotation Earth, but there's one from the CIA, and it talks about what they were found there at Antarctica. So let me get it. So this was 1 year before NASA.
All right, so this is factual evidence for you.
It was classified for a reason, and it talks about flat Earth and the firmament.
This is factual evidence for you. That's all you need is a piece of paper saying stamped by the government, and you believe it. Hook, line, and sinker. That's it. End of discussion. That's the proof. That's all you need, right?
There were people there, and
what people?
What?
You know these people?
The Russians and Americans were there.
That's the claim.
And the guys that signed the treaty.
It seems you don't understand what is evidence, bro. You really have no idea. What is evidence that beyond a reason?
So this document is not an evidence for you, okay?
No, none of that is.
So why the reason?
How can it be, dude?
Why the reason?
How can you prove it, dude?
Why the reason?
I do not understand that.
Why the reason that this was classified?
Miguel, all you're doing, you're claiming to have faith in all of this. That's all you're doing. So now you're just starting another belief system. That's fine, but you just need to acknowledge that. Because none of this stuff you could actually verify, bro.
Yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire. So
that's not always true. I already said that's not always true. You can have smoke without fire.
There's one guy being a lot.
What? I mean, did you know that, Miguel?
Oh, someone, Ipa. He was the
Yo,
guy.
is my mic okay?
No, it's fucked up. You should leave.
We
Can you tell me your honest answer though?
It's a little fuzzy, but yes, we can hear you.
We can understand you, Electric.
What's the name of the dude? What's the name of the good brother that's
More dudes again. More people we
Miguel.
can't fact.
I did finish. Okay, so I'm doing my research, and if you don't want to know what's beyond or whatever, even at the North Pole,
Here we go.
I'm curious.
Hitler there too.
Hey man.
I did finish. Okay,
Are the tall whites there?
I'm the guy that wants to know more.
Can I ask you something?
What?
It's fine, Miguel. I just don't understand why when I say words, you will it act as though I didn't say the words that I said.
No, you were talking about the properties of the firmament, so
No, that's not all I was talking about. You said where there's smoke, there's fire, and I said that's not always true, and you ignored. You didn't respond. You didn't go, oh well, okay. You didn't like reply. You like we're not having a conversation. It's almost like you just want to have a soliloquy about these Antarctica people.
But can I ask, bro?
I'm not. Listen, hold on, Electric Miguel. I'm not knocking your desire to learn more, okay? And I think that learning and researching people's testimony is worth doing, and checking consistency, internal consistency, and so on. That's all fine and dandy. I don't actually have a problem with any of that. It needs to be tied to, observation and reality too, obviously. But then when you say keep on using a phrase like where there's smoke, there's fire as justification for your argument, and I say that's not always true because you can have smoke without fire, and you ignore the fact that I say that, it's annoying because we're not having a conversation at that point. You're just having a soliloquy about your interests. Miguel?
yeah. So there's a lot of mystery.
Miguel,
talking
it's
about
like you're
Antarctica.
ignoring what I'm saying, and that's really frustrating.
Okay, do you mind I try to talk to Miguel? Miguel, you said you did a lot of research, right?
I'm still doing today.
Okay, so what did you research about the globe?
Just measurements or numbers, nothing more. I did learn.
Within.
He's not a glober, bro. He's not a glober.
Who the hell?
glober?
Just stop it,
No,
okay?
he's not a glober.
Stop with that. Stop it, okay?
I'm trying to have an honest approach with the man. Seemed like a genuine.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, he's not a glober.
Fraud, you are lying. You are lying, just stop it.
Oh, you are a glober? I thought you weren't. My bad.
Who are you to tell me that I'm not a flat earth?
Oh my gosh. Okay, Miguel, I think I know what's going on. I know you know English, so apparently you're having a hearing problem. Okay? Because very clearly, more than once, Fraud said that you were not, that's N-O-T, N-O-T, not a glober.
Oh, sorry.
He said it very clearly. So I said things to you very clearly too, and you didn't hear them or didn't listen to them. You completely whistled past the graveyard and
You are right.
I'm just going to mute you, Electric, because you're interrupting. Okay, I'm trying to get to a point, and I'm giving Miguel the opportunity to say, "Oh yeah, okay, that's right. Okay, thank you."
Thank you, Gospel. I was saying you are right.
You can have smoke without fire. Do you understand?
The scientific,
Miguel, you give me a yes or no.
Yeah. Analyzing NASA, yeah, they can say a lot of lies. So
Miguel, I'm talking about our physical reality, and with smoke being a physical thing in our reality and fire being a physical thing in our reality. You can have smoke without fire. Do you understand?
Yes, there's a lot of.
I'm not in metaphor land. I'm talking about physical reality, not metaphor. Do
I'm
you understand?
watching that on my mind. So, you know, on stage they have this smoke machine, so that's true.
Yes, and there's also such a thing as chemical fires. Yes, so on and so on. Okay, I just wanted to get the point out there. Make sure I know it's silly
I
to
didn't
some
get it.
people,
Okay.
but you kept on ignoring the fact that I said it, and it's really frustrating. Feels gaslighty.
Yeah.
Okay, respectfully, you unmuted me, so can I ask him something?
Yes.
Sure, thanks, bro. I understand y'all were having a good conversation. I'm butting in. Yo, Miguel. So you say you did research. You know these calculations, these numbers, and these equations that you're looking into. You know that these are all within the heliocentric model. Fuck this.
Exactly.
Equations are mutually exclusive, though. It's about the numbers that are used, not about the equations themselves.
He's talking about measurements.
No, I
like,
talk
you know, sun being 93 million miles away.
You're not, no, bro. You're not even listening. Are you in the conversation, dude? He's not a glober, bro. He is not a glober. So what the hell have you been listening to this whole time?
Thanks, Fraud.
Gotcha.
So I did say the numbers too, and you know, you have to know the numbers to debunk, you know, anti-flat Earth. So
it might serve you well, Electric, to click on people's names and look at their roles. It's an easy.
I'm sorry to say, but when you're shouting and erratic, I'm kind of trying to not listen to that. Probably what happened.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Now throw it back on us. Get the fuck out of here, please.
Anyway, yeah. I think what Fraud said is actually quite valid about these people's claims and in your ability to verify any of the claims, regardless of their personal stance and the conclusions they've come to. You know, testimony is as good as witnesses, right? That's what, if someone has a testimony or something that they're making claims of, you know, that's why you need witnesses in addition to testimony. But then they have to be reliable. So there's all these different components that you put together.
Yeah, it's a whole big smorgasbord of facts of information you got to collect. You know, dude, like I said, there's nothing wrong with believing in all this stuff. It's fun, it's fantastical, it's wonderful. I like it too. But I just know this you just can't like start imposing your beliefs on other people, right? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like a religious, you know what I'm saying? Because like the Bible, all that stuff is by faith, right? So you have to choose to believe in it, right? You don't go. So that's why a lot of kids, when their parents, you know, they run from religion when they get older because it was forced upon them when they were young and they didn't like how it was put upon them. So they hate the word instead of looking at the person. It's, hey, maybe it's not the word, it's the person. But they can't separate the two because when they were young, they only identify it with the word and not necessarily the person because they're probably not reading for themselves. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be careful when you're just saying stuff like that. And it's fun to you know, but there's none of it you can't really prove any of it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. It could be true. Who knows? That's great, you know, but what are you going to do? You know, you can't just go around saying stuff and hope and, you know, putting on people that don't know any better. You know, it's like a bully.
I was going to try to bring up something I found interesting. You can't fuck, man. I'm sorry, guys.
You're getting more fuzzy there. Bring up the thing you want to bring up. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, let me bring it up for you. I found this interesting. So, you know, I actually have the same birthday as Galileo, and I remember I was reading a book, 48 Laws of Power. You might have heard of it. There's passages in this book about Galileo, how he was being commissioned by random kings around this areas to he gained a lot of recognition as a popular scientist because of his inventions and his discoveries, quote unquote. But he would secretly give these informations to like powerful people in the land and be like, you could kind of look at this as somebody, you know, holding power to secrets about what he was observing. So like you go and tell somebody like, hey man, like, you know, I got this telescope. I'm able to see some crazy shit. You want to see? You go and tell somebody powerful this information, and then they want to keep it from everybody else. And this is where like the establishment of like knowledge about the solar system, where it began. I'm getting kind of too deep, sorry, but looking into Galileo, you find out this guy actually renounced everything he claimed about the heliocentric model. He claimed that he saw moons revolving around Jupiter. He retracted that statement. He claimed that the moon is a rock planetary body similar to the Earth with edges. And then he retracted that statement as well. When I look into Galileo, bro, there's a lot of shit, man. This is like, you type in evidence of the heliocentric theory, and it all has to do with Galileo witnessing Jupiter's moons. And when you look further into that, how come in the past 500 years, all these telescopes were supposedly inventing, that is still the basis of the heliocentric theory? There is no further observations of Jupiter's moons. Straight up. You could research this. This is what I was doing the past 2 days, because I feel like I got a little tight at somebody.
Right, but this is where it causes the problem. So like when you present this stuff to people that believe in the globe, what are they going to say to you?
I know exactly what they're going to say. They're going to say it doesn't matter if Galileo renounced all those things. Thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people have made observations of Jupiter's moons doing what they do since Galileo. So
this is how it goes right back to Miguel, that even if you pull up papers that were written, no matter who wrote them, people won't believe it. They will not believe it because they have their own ideas already made in their mind. You would have to physically show them, and there's still no guarantee they'll believe it either. But I don't care how much information you find, you cannot prove anything to anybody by showing them a piece of paper with a stamp on it. I'm sorry.
Exactly, and Matthew Learns, he did said like 1 month ago, even if you present any proof, something like that, he said he will not accept it. So
yeah, he literally said if NASA and CNN and all the news stations all came out and said we've been lying to you, he would disagree with them and go, wow, what happened to those guys?
He was over on another server last night, and we were all talking to him, and he was just tearing it up. He was being his old self. And I wasn't the only one that's called him a shill and a liar. Somebody called him a Satanist now. That's pretty funny.
What I don't understand is Matthew, he agrees with us sometimes when we are talking about the these photos from NASA can be CGI manipulated, and he starts he keep bring new Earth views photos from NASA.
Listen, but here's the thing about Matthew.
Has a proof, has a proof.
Here's the thing about Matthew, right? It's either he is being paid to do what he does, or, and this is this is the most frightening part, he truly is that way. And what everybody just said, he wouldn't change his mind even if they told him that. Even if the people who made this stuff all up came and told him we made it up, he still wouldn't believe him. And that's a lot of the society. He speaks for a big portion of society out there, dude. That's why it's frightening to believe in stuff based upon somebody else's idea and not using your own brain.
Exactly.
That's scary because Matthew is an intelligent guy. He's highly intelligent. You can tell. He's very articulate and everything. But dude, this is the level of indoctrination. That's freaking, dude. That's almost.
There's a word for it, fraud.
Admirable. It's admirable too that you could pull that off.
There's there's the word is dogmatic.
Okay.
It's when you hold to a view, no matter what. Basically, it's
Yeah, you're gonna go down with the ship. You're gonna sink with the ship, no matter what. You're gonna sink with it. I'm going down with it. Yeah.
I was thinking the word denialism. So you will deny it everything that we did.
It's another level of denial. It's a level that's probably only certain people. Well, actually, a great portion of society can reach. Actually, I mean, because that's something. Metallurgy is something else.
Exactly, and
hey, I'm sorry, I missed dude's response to what I said about Galileo. That's what y'all are talking about.
What about it?
Dude's response.
What did he say? I
don't think he said anything about it. I don't know. Maybe he did. I don't know.
He started to say something.
About Galileo, Miguel?
No.
Somebody else started to say something.
I was thinking he was speaking to general. So gospel is
no big deal.
I was stating that it doesn't matter what Galileo said or retracted, because there are so many other people that make the claim that they too made the observation. I've got people that I've talked to that are like, I've seen it with my own eyes. It's like, okay, well, you've seen what you think you've seen.
What they claim to see is there's 4 moons that orbit Jupiter, which gives the idea that Jupiter has a gravitational pull, right?
Well, you could infer that based on your presupposition that that's a thing in the first place. But at the same time,
really?
What?
That's what it implies.
No.
No?
You
Okay.
could
I'll listen. I'm just going to listen, by the way.
You could infer that with your presuppositions. It doesn't necessitate that. You have to, if you remove your presuppositions, you have the opportunity to think of all the other possible causes for what you're seeing. It's extreme. It's easier said than done, though, is what I'm trying to say. It's extremely difficult, actually, to remove presuppositions.
And
This
what
is the worst time of the year.
Can you get hold of that's going to show you Jupiter's moon? I'll go buy it right now.
Well, they exist, but they're usually like $1,500 to $3,000, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I'll buy one.
Honestly,
right now.
no, that's the problem, bro. I was trying to find video, photographs, Jupiter's moon, evidence of it. They all say that Galileo made the observation. Like, literally nobody else is talking about their observation. Isn't that kind of strange?
Yep.
There's no updated evidence. Galileo is the only one they want to talk about in every article.
Somebody could do a personal videography of it. Just put the camera eye into the damn telescope and show us. If you can buy a telescope, that it can be obviously. I'm sure people have the money. So if
not only that, why don't they point a camera at Earth and show us the thing spinning? There's nothing like that either. Nothing.
Yeah, they used to say 16 or 4. It's 63 moons that they claim.
I actually watched a video showing. Sorry, real quick. I actually watched a video showing these supposed 74 moons and their orbits around Jupiter, and it pretty much just looks like chicken scratch, like somebody just circled Jupiter 100 times. Ridiculous.
No, not.
I found the official artwork for oh, it didn't work. Why doesn't it work? I hate it when it doesn't work.
I don't know. Why doesn't it work?
They just don't understand human beings, man. Very interesting creatures.
Oh, whatever. It's nice graphics is all I'm trying. Oh well, it did work, I guess. Yeah. It just took a minute, but there you go. There's the
Why don't somebody type in YouTube, just a regular person with showing Jupiter's with its moons? I mean, is that possible for someone?
Yeah, I was looking for this. There is none. Everything they show is a 3D recreation. Legitimately cannot find it.
And you can't tell anybody in this stuff that it's global.
No, I'm telling you. When I was younger and I found out Galileo, I'm sorry to interrupt you, when I found out Galileo had the same birthday as me, I looked into all this stuff. I just looked into all of it again, and none of it is confirmable. After I'm trying to look for it, I still haven't found it. So if anybody could find an actual image of Jupiter's supposed 76 moons orbiting, besides a reference to Galileo, I got 20. I'll give you $20. Fuck it. Help me find it. I'm looking for. I spent 24 hours looking for it.
And I wonder if these telescopes on top of the mountains can see it too. So I mean, like, why can't we just all go up there one day and just, hey, how can we pay to see what you guys see? Is it possible?
By the way, sometimes I talk about those guys from Brazil. They even get into some observatories and they deny access to some parts. Maybe it's where they do CGI manipulation. They deny access.
How many of these telescopes are there? Does anybody know?
I don't know. I know in Hawaii, the Mount Kea observatories.
I think there's like 5 or 7. It's one of the two.
I know that Japan just built a new one though, and it's like they put it to the side of a mountain, and like its lens is.
You gotta hide it.
Well, the lens is water, dude. It's like this. It's freaking weird, man. It's cool though, but it's weird.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So here's an independent guy, allegedly, with Psalm 19:2 on his website.
Best picture of Saturn. That's the one you just put that up. Dude, that looks so fake.
Only one problem, that isn't what it looks like.
That looks so fake, dude. And it's a picture.
It shouldn't be stars at the background.
That's guys. Come on.
It took 200 frames out of 400 and something in order to make that.
What they're truly suggesting is that you can't take a photograph of what the eye can see in a telescope. That's what they're suggesting.
Well, yeah, because if they don't say that, then how are they going to explain it?
Oops. Is this? Oh, 100.
Now think about that. When there was that asteroid impact that I don't know if you guys watched it. I think it was either Jupiter or whatever. It was Jupiter or something else. Yeah, Jupiter, right? And these footages are better than that was. What this guy's showing right here from a telescope. And this was supposed to be live footage of I think the Hubble was supposed, and that's out there in fucking outer space. So you're telling me this guy can get better images in his backyard than NASA can get in outer space?
So he explains, like, here's an example. Eagle Nebula. He says it's a 43-minute exposure time. And he says the filter that he uses. I have a friend in North Carolina that does this kind of stuff. He's an enthusiast. He takes these same images, goes, puts them through the filter, does the long exposure time. I'm not suggesting, and I wouldn't even conclude that anything about these images are fake. I don't know why they would need to be fake. That doesn't make any sense to me. The point is the conclusions you draw about the things you see in the sky need to be free from presumptions. It's my opinion and suggestion.
Yeah, but you got to admit when they're saying that they're taking photographs and they're really taking hundreds of photos and mixing them together to make an image, that's a little bit deceptive, if you ask me.
Well, exposure time isn't the same thing as taking hundreds of images, though. Am I wrong? Pretty
No,
sure.
you're not wrong, but like I said, these images that they show us from NASA, they're taking multiple images and they're
NASA's
putting them all together. They're
different story altogether. NASA just is a cartoon company,
I know, but you can do the same thing with your own software at home with the
You
same kind of
can.
picture thing.
For the most part, yeah. But the point,
you get where I'm going though.
This guy is sharing his method and the details specifically to
Oh, the only thing I don't understand is why does he have a computer there? What's up with that? Why does he have a laptop?
because it has to be recorded.
He's not. That's what I'm saying. He's not recording it. He's just taking photos, right?
He's using the computer to receive the image. It's where all the cords.
But can he just see the image with his eye by sticking it in the camera? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can't upload your eyeball to a computer.
I get that. I understand that part, but I'm just curious. Is there no way to do it with a camera? Not a still camera, like a video camera, and show the real footage.
No, because I think it's about the exposure time. I don't think that video shows you exposure time. I mean, for crying out loud, have you seen people's pictures of the full moon with their iPhone 13s or whatever? Like,
no, I'm just saying the telescope
pictures of the moon really suck bad.
I'm just saying there has to be a way. All right, so when they use their cameras on the ground to follow the shuttle up into the upper regions of the sky, as long as it's mounted correctly, it's not going to have any issues, right? So I'm sure there's a way to connect the camera to the telescope.
That's just a little bit irritating.
I thought that's what he was doing. Why must these pictures be fake? I don't understand that notion. Why do people always feel the need
They're not fake. They're images.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they never claim to be photographs. Stating it's an image means that it must be a composite. If you can't state what you're doing with a photograph, I'm going to have to assume it's not. Sorry.
Okay, is anybody here trying to make the claim that these stars don't exist?
Not me.
Okay,
It's not hard for me to conceive that, people are editing images to make it look extra.
Hey, Gospel. I want to say something real quick to add. Listen, I relate to you a lot, brother, and it's just hard because we're trying to all be discernful of the truth, right? But some people are so skeptical, they have trust issues because they've been lied to their whole life, and now they're coming to this conclusion, this revelation, this epiphany that we're living on a flat plane, right? With that being said, there's people that don't believe in viruses, that don't believe in bacteria. They think that the microscopic images of the viruses are fake, that they're faked right? And everything that they perceive now, they question. They question everything, including the luminaries in the sky and Saturn. I have a friend that I know directly who does this stuff also, and I'm part of an astronomy forum that I don't partake, but I look at what people are taking photos of, because what we can do now that we weren't able to do 100 years ago is that now with around 10 grand, you can buy some really sophisticated equipment that you could literally you can zoom into Saturn, and Saturn actually does have rings. Like, you can even do it with a P900, a Nikon P900. They've been able to zoom in on Saturn, and you can see Saturn for what it looks like. NASA portrays it a certain way, but that's actually how it does look, though. It does have like a spherical look, and it is tilted forward or downward, and it does have something on what looks like to be its northern pole. Now, luminaries are different than
It looks like an oval to me.
and I don't know where to draw the line, but I know these people aren't faking it, and they're using optical lenses. They're not using digital zoom, because digital zoom tends to fragmentate the image, and it has its own anti-aliasing. But it's not digital zoom. They're optically zooming in with lenses into these luminaries, and they're observing what looks like to be rings and all this other stuff. Now, I know they're not lying. I know it's not fake. I just don't know how to include it into the flat Earth.
It's mutually exclusive. It's mutually exclusive.
I'm just curious as to how you isolate this one.
Birds have feathers. I don't.
This one thing, and there's nothing else in the background. But yet he has the other pictures with all the stars, and you see all these stars, and there's more stars behind it, stars around it.
Exposure time.
That doesn't make any damn sense.
It does. Use a camera. Oh my goodness. Fraud. Have you tried to take pictures of the night sky? Do you know how hard it is? Unless you have good equipment and long exposure time, you won't pick up any stars. Short exposure time, you'd be like, oh my God, the sky looks so beautiful. I can see probably 10,000 stars right now. I'm going to pick my iPhone up, snap. Why is it a black sky? I see tens of thousands of stars right now. Exposure time. It's how that works. I don't know why it works that way. I just understand that more exposure time equals more.
I can explain
it. The
camera has a lens, and it also has what looks like to be an island. The shutter or the exposure time is the amount of time that eye remains open to allow light in before capturing a photo. So you could theoretically be capturing all the light for 10 minutes before it actually shutters. So for that whole 10 minutes, you just absorb 10 minutes of light. Now, when the camera processes that light, that's how you can see 10 minutes worth of light in one frame. Because you just left
I'm not accepting some guy's photo as proof that this is what the fuck he's seeing.
Fraud. Why do stars need to be fake? I see stars up in the sky. I don't understand why
I'm not talking about the stars. I'm talking about the ones he has of Jupiter and Saturn.
Who cares?
Stars are fake.
Why does it need to be fake? Why does the dude's picture of Jupiter need to be fake? Why?
Who said? Who cares about the need? I'm just saying that it is.
Why? Why is it fake?
In my mind, this looks the same shit as NASA. Same silly shit that they put up. And
you can buy the
it looks no different.
Okay,
get a P900 on eBay for like $600, and you can zoom into the luminaries and get the same imagery.
What Clay posted is an excellent example. I'm going to post the link. Okay, so if you look at that image, it says this is Saturn, this is CGI. That is what I'm talking about. That's an excellent example of the difference between what it looks like from our vantage point and what it looks like when you embellish it. When you embellish it, but it's still a thing in the sky. It's like, yeah, there's embellishment. Okay, obviously there's CGI and embellishment, but it doesn't negate the fact. You good, Rookie?
No, I was just saying, I think we get what you're saying. What we're trying to say is, though, is when you take something with a long lens, when you open the whatever the hell you want to call it, then you're taking more than just a single image. That's what we're trying to say. Is that
okay? And here's what I'm trying to say in response
in order to give it a clear look.
rookie.
But yes,
and
you're still taking a picture of the actual stars. Yes, you're right.
Here's the issue: cameras are not. See, our eyes are not a brain. Our brain are not eyes. Our eyes work with our brain and do a lot of stuff. Okay, a camera is not the same as our eyes plus our brain.
Okay.
It's all just fucking gay.
Not really. There's stuff in the sky that's incredibly beautiful, and people taking pictures of it shouldn't be a threat to anybody.
No, it's not about threats. It's just
you got a
attributing
point
it to planets and that there's all this other shit going on.
No, exactly. That's my point. Attack the presuppositions. Don't attack the images themselves. There are crappy images and there are good images of the things in the sky. The stupid fake, the little sparkly, colorful things that people show. It has been demonstrated more than once is not. Clay, what you're posting right now, all of that has been debunked. With things right here on Earth, you can demonstrate that same effect with the camera of things here. It's not a reflection of reality. Those little blurry, crazy things that look like some, I don't know, rave party show is not what they actually look like. That is a distortion effect of the camera. The fact of the matter is, yeah, there's beautiful things in the sky. Attack the presuppositions, not the things in the sky. I don't understand why people keep on acting threatened by the fact that there's beautiful things in the sky.
Can you show me how it was debunked? Because I certainly think these stars are within water. These lights.
I don't.
Yeah, but can you show me how it was debunked? Because I would want to change my mind.
Well, all I can say in preparation for me providing you the thing that I'm referring to, I could just simply say that book that we like doesn't say that they're in water. It says that they're in the thing called the firmament, whatever that is. There's no necessity for the firmament itself to be the water, because that's not what it says. So
yeah, that's also what I claimed about scripture. But I'm just saying, you just told me that there's a video proving with an experiment that these things are just out of focus. I want to see how that's being proven.
I understand.
Please.
I'll find it for you.
Thank you.
I don't know if Level Up's probably not listening, but
I agree that it is out of focus. Like I said, I have a friend who's also a believer, and he has his own camera, and he zooms in on Saturn, and it's focused, and it's not. You don't see it doesn't look like it's underwater in water.
I mean, the Saturn that I posted doesn't also look like it's underwater, but the stars definitely do. There's also videos of the moon where you see waves going over the moon.
That's a little different.
Can I say that?
That's a little different.
Yeah, out of focus images of points of light can give you the illusion of being underwater with atmospheric disturbances. So, yeah.
I wanted to say one thing. It sounds like people are dismissing the stationary plane because of the notion that the moon is the top of the firmament in the flat Earth model. Like, what is the problem with, pointing a telescope at a source of light and, there's things revolving around that source of light, but we're still on a stationary plane. Like, I don't see the problem with that.
Because people are blurring the line between presuppositions and observations, acting as though observations are the presupposition rather than distinguishing and saying, I make observations and I see this. That's no threat to me. Presuppositions are the problem. But people aren't doing that. They're blurring the line between the two.
So you're saying that I should fall back on this observation that Galileo made? Is that what you're saying?
No, you should make your own observations and confirm.
Yeah, my observation is that...
Oh, could we be any more different?
Go ahead, Justin. I think you know what I was going to say there.
Somebody keeps interrupting.
Yeah, he did. You didn't finish your sentence, but and then he just talked right over you.
But somebody else also spoke.
I think Electric was in the middle of a sentence and somebody just bulldozed his words.
It's no problem. I think the point I was trying to make is about to get real noisy with these trucks again.
I have no idea what just got said. That was too fast or something.
What I find interesting about these stars, I really want to look into the video or whatever you're about to send me, but when I would do an experiment with a light that I put into, let's say, a containment of water, and I would make the room very dark, and I would have just a small light in that water, I would get the same result, you know. Also, I can remember when I was a kid and I used to be in a swimming pool at night and I would see the lights in the swimming pool, would do the same thing as with these pictures. So I'm just curious of how someone debunked that to be just out of focus, because I have never seen lights doing this being out of focus. I personally, when I see lights out of focus, they always just look like a big blurred glow. But they don't just behave like lights inside a water tank or something.
At Level Up, I see you typing. I guess you're able to hear. I think you have access to that video. I don't know what you're talking about, Rookie. No one knows what you're talking about, Rookie. All right, Spake Real Stars. Okay, copy link. Here's one of them. Play, yeah. That's from Panto's channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's a Glober, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's a mod here.
Are we still talking about evidence of Jupiter's moons right now? Because if anybody thinks they have real evidence, I offer $20.
Copy link. Here's another one. Yes, people need. Copy link. There's more. Do we have to? What is it, Rookie? Are you high? You guys are weird. Anyway, it's been refuted, not disputed, but refuted. So feel free to look at those things. And general advice, don't be afraid of the things in the sky. It's unscientific to make claims about things that we can't perform scientific experiments on. You can make guesses. Can't go there to find out, so it shouldn't be a threat. or treated like one.
Yeah, these videos are very interesting. I guess I need to then change my mind and say that I can't really know either side, you know.
The first
Or I
one,
can-
the first one you posted is an excellent meme or graphic or infographic type thing. I think it actually does prove the point that we're given embellishments of reality rather than reality itself. And and what it indicates is that there's a value of, or it points to the quality or value of impersonation and what's the thing that the devil does? He just copies everything, right? He's a knockoff. He's the off-brand, whatever you want to say. But the point is, reality itself, right? You go to Hobby Lobby and you pick up a plastic leaf and you stare at it. Versus you pick up a leaf in your front yard or anywhere else. In reality, a real leaf that grew from bud to or whatever, you know, from little green thing to a full size leaf. You look at the actual leaf itself, drastically different. That's just a leaf. The real thing's always better, and the CGI is just. I would keep on saying impersonating, but imitating. But whatever the case, I think it's a good meme. The other stuff is it reminds me of the sky ice that was being talked about an hour ago, and
I
just
don't believe that.
Yeah, well, a lot of people do, and they think that it's evidence of of the firmament falling apart because that makes logical sense, and it's opaque, and that makes logical sense. Except neither of those things do. So, so these are the sorts of things that we have to work on fleshing out and going, does this hold any water? Pun intended.
Right. Yeah, thank you for sending me that videos and changing my perspective to it, because I wasn't aware of that out of focus can be like that. So yeah. I'm glad I'm now aware of it. But then on the other hand, I would really want to know, how does a star look like when he is completely in focus?
So here's the issue with that. It seems to me that all these things in the sky emit light.
Yes.
Okay. They don't in my observation that there seems to be some things that reflect light. At least that's what it would seem to be. Whether or not that's the case, I don't actually know. But in my experience, things that emit light versus things that reflect light are different. And what I mean by different is they appear different. So whether or not the moon emits its own light or not, I'm not here to make a positive claim. I would say that in my observation, it appears to reflect light. I'm not saying that that is a fact or that is the case. I'm just saying that's what it appears to do. In opposition to that, all the stars in the sky, the stars that have their normal patterns, they have the appearance, in my estimation, as emitting light, not reflecting light. Just like our sun emits light and we can't see any definition to it. When something is reflected off of, you can see its features and patterns and all of that. When something's emitting light, it loses all definition. How could it have definition?
Right.
I mean, the only exception to that off the top of my head is a flame. I can look at a flame off of a match and I see its shape and definition, but that's not really exactly the same because a flame is just different.
That's right. Another thing I find quite annoying is when some people claim that flames do not cast shadows, which is totally false.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, but no, you're talking. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. We had that conversation a while back.
Yeah, like you can literally take a lighter and a flashlight and you will see that it casts a shadow.
Nah, I think you're wrong. Flame, how can a light cast its own shadow?
Because this in this case, for example, the lighter, the lighter is burning off the gas which has residue in it, and these residues you can actually collect when you put your hand underneath your lighter. Your hand will get black because the residue from the gas is burning.
Right. So then, are you seeing so there, are you seeing the shadow of the light, or you're seeing the shadow of the gas that's being burnt?
I mean, the light essentially is created by the burning of the gas. So without the gas, you wouldn't have the light, which means that the light itself is the gas burning. So you would create a shadow. Yeah. Trust me, there is light. There is flames burning that can
Well, if
cast
that's
shadows.
true, then explain Poison Spot.
You kind of
What?
cut off. Poison what?
Poison Spot. Look it up. That would debunk what you just.
I mean, I can't debunk what I see in reality. I can use a lighter and pull a light on it in a dark room, and I will see a shadow.
Here.
So, Rookie, do you have a
Maybe I'll go into another room where I can show my screen, because I can show you right now that flames do not leave a shadow. Hello.
I just wanted to say this might be the best argument for the Glover, is that Jupiter has something revolving around it in the same manner as Earth has as the sun and the moon revolving.
No, that's a presupposition.
That's
It's not an argument. It's not an argument. The only argument that they could ever possibly have is physical measurement of curvature.
I appreciate that comment. Thank you for
Yes, exactly.
What stuff does in the sky is mutually exclusive. Otherwise, you're entertaining or accepting presuppositions.
Or you're just accepting the strong.
I don't know how it's a straw man. Jupiter has moons is a straw man.
No, that's not what I meant.
Be less mysterious.
Saying that things that are in the sky moving around has anything to do with anything else is really kind of redundant, because we can't prove that anything's really up there. For all we know, it's reflecting off of a mirror. We don't know.
How is this related to a straw man?
Forget
it. What? What a vigorous conversation about a treadmill, basically. Feels like the last 2 hours has just been arguing about whether or not we're on a treadmill or not, or something like that. Literally going nowhere. Maybe there's been some level of benefit to someone. I don't know.
Your point earlier about flat conclusions, right? Like, there's observations about the sky, the luminaries, and the things we see above, and people want to make conclusions. Let's say the Globers, they come to certain conclusions because they say the ground they're standing on is curving, spinning, and is this size, and then the distances to these observations in the sky and the sizes. So I think you referred something earlier, Godspell, about having presuppositions and assumptions, and even though the observation is there, you cannot discard the observation, right? The phenomena that we observe above and the photographs that are being taken, you can't discard that, but people come to conclusions, and some people say, no, your conclusions are wrong, therefore the observation is wrong. So the photograph is not good because your conclusion is wrong. So you gotta be careful with that kind of stuff, right?
For sure, man.
So I think that, let's say, you can have technology, cameras, equipment to do the observations of the luminaries, and the observation is there, whatever we see. Because there's cameras, like you guys were talking about earlier, long exposures that would show you more.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you have equipment that is more in the optical spectrum, you'll see other things that you normally wouldn't see just with regular equipment. So the observation is there, and the phenomena is being observed. It's just that coming to conclusions of what it is and how it actually works. That's when that's why the debate is here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been part of an astronomy website, and they have trackers that can track certain luminaries automatically. So you hook up your DSLR to a telescope, and then you hook up your telescope to a tracker. It's an electronic tracker that literally moves. As the sky moves, the tracker moves with it. The telescope will move with it, and you can record all night long a certain point in the sky with a long exposure rate. You're going to get some amazing imagery without any editing, without any Photoshop, without any CGI. You're going to get what looks like to be almost the same imagery that NASA has taken. With that being said, now you can edit the image to death, and you're going to get extra detail that's not actually there, like colors and infrared and all this, you know what I mean? And you put filters. But like a raw image, just a raw image, you're still going to get some incredible imagery, and I've seen it. I don't know what to make of it. It's not NASA doing it. It's independent astronomers from their own house, just like Galileo, with their own telescopes taking optical imagery. No digital zoom involved, no electronic editing at all, just raw imagery. Photoshop, raw imagery.
Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean? What to make of it?
Yeah, same.
I don't know how to rationalize it in real life and add it to my biblical cosmology. All I know is that according to the scriptures, we have wandering stars and we have luminaries. The sun and the moon are both considered luminaries. That's all I know. I don't know how to, you know what I mean? I know it's not fake. I know not everything is fake. And people have such a skepticism now that they think everything is fake. Not everything is fake.
The thing that we might be missing is that there is a cause and effect relationship to the phenomena that we observe. So we observing the effects and not knowing the cause. That's how it gets very tricky, because we cannot go up there and double check what's going on. So we see the effects and the phenomena, but what the cause is, that's what people is arguing about.
I still don't understand. Right, but I still don't understand what he means. But I mean, the things that are in in the sky, the wandering stars and the luminaries. What do you mean you don't understand what to put them in your cosmology or whatever biblical cosmology? I still don't understand your rationale. What does that flat Earth has to do with the luminaries in the skies that you can't explain?
What I'm trying to say is, just because we live in a flat plane that's not revolving around the sun doesn't mean that the wandering stars don't have something revolving around them. You know, just because we have a link to the heliocentric model by observing the luminaries doesn't mean that it's fake. Because we're jumping to conclusions.
You're right, but no, I don't think anybody here is arguing that, right? Like nobody here is saying that the luminaries are fake. And if we see moons or whatever, we see lights revolving around lights, that's fake. I don't think nobody.
We know that we're not moving, right? We know that we're living a stationary plane, a stationary Earth, right? We know that for a fact.
We know that there is no demonstration.
We live on a stationary Earth doesn't mean that that Jupiter might not have something revolving around it, or Saturn might not have something revolving around it. We're basically we're already jumping to conclusions. We're jumping the gun. You know what I'm saying?
But you're also jumping the gun if you claim that it's a revolution in the first place. Maybe something is going around another thing. Maybe it just appears that way. Maybe it doesn't appear that way at all. It only appears that way because of your presuppositions.
True.
It's hard to be objective when you're indoctrinated.
Something that I saw in a documentary called The Principle, it appears like, oh damn, wait, let me make sure I got this right.
More than half the people have seen that in the service and probably know what you're talking about. What were you trying to say, Jimsy, while he recovers his thoughts there?
No, I'm good. I wanted to ask Leono about the channel that he was talking about, the astronomer channel. Maybe is that in Discord, Leono? Lion of Jah.
Yeah, I can't post right now because I'm driving and I'm working, but I'll post links later to there's astronomy forums, astronomy channels where independent astronomers post their setups, like their telescopes with their cameras. It's insane how complicated this stuff gets with different lenses and filters, and it's insane.
Yeah, I'm at the MU, and if you can share some of the links with me, because I'm always interested in that kind of stuff.
My dream is to eventually purchase my own telescope with a DSLR, mirrorless DSLR, but the DSLR alone costs like $3,000, right? And then when you add the telescope, $6,000. So altogether, conservatively, we're looking at $10K, so I can get some really, really good imagery, so I can debunk some of this stuff and come to my own conclusions without depending on others. But it takes an investment, which most people aren't willing to make. So till we do it ourselves, we're just going to be speculating whether this stuff's real or not.
So I think Gospel put it pretty succinctly earlier, where he said that we have beautiful lights in the sky, right? That's what we observe is beautiful lights in the sky. Now, people's presumptions and assumptions about what these things are, how big they are, what they consist of, their distances, all of these things are what is called into question, not the fact that we have these beautiful lights in the sky. I don't think anybody's saying that the beautiful lights in the sky are fake, meaning they don't exist. I hope nobody's saying that. We all see them, we all experience them together in this shared reality. So to say that they're fake, I think would be an incorrect statement. Now, the presumptions and assumptions about what these things are doing, where they're at, and how that relates to us here on Earth is where the contention comes into play. So even taking your own imagery, you're going to get pictures of reality. Now, what you try to assume or presume about these pictures is going to be your assumption and presumption, the same way that it could be a heliocentric presumption and assumption. Because we don't have the ability to physically touch these things, empirically measure them, and determine exactly what they are and where they are. But their mere existence is self-evident.
Well, because of how literal I am, I think I could just be misunderstanding people. So people will say, like somebody will post a picture of Saturn, right? An alleged picture of Saturn, and they'll be, oh, that looks so fake. And I'm over here going, Saturn isn't fake. So I don't understand the point of that statement. Because to me, in my mind, I'm actually imagining somebody, and I could just be the one that's wrong. I'm imagining somebody believing that there's no such thing as Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, Venus. Like I'm imagining somebody believing that none of those things are identified, consistently observed objects in the sky. That's how I take it when somebody says the words, "Oh, that's fake." But maybe they are saying words and they mean something else, which for somebody like me, that's very, very literal. I don't know what on earth somebody means besides fake when they say fake. Because I have a hard time with these hyperbolic metaphorical statements where they're actually saying less or something completely different than what they're saying. It just bothers me to try to decipher or interpret what's actually being said.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I will say, like the images he added earlier with Saturn and Jupiter, it's not a fake image, but it's a stacked photo, right? So you need about 200-300 frames that it's stacked on top of each other. So it's not really a photo of Saturn, because the way it looks if you take one long exposure of Saturn, it'll still look blurry. I mean, it'll still look like a gaseous, but it looks like a real solid thing in that photo, because the frames because it's stacked one on top of the other.
If I had a special camera that could take like 100 frames or 10,000 frames a second of you, and I took 200 of those and overlaid them all, would that no longer be a picture of you?
It would be an image.
Would it? In what way would it be misrepresenting you?
Or, well, I mean, if I was, I don't know. Actually, the truth, I wouldn't know.
So a similar example to this would be, if you're into photography, you know about f-stops and apertures and how you want to adjust these certain things to be able to capture something like motion, to be able to stop the motion and capture somebody maybe playing sports, right? So it's a still image of them. Now, if you're off on those parameters, you can get a blurred image. So the blurred image and the perfectly stop motion image They're both images of the same thing and the same person, right?
Correct. They're also, you may want the blur.
Yes.
Sometimes the blur is really cool.
Especially
but
with
it's like,
lights and cars going by in a city, lots
Yes.
of times it makes for cool images. Is that an image of the city? Yes.
yes, but nobody concludes, oh look, that's a 5 mile long car with super big headlights.
Right.
They go, oh, that's imagery that takes, it's called a time lapse, and that it blurs the light. They figure it out through other examples and stuff.
Most often, this tactic is used with flowing water streams, small waterfalls, and things like that to get a longer exposure, to kind of blur the water, to give it kind of a soft effect of movement.
Mm-hmm.
Happens all the time. It's not that's not a picture of reality. It is.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just wanted to say something as well regarding, the term fake. I think people need to be more aware of when they utilize the terminology of fake, because it can certainly be a tool for the opposition to use against you. Mainly with the, oh yeah, everything's just fake, isn't it? Nothing really exists, it's fake. So they can take the common nomenclature of fake, even though you may not be applying it that way, and use it against you in argumentation. Just wanted to point that out.
For instance, oh, so you don't believe in gravity? You don't believe in gravity? And then one person may double down and be like, yeah, I don't. But they're talking about two different things. One's talking about the effect, the other, the accuser, the one that's the mocker, is talking about the effect. Anybody that actually thinks about things before they speak would know this. Some people, it seems, don't think before they speak. It seems that way sometimes, at least. But the other person that's doubling down in that example is talking about the cause. This is where that whistling past the graveyard comes from. And when both parties act as though they don't know what the other person's saying, even though, I don't know, I do not believe that I'm the only person that sits here and hears people having conversations. For instance, so you don't believe in gravity, and they're like, no, I don't. And I can't believe that I'm the only person that sits here and goes, one's talking about the effect, the other's talking about the cause. How can they not see it? And it seems as though they don't. But are they just stubbornly pretending not? Are they pretending not to understand that one's talking about cause and one's talking about effect? Or are people just really stupid? Or is it another option I haven't considered? Please, somebody tell me that I'm not the only one that sits here and goes, these people are talking past each other, they're not talking about the same thing. I can't be the only one.
Oh, I experience it all the time. Yeah. And I think that many times when you use blanket phrases like that, like gravity is fake, it just opens the door for somebody to misinterpret what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally don't utilize terminology like that. If I have a contention with the explanation of the cause of gravity, I'll address that. Right? I'm not just going to give a blanket statement of, well, gravity's fake, so blah, blah, blah.
Or even the space is fake thing. That can really misrepresent, too, because it goes back to this whole entire conversation was about some people being like, the space is fake. It's like, no, the presuppositions are both unfalsifiable and unverified.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Yeah. Space, as you have been told, is an unfounded presumption.
Yeah. Yeah, there's many ways to say it, but there's also this other way that gets said a whole lot that I think is not helpful. It's provocative. But it's like slapping somebody in the face, even though you're supposed to be doing something else, like learning how to play chess. It's like, well, there might have been a better way. That was slapping somebody in the face was unrelated.
Yeah, because the casual observer that hears space is fake is going to immediately disregard anything that you say after that statement because they can look up in the sky and see that they see stars. And in their mind, you're saying that those stars don't exist. Ergo, you're crazy. Why should I listen to anything this person has to say? At least that's what
happens.
Yeah, I find that happens more often than it doesn't, to be honest with you, with phrases like that.
Yeah. Yeehaw.
Yeah, it's certainly not beneficial to have conversation in that way. And it comes from the globe side as well, right? Like these blanket statements or dismissals are pointless, in my opinion.
I think those conversations meant to trigger the person, though.
Yeah, many times it is. I feel like sometimes Globers will come into rooms and just say certain things to trigger people to get the room all agitated and riled up and going at one another. Those conversations are generally, I mean, it's worthless. It's a blanket general phrase that has no specificity or meaning, met with the contention of nuh-uh. You know, it's really low level argumentation, I feel like.
Well, while we have a moment, has anyone here ever used Tinkercad?
What?
Tinkercad. T-I. I'll just post the website in the chat. Tinkercad. So it's a very simplistic 3D design tool. And the funny thing is, by default, it's on meters and millimeters, and everything is actually very, very, very tiny. I just found this out. Like, I've been designing big things with Tinkercad as a tool, and lo and behold, when I actually looked at what I was building, I was technically building on the millimeter scale, pretending to build on the what?
No, I'm just thinking it's funny.
On a much larger scale. So it's all about scale. So I can build an entire porch, for instance, but it's technically in the program, it's all in millimeters, but I pretend it's in inches, and everything works out just fine.
So can you put it in inches?
There's a limitation, so I think it's like 7 feet or maybe even 4 feet or something like that is the maximum plane that you're able to work on. So when you're trying to build something that's like 15 feet or whatever, you couldn't actually do it using that program. But if you pretend that you're doing it in inches, but you just use millimeters, then you can basically build anything you want because it scales down to all the way to the 1/10 of a millimeter scale. So you can build pretty big things, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I've seen your live stream where you build that thing.
Oh yeah. Yep, I'm working on it. Getting everything just right so that I know what I'm doing before I do it.
Are you gonna foundation of the thing? Sure.
What, Jimsy? You kind of roboted.
1 sec.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Are you using just wood, or is the foundation? You gonna use any concrete or anything like that?
I'm using pre-existing concrete, and I found a really nifty tool. Well, I don't think I'm going to need it because there's going to be concrete everywhere that I'm putting a post. But if I did need a tool for $58, there's such a thing as a foundation screw. So it's like it's a rod that digs into the ground with an auger, and if I was needing to go into grass, I could use it. It's a really nifty thing, but Google bought it, unfortunately, and made it web-based. Oh, exactly. SketchUp used to be fantastic, but yeah, like you basically, I can't remember what happened, if you have to pay for it or something, but whatever the case, I haven't used SketchUp in a long time because it's jacked up or something. 3. But no, it's pretty straightforward little project.
Is this Tinkercad free to use?
Yes. Yep. You can log in with the Gmail account, and that's that. It's pretty easy. Alrighty. Yeehaw. What a way to kill the conversation. Just start talking about 3D graphic design. Well, it's not really graphic design. It's a little different than that.
3D modeling.
3D modeling. That's thank you. Appreciate that.
Does anybody know of a really good free landscape design software by any chance?
Landscape design.
And trying to come back to the what you said with
No, I don't. SketchUp would be my choice, but that was old SketchUp. What is it, Elbow?
So you were saying, 1,000 pictures taken of me and stacked over me. Would it not look like a picture of me? Yes, right. It would, right? But where we don't know what that object is, whether it's whether it's light or whatever. Like long exposures with lights, it could look like something solid, right? When it's not.
Why is it not solid?
Okay, well, I could give you an example. Well, here's a picture of.
Oh. Yeah, I hadn't heard of that one, Chris. If you had asked me that like 18 years ago, I would have told you Second Life. Second Life would be great for landscape design, and it also was free. But yeah, no, I for one, Elbow, am one that I'm not under the impression that the moon is non-physical. I know that some people have that belief. I don't have that belief.
Right. So, I mean, like, they gave her wings with just light. I mean, that's what I'm saying, that we don't know what that thing is, right? So, when they're saying, oh, here's an image of this and this is what it's doing, I would probably, I don't know what it is. I mean, it's just a stack image or long exposure image, and you can make non-solid thing look solid, or, like, give a person wings with just a stick of fire.
It looks like fire, though.
Yeah, but is it wings of fire?
I wouldn't assume that it was.
Right. So we don't know what exactly those things are, and having a long exposure images could show you things that are probably not really what they seems.
Yeah, but fire was really behind her in this instance.
Right, but should she have wings of fire?
Well, no, that would be a conclusion that you draw without any evidence for it, besides your preconceived notions about the shapes of wings and stuff like that.
Right, exactly. So exactly what the point is that you're having preconceived notions of what they look like because of what they told you they are. I mean, who knows they really look, how they really look. I mean, it looks spherical, but what is it? I don't know. I mean, you only see one side of the moon. What is it? I don't know.
Yeah, I just take issue with people's need. I'm using the word need because it seems very much like a need, an unnecessary one, in my opinion, for the moon to be non-physical. I don't understand why that's something that people constantly argue and fight for.
Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, I see it. It's a physical thing there, but I mean, what is it? I don't know. I don't understand. Also, why? Oh, it is this or it isn't that. We can't verify it. So why in the heck does it matter? There's stuff in the sky.
Beautiful things in the sky, man. Beautiful things.
We can still talk about it and do the observations and try to work with that, but gotta be very careful.
I mean, what are
Why
they going to
not
tell you
talk
about the
about
Earth?
it?
I mean, what are they going to tell you about the Earth?
That you are standing on the earth that is under the luminaries above.
Yeah, that's about it. But they can't tell you anything about the Earth itself. That's why I wanted like, oh, but look at the sky, but look at this things look like it has moons and they're rotating around it, and okay.
Why you just want to worship the earth or what?
No, not at all. I'm just saying it has nothing to do with.
So yeah, so exactly, because when you're talking about the luminaries, you're talking about the luminaries, not about the earth. So what's the point about thinking about the earth when you're talking about the luminaries? There's
Right.
no point.
I think you weren't here when who was it that was saying that doesn't know where to put that in his cosmology with the this biblical cosmology, because their best argument would be Jupiter, because they has moons rotating around it, and well, with he's has a presupposition as how. So yeah, that's what I was like still on about that.
Yeah, yeah. When people go to that extent, it gets tricky. But you and I, we know it's not what they're thinking about. You know, the distances and the sizes, and we're thinking about it more in this contained environment idea. And I don't have to think about moons of Jupiter that we can go to and whatever.
So
I'm thinking about the phenomena that we observe and how can that be talked about in this reference that we know of.
Right. So one of the things I was trying to get to the point was with oh my gosh. Listen.
Yeah, that's the whole point. My gosh.
The gospel was that with stacking images, right? You can make a non-solid thing like a bubble, and if you stack them on top, you can make it look like a solid ball or something like that, right? And when we look at the through if you look through the telescope to Saturn or anything, it doesn't look solid per se, but I mean you can't really tell what it is because distance or whatever. But stacking images on top of it, you make it look solid, though we don't know what it is.
Why would you assume that something you see up in the sky is or isn't solid? Why would you even ask that question in the first place?
So are clouds solids?
That doesn't answer the question I just asked.
Which is one of my questions. So it's pretty much when you look at a cloud, it looks solid, but is it?
I would never ask that question. Is it solid?
I understand, because it isn't, though, right?
Well, what? No, you observe rain and you observe clear skies. You know that rain is correlated.
Sorry.
No, rain is correlated with the clouds without even flying a plane through them. But yes, then you can see objects going in, through, and beyond the clouds, like birds and planes. So, and then you can be on a mountaintop and you can be like, oh, I'm about to go up this mountaintop and there's clouds up there. And then you go to the top and you're like, oh my gosh, it's really foggy up here. Oh my gosh, I'm in a cloud. How fascinating. So yeah, it's part of our experience to know about. So,
right.
But in regards to things up in the sky, determining whether or not the things in the sky are solids or not, what purpose does that serve?
Oh, but that's the thing. That's what they attribute to it, but you can't really tell me what it is, it's solid or not. And that's pretty much what they always, when you put pictures stacked together. If I put a stacked picture of,
questions that are ignored.
I mean, what you're saying is that okay? Well, ask your question again.
What does it accomplish to know whether or not it is solid?
No, what I'm saying is that's what they attribute it to be, a solid object.
Bro.
Meaning, that's what I'm saying. That's what it's not that what does it
Discerning whether or
accomplish.
not it is solid, what would that accomplish? Are we? Is this just a desire to pursue agnosticism?
I think what Elbow is saying is that these images that are being taken could be portrayed in a specific way that may be leading the person to believe that they are something that they are not.
Yes, I understand that part.
Yeah, and what you're saying is whether these things are or are not solid, what can we discern from that? What does it accomplish? What does this do for us?
Yeah, because it still boils down to the assumptions that you're trying to justify, and your assumption or presumption may or may not be justified by your claim. Oh, it's solid, and therefore, well, not necessarily. Therefore, is my point.
Correct. Like these
Correct.
images could be portrayed in a way that makes certain things look solid, which may lend more favorably towards a supposition that has been made about the mechanics of the universe.
I'll put it like this. Look, objects are rotating or revolving around other objects in the sky, and therefore that's proof of some version of Newtonian gravity. And my response is not, oh, that's really fake, and nothing ever revolves around anything in the sky. That's just all lies and fake. Is not necessarily the best way to go about it. Attack the presupposition. That's my advice and opinion on the matter. Attack the presupposition. Well, no, not necessarily. Well, you explain why things are revolving. They are, or maybe they aren't, but if they are, it doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means. There's more than one way to explain why things do what they do. And sometimes things appear to do one thing, but they're actually doing something completely different, kind of like the photo that Elbow shared. So having that knowledge that just because you seem to have evidence that supports your claim doesn't necessarily mean that your evidence supports the claim.
Correct. Like the solidity or lack of solidity of these things does not confirm your presuppositions about how the mechanics of the universe work in any way, shape, or form.
Exactly. And people run away from certain things and like Dave Weiss or whatever, oh, the moon isn't physical and it's actually translucent and it's see-through, and they say all these things, and then not address any of the presuppositions.
Yeah,
and then they look like a crazy person for doing so.
I totally definitely dislike when they state stuff like that. I want to be one of those things when they say that. I mean, okay, prove that. You're doing the same exact thing.
He doesn't prove anything, right? He just shows a demonstration of how you. For instance, forget physical. The moon might not be a ball, because look at this. Look at these 4 images. They're all circles, but they're not all 4 balls. And you look at the example: concave, convex, flat, and then an actual ball. And you look at the 4, and you're like, oh my gosh. Funny. Oh my gosh, how weird. The one that looked the most like a ball was actually flat. Oh, this is so profound and mystically amazing. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so, oh, I love it. Right? I hate it because it's so besides the point. It proves nothing, and it really just makes you look like a sophist.
I agree with that, and I think within this community we need to also do a better job of when something that's been put forth to you by another flat earther that you may not feel like there's solid evidence for. I feel like we do need to push people for that evidence, right? Because otherwise it's getting tossed out there as a claim with no backing. Gospel does a good job of that, by the way. You do a good job of that, Gospel.
I'm a stubborn fellow.
You are stubborn. Holy shit.
Well, I understand where you're coming from, because if your ultimate goal is to just really understand and know the truth and gain knowledge, right, you'd want to ensure that people's claims are being backed by legitimate evidence, regardless of who that person is making the claim.
Yeah.
So, Elbow. Elbow, got a question for you regarding the stacking of images.
Give me a second.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry, it was kind of loud. Say that again. What was your question?
So regarding an image that is comprised of multiple stacked images, how would you describe that image if you were able to give a description? Would you say it's quasi reality? Would you say it's a real image that has been manipulated in a specific way, right?
Yeah, pretty much like a composite.
Like a composite. Okay.
I mean,
But you wouldn't classify that as necessarily fake. It would just be manipulated, right?
Yeah, definitely just manipulated. I mean, practically all images are manipulated, right?
Yeah.
Actual photograph nowadays practically don't exist unless you have one of these old,
Yeah, 35 millimeters.
Right.
So I used to shoot film, right? I had a darkroom in my basement. I developed my own film and make my own prints. My dad was into photography. So we had several different filters that we would use on the end of our lenses, right? You screw on a filter. One of the filters that we used, I think it was called Starburst, but when you looked at it, it looked like a bunch of fairly small triangles that comprise this lens that I screw on. And what it would do is when you would snap a photograph with it, things like points of light, so street lights or vehicle lights, would get this starburst coming off of them. So when you see images of like stars in the distance and you see where there's 4, 5, 6 points coming off of it.
Right.
You follow me?
Right. The stars, yeah.
So I had a filter for my 35 millimeter camera that I could screw on, and I could take photographs that would give that effect to any like source of light, like point source of light within the photograph. So that's a photograph I'm taking of reality. What's there is there, but there's just a slight manipulation on how that light is being affected, right?
Right.
So I could take a picture, like a portrait of myself with that lens, and all you would see is a slight loss of image quality, just slightly, but you would see no effect. But once a light source was in there, boom, you would see only on that light this effect that the filter was giving. But I was taking real pictures of real things. There was just a slight manipulation to a certain aspect of it.
Yeah, I had my grandfather was a photographer, and my uncle and then my cousin kind of went through the same thing. He took, went to college, to develop photo, to not college. When he was in, I think it was high school, whatever. He was taking photographs, developing his own images and whatnot. I mean, it was interesting, but I mean, I don't really, didn't really get into it too much. But I kind of know the whole gist, whether lighting and whatnot. I got to answer this call.
Zippity doo dah.
Yeah, so lighting and all that stuff. But I also got out into lighting and when I did a little bit of 3D, the you know, how do you call it, composition or whatever. And that's one of the things that actually caught my eye when I got into flat Earth was that sun cannot be the only source of light.
What does that mean?
So there's how in scripture it talks about there was a light before the sun. So and when I read that, it was the not Russian. Was it Russian? Was it Soviet or whatever? They had the firmament lighting, yada yada. So well, and when you do 3D or when you take pictures, right? My grandpa was like one of these still person photographers, right? So they have to have the lighting has to be right. It just can't be one point source of light because of the shadows and everything. Like there has to be an ambient light and there has to be a point of light, or even maybe three at times, depending on what you were trying to accomplish. So when if you look outside every time when sunlight comes out, right, or even before the sunlight comes out, there's already lighting that lights up behind where the sun is, right? In other words, behind. Let's say if you have four walls, right, outside, you got a house, and when the sun comes out, before the sun comes out, there's already light behind where the sun direction.
Why would you say behind instead of in front of?
What do you mean? Because behind the house, behind the source of light, which is what they say is the sun is the source of light.
What
right?
about under?
There'll be shadows under if you put that. So let's say so in front of the light, that's where the light should be pointed at. So there should be like darkness behind it. If there was just one source of light, there has to be an ambient light around. And actually, I've taken images of this where you can see
there's light before you see the sun. I'm not sure. What are you saying?
So there's ambient light shining around before there's actually a sunlight. Even when the sunlight is going down and the light goes away, gets blocked out by anything.
Why are you suggest the light is where the light is near? And what I mean by that is it doesn't randomly get light without the sun either just about to appear or having just left or being present.
Okay, put it like this. How does shadows are cast?
From a light source being occulted.
Right. And shadows are only cast directly under wherever the shadow is being occulted from, right?
In the trajectory of the light to the source of the obstruction.
Right. Right. So when you see the sunlight, right, the sunlight casts a really sharp shadow and wherever the direction is at. Now, if you look outside, you can actually see under cars or under other things a 12 o'clock shadow. No matter where the sun is at. If it's on the west already setting, you can see a 12 o'clock shadow regardless. So where's that light coming from?
It's called ambient light.
Right.
Elbow, you're making a distinction between what you may consider daylight and sunlight, as
Right.
if
So the daylight, right, was the thing that was. If you go via scriptures, right, let's go via the book. There was light before there was sun.
Yeah, this is as if something didn't change. But here's the thing, something changed. So why would you expect it to be the same as before the change?
Yeah, I didn't get that. Can you repeat that?
Okay, light before sun. Okay, then sun. Sun provides light. Moon provides lesser light. Change. Why would you expect the prior why would you expect the prior environment or status or what, I don't know, whatever.
Let me ask you this. Would you think would there be light without the sun?
Maybe not.
I think there would.
Okay, you think that, but then at nighttime, why isn't there light?
Well, that's what it got divided, wouldn't it? That went according to scriptures.
Yeah. So if you're asking me on day 1, 2, and 3, would there? Of course, yeah, there would have been light, but there was a change. So I'm not sure why the retention of the non-change would have to stay with the change. Why can't A plus B equal A plus B? I don't know. I'm trying to turn this into an equation that's not working.
So
why does the change have to require the non-change to coexist with the change?
Well, because it's the ambient light still exists regardless.
Why?
Because you can still see its effect. It's an ambient light. What are you talking about?
You're stating that the effect is from something else, though the effect appears to be from the thing that was the change, which
but it isn't. It isn't because
there's literally no way to prove that.
There is shadows by shadows itself, actually, because a shadow from the sun, from the sun is definitely different than a shadow from the ambient light. What? Are you serious?
All day. It's just been. Don't tell me that I haven't looked.
You have not even looked to it. Into it. No, you haven't. If you have, you would notice difference.
No, just because people don't believe what you believe doesn't mean that they haven't scrutinized the same material.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. Conformity of belief is not necessary in regards to whether or not someone's scrutinized.
So
there are other possible explanations for ambient light than light existing all by itself as part of day, as opposed to from the
give
sun.
me one. You think it's part of the sun? Go ahead, explain it. It scatters through the skies, like they tell you.
Yeah, also there's a sunspot. Also there's light attenuation from the center of a rainbow to the outer circles of a rainbow, and then outside of that, and then you can see night and day here on the earth as the sun recedes. I mean,
that's what I was saying. It's directly correlated to the sun. There was a change. Retaining the non-change with the change makes no logical sense to me. There was a change. You know, it'd be like saying that the earth is also still formless and void while having also no longer being formless.
I'm sorry,
and void.
but did he say he took that away? Where does it say that?
Is the earth formless and void?
Oh, he said he changed that, didn't he?
Yes, just like he said he changed by causing the sun to be the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night.
To rule the day.
Bro, I'm not
Yeah.
the one that's having an issue here.
I see where you're both coming from, and I heard Elbow say a point about the scripture that I never thought about, which is the sun being the light to rule the day, meaning the day may be something separate from the sun itself. I don't know. First I've heard of that. That's interesting.
No, that's only if you take the leap of logic that day, bro. That's only if you take the leap of logic that day means light. Or we only equate day with light because that's what we experience. You can't say day was light, but maybe it had nothing to do with the sun when it's always been from what we can experience exactly that.
No, that's the thing. So when I started looking into the firmament lighting, right, thing stuff, I noticed that there is a 12 fucking clock shadow under cars, even when the sun is completely gone, and it's an ambient shadow, meaning the shadow of when you see the sunlight, the shadow of a sunlight is freaking what is it called? That it's very sharp. In other words, it's very defined. As for this, it's like a very like ambient lighting shadow. Like in other words, it's very when you use a what do you call those lights? The fluorescent lights.
It's a faint shadow.
Yes. Like look at I just put a video where the sun is nowhere in the sky, but yet there's a 12 o'clock shadow. The only way there's a 12 o'clock shadow if there is light above that's being obscured.
That's what you call those presuppositions. The only way.
How do you cast shadows? How are shadows cast?
How do you misunderstand ambient light? Did you know that you can be in a room and there not be a light in your room, but you can see things in your room because there's a light from another room, and you can't see that light source, but that light is reflecting into your room and you can see?
Yeah, bro. Like another like a real world example when I watch the sunrises. When I watch the sunrise, which I do a decent amount of time, the light comes in way before the sun does, and there are phases,
almost
if
an hour,
you will, of it,
if not more in some cases.
Right.
So the kind of light and the brilliance of the colors is forever changing all the way up into you get the sun and the brilliant blue. Like it's a consistent morphing in front of your very eyes. Like so it's just I mean, to me it just seems like the light is further or something. I don't know exactly how it does what it does because when I'm looking towards where the sun is coming from and then I turn around and I look at the horizon that was at my back when I was looking at the sun and I'm like, how is this band a circle around me, but the sun is coming from over there? What is it about this? I don't know, fam. I don't know.
So Eli, could we say that you seem to have some sort of or notice some sort of correlation with the daylight and the sun, and maybe the sun being the source of the daylight that may be scattered in some way, shape, or form, but ultimately the source being the sun?
Well, yeah, that's definitely, I think, what I think, because I think that the sun is more of like a culminated light that is then scattered through the firmament. That's what I think. That's what I believe. So, sue me.
Yeah, well, sorry, but I mean, in scriptures, I mean, if you're going towards the book, it says that there was a light days before there was a sun. Now, he created those sun and light to rule the day and one to rule the night.
Okay,
but it doesn't mean he said, well, that light that we created at first doesn't exist anymore.
Okay,
so Elbow, can I clarify and maybe recap that? You're saying that there's a possibility of an existence of an ambient light pre-sun, and the sun was placed within this ambient light, thus the correlation, but the source may not be the same?
Yep, definitely. That's what I think.
Elbow,
I mean, but the problem with that is, I'm
He
sorry.
never created that
please
light.
let me say that. I know you want to. I know. I'm not even going to come at it. I'm stepping away from the scripture to say, fam, what about when you're in the forest or something like
dusk,
that?
What about it?
or dusk and dawn.
You can't see
It's
anything.
not a light switch.
What light? Like you
It's
can't. There is no
correlated.
ambient light.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, there's shade. Yeah, but the fact of the matter, it's not a light switch. There's such a thing as dusk and dawn. And secondly, he didn't create the light. He separated it. It was pre-existent, just like he is.
Oh no, he said,
Because-
"Let there be light."
Okay.
Did he not said, "Let there be light"?
He spoke everything into existence within Genesis, right?
Yeah.
After he said, "Let there be light in the vaults of the sky," then he said, "To separate the day from night."
Yeah. Okay.
So
The
then,
9-day didn't exist before then.
yeah. So or it could, Elbow. Let me say, to separate the day from the night. So this would allude to day and night already pre-existing prior to this light being spoken into existence. Would it, or would it not?
Yeah, this goes into the metaphysical question of whether or not existence was a what is the nature of existence in the spiritual realm and the distinction thereof, and this was the initiation of the physical. Anyway, wow.
Or it's an example of stupid
I get where you come from.
stupid human words trying to describe things that we can't conceptually understand to begin with.
Again, what does this accomplish, Elbow?
Well,
this is yet another example of hours and hours.
I wasn't the one arguing about it. I just said, look, I've noticed there's an ambient lighting and compared to the actual sunlight. And I've taken actual pictures where you can actually see the sun cast a shadow and then also see an ambient light cast a shadow. That's pretty much all I was saying. But you wanted to make this an argument like, no, there's not, because I don't know. I don't think so. I don't believe it. So therefore you're wrong.
You cannot separate the two. That's the problem.
Yes, you can. If you look at the casting shadow and the ambient shadow being cast into different times at the meaning right after
light
another.
Only happens when the sun is about to appear. The light only happens when the sun is near. So therefore, you cannot separate the two. They're correlated.
The video I posted, the sun is already gone.
Oh
set.
my God. Did you just say the sun?
That
You just
doesn't
said the
matter.
sun. You just said the sun.
But it doesn't matter though, Elbow, because I mean, unless you stared at the sky for hours until
I stared at the sky for hours
until there was no light left. Then you could say that.
So let me just throw this out there because I'm listening to the conversation and I'm basically remaining objective, just trying to lay it out on both sides. But if what Elbow is saying is that there was something created called light or day prior to the sun, just hear me out for a second. What if what was created for the sun is a focusing of this ambient light to begin with? So there is a correlation.
Well, no, because it's not always around. That's the problem. When the sun is gone, set, as he's putting it, like he's just talking about the light that is still coming from the sun. But what about when it's, I don't know, 3:00 in the morning on the East Coast? What about then?
Put it like this. If you ever, let me give you in perspective. If you ever,
listen. I heard your perspective, fam. Don't do that. Put my shit aside to give me something else. I asked you, what about what I just said?
I haven't been 3 a.m. in New York. What are you talking about?
Well, have you? I mean, you're the one that cut me off to say that you stared at the sky a lot. I was specific when I was saying from sunset off into gazing at the stars into the night, into the morning, like that. Then you would realize this ambient light that you're trying to describe to us isn't there the entire time.
No, because there is the part where what I read, there's a day, the day, right? The daytime, where the light was created to separate the night from the day. That's where he separated it. So when there's night, it's because that part of the light that's supposed to be accomplishing the earth is not there. It's another part, right? You understand that?
Yeah, I heard you the first, second, and
So
third time.
now this is where I'm coming from, right? Have you ever messed with the 3D program?
Okay. No.
Or have you ever
not
taken
really.
a picture in a room where you're taking a photograph of a person or whatnot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you take a photograph of a person, you cannot just take it with one light. Or when you create a 3D program, there cannot only be a single light, especially because the problem with that is that, let's say you have a box outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
When one source of light, when there's one source of light, there is no the rest of the other area. Let's say you got a source of light from one corner of the box. The other area is completely black and no shadow. There's no light. There's nothing, just shadows. That's why you need an ambient light to be able to capture all four areas for people to actually see the whole box. One source of light is not enough to capture everything. And you could see, anybody who has taken photography, you could definitely you can't tell me that with one source of light you could take a picture of a person and be able to see define the face correctly.
Right. Now you gotta think in a bigger perspective, like the Earth.
Yes, exactly. So when you wake
because you gotta know that I listened to you thoroughly, and I do have a response. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't be talking. You ever seen sundogs? Like the ones in Mongolia?
We get crazy up here in North Dakota.
Okay, so you know how with the sundogs you have multiple points in the sky that appear to be a sun? So,
right, because of the refraction of the
right. So there's a lot of reflection of the light source through various parts of what I would assume to be the firmament. So there's your ambient light, the light that's being scattered throughout the firmament and then throughout the atmosphere. Still coming from that source, though.
No, but it was a light before. This is the thing, though. If it was a light prior to the sunlight,
you're trying to make it be that. It's
no. That's what they. At least if you're going by what the scriptures is saying. Right?
Okay, maybe add a nightlight, fam. But who cares?
Well, put it like this: if you would stand outside in the morning, right?
Yeah,
you would not be able to see the back. Let's say if you're standing towards the west of a house, right? You would not be able to see the back of that house because of one single light source. You wouldn't.
No, that's not
I
true.
just told.
That is 100% true.
No,
I just explain to you the reflection of the sun, i.e., the sun dogs. So the reflection of light from various angles, so it's not actually going to be like it's from one source. So if you incorporate that with maybe potentially the sun is capable of doing that, then maybe this wouldn't be like, that big of a topic. Because again, you're talking about this ambient light, okay, but it's not always around. It's very near to the sun, and in fact, it's a part of the recession of the light. It's not like there's the sunlight and then the sun's gone and then there's the ambient light that is ever present. No, there's the sunlight, there's the blue day, and then there's the purplish day, and then there's the dark blue, and then there's just I can't see my hand in front of my face, fam.
I'll put it to you like in scripture, bro. In scriptures, right?
Well, I mean, it's almost like you're not hearing what I'm saying.
I heard what you said.
It's been like that all day, but not just with Elbow. It's like there's, oh my gosh,
I heard what you said.
It's
But
retrograde.
you're saying that you think that the sun is the one making the shine on the firmament, and therefore that's what creating the ambient light.
I was about to say it's almost like there's a full moon.
And it's retrograde. Mercury or something.
Oh my gosh. It has been like this all day with people just doing the most.
Yeah, because El Barico, you gotta
Yeah, there is a little bit of an argument.
if you just look up conical refraction and then look at how light, that like you gotta understand how light refracts and breaks up through things like prisms and other clear things or trans, the words trans whatever. But the point is as a matter of fact, when you look at the sun, you can see like this whiteout effect against the sky, like almost like one of those like the sky is a big ass reflector.
So Elbow, it seems as though Eli's putting forth some mechanical aspects or testable aspects of light that would lead him to the conclusion that the sun is the source of all light, including the ambient light. Do you have, other than scripture, do you have any postulations as to the mechanics of this ambient light and its relation to the sunlight?
Let me look this up real quick. I actually have something. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily the position of scripture that the same mechanics in days 1 through 3 were retained. That would be a conclusion that you're drawing off from. There's nothing to indicate that.
Then you're going theological and say that it wasn't.
No, there's nothing to indicate retention of pre-status. It doesn't make any sense. Change means change.
Yeah, so
he said he changed it. That's the thing, though. He didn't say he changed it, did he? He said,
yes,
God
he
said,
did.
No, he said, didn't. It said, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, and it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness, and he got called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning was the first day.
Anyway.
And then he continued on, and then unto the fourth day, then he said, let there be a sun, or he created the greater light and the lesser light, one to rule the day and one to rule the night.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we maybe just change the topic a bit? Seems like it's not going anywhere.
Well, we're about to go somewhere. I'm trying to look for the
No offense.
Hold on, man. I'm about to go
We've
to
been
where
going nowhere all day long, and now I discovered that we're in a full moon.
Wow, so that explains everything, right?
Apparently.
Yeah.
So that's why I tried to shift it away from. We understand that this may be your scriptural interpretation of the word, but
I'm looking for the declassified. I'm looking for the declassified. The firmament lighting thing with everything was Russian or Soviet Union that did that the experiments actually.
I mean, what I'm trying to with the examples I gave, one of them was the sunspot, and also with the rainbow. Like, if you could, matter of fact, forget the rainbow. What about the sunspot? Like, if you could imagine being on the edge of the light that's emanating from that spot, what would you call that? Because it wouldn't be as bright as the center. It wouldn't be as bright towards the middle.
Yeah, do you not believe in dusk and dawn?
Well, I'm basically, yeah. And a little before that, like they call these things certain
twilight.
Like they literally just like literally. I've been looking at this article where 95% of humans experienced daylight the other day. I mean, I'm the only motherfucker that really looks into this stuff. That's why I'm like speaking up, because damn.
Because they just have a correlation, so therefore that's causation. That's what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, I look into this
Okay,
as well, and
use my words to formulate the fallacy, fam.
That's what you're saying with the whole light, because there's a sunlight, and there you believe that because that's what's shining off the firmament, and therefore that's the cause of the daylight. That's what you're trying to tell me.
Well, I'm just talking about how light works here on Earth, and then I'm talking about other phenomenon that seem directly related to the sun, like rainbows and your angle to it, and sunlight, sunspots. Like you know how now I'm not talking about when you're looking through the converging rays to the sun through a cloud. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a sunspot on the ocean somewhere and how it's most bright there and how the like that on top of light attenuation that does happen stands to reason me that light doesn't travel all the way. So what it seems like you're talking about is the bit of light that's the last to leave. Because when I say what about 3 o'clock in the morning, you're like, I haven't done that. I'm like, yeah, because the ambient light isn't. If the ambient light was 24/7, aka when the sun left, the ambient light was still there.
Who said
I'd be like, okay.
Now you straw manning me because I never said that ambient light was 24/7.
Well, no, I'm telling you that if that was the case, then I'd be hearing you out. But you're not saying that.
The person that divided the light from light. What are you talking about, man?
So then, if he divided the light from night,
before there was a sun.
Listen. If he divided the light, then you have the sunlight, dusk and day, and all the other shit we're talking about, me and gospel, and then you have the ambient light, which is what? It can't be in the same time frame as what we're talking about.
Why not?
Because that's not separate. That's why.
Say I separated. He added it to it. The sun came after, bro. What are you talking about?
Nobody's necessarily disagreeing with that. The point is you can't separate it. You can't reverse engineer creation.
Well,
right. Nobody disagreed with what you said there. You said it multiple times. And remember the first 2 times I said, yeah, so it's just you're taking a logical leap. I'm not taking any logical leaps.
I'm just looking what what's his name said was just sticks and shadows, but not really sticks and shadows, just shadows.
Well, the sticks and shadows, they try to, derive some sort of conclusion based off of the sticks and shadows, but another conclusion that's flatter can easily be derived. Easily. I can get different lengths of sticks and shadows on a flat surface. That doesn't mean that it's a ball. That's why we try to look at this logic and be like, how did you conclude this? What did you see that made you conclude it was a ball? And does it really help you conclude that it's a ball at all? Could you conclude something else? Basically, the sticks and shadows were used because they assumed it was a ball. If you've ever looked at the letter Z, you have equal angles in the Z that allow you to basically determine the shape of the Earth based off of the Z shape. You have an equal angle at one angle of the Z, and at the other angle at the bottom of the Z is equal. And based off of that, you can derive fractions that allow you to derive the circumference of the Earth if you assume that these sticks and shadows make a Z to the center of the Earth. The top part of the Z is the 7-degree shadow at Syene, Egypt, or whatever, according to Eratosthenes. It makes 7 degrees up to that pole of shadow. And then that pole goes straight through the Earth to the center of the Earth through the slash of the Z. And then the bottom part of the Z comes out in Alexandria, Egypt, where it's right under the sun and making no shadow. Because of those angles of 7 degrees, you can put 7 degrees over 360 since a circle is 360 degrees and get a fraction that is going to automatically be equal according to their figuring to the distance from Syene, Egypt to Alexandria, 500 miles divided by X. The whole way around the circle of the Earth. When you set up 7 over 360 equals 500 over X in your fraction, 7 over 360 is basically 1/50th. So basically, it's 1 over 50 equals 500 over x, and then you can solve quite easily simply by multiplying 500 times 50, and you get a distance around the Earth, the whole circumference of the Earth, based off of that bad logic, of 25,000 miles. If the circumference of the Earth is roughly 24,901, same thing. And so basically, they used questionable logic. But if you're not on a ball with the z going to the center of the Earth of that ball, your logic falls apart.
Did you know that they had Mercator projections from multiple places on the Earth? Like you can use a projection from anywhere.
I did not know that.
Like yeah, Nathan brought it up that I think it was JFK who had a projection up from Texas. Yeah, because you can use the flat plane anywhere you want as a reference, because you know that's how you do.
Interesting.
Who else been here for the last 6 hours like me?
Not me, shit, man. I left last night. Too crazy.
Have you
Are
been
you
here
still
for quite a
alive,
while,
brother?
Jimsy?
I've been here since what, 9 in the morning or so? 9, 10?
Okay, yeah. So the good long while because you're East Coast, yeah. So has it not been? Is it not kind of awkward that it's a full moon? Like the whole full moon and awkward conversations all day about like nothing.
I see you trying to do there.
I haven't seen any full moon over here though.
You know, yesterday it was probably kind of full too. Yesterday I was having a conversation, and we were talking about refraction, and the guy just kept saying that light tends to bend towards the denser medium. And so I kept saying, well, in his example, he's 20 feet. So I said, if you're 20 feet and you shoot a culminated light like a laser, straight out, then why would it go towards the denser area? At best, if it's curving with the Earth, then it's staying damn near 20 feet, which means there would be no density change if the density change is only vertical, which is what he said. And all he did was repeat himself 1,000 times. I was like, fam, I'm out.
And for those reasons, you're out.
One medium. That's the problem. Yeah. Nothing new on this ton, I guess. The same old crap recycled.
Here comes the sun. Do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun.
I like how you're emphasizing the grableriness of that band as you're imitating their. By the way, just in general, I'm just gonna throw. Oh, he's not even listening. What's the point? I'm gonna say it anyway. In general, it's really rude, and I think that people can recognize this. In general, it's really rude to tell people that you know are by the book or by any book, right? It's really rude to tell them if you were really about the book, you would think like I think. That's really rude. I wonder if everybody knows that that's really rude. Well, if you actually believe
you know the book as a whole by yourself.
Well, the kind of phrase like, well, if you were actually going by the scriptures, then you would, you know. But what you're doing that you don't realize, and that's why Napalm covertly use the word interpretation.
Yeah.
But
definitely, I've seen people interpret the scriptures different ways. To be honest,
for sure,
Yeah.
this happens. But as a general rule, it's really rude to act like somebody. If you had really read it, that or anything like that, it's like
if it was justified what he said, then it'd be different. Yeah, like if he could actually justify it.
Well, but that justifying your belief is different than proving that somebody has or hasn't done the thing that they already said that they did.
Well, I mean, no. What I mean by justify is if he'd have said, had you read this part, you would know that what you're saying right now is in contradiction with what you thought it said.
People
You know
use
what I
it
mean?
this way.
Like,
If you had looked into it, you would know. Well, it's like I did look into it, right? Anytime you suggest that somebody didn't do the thing that they already said that they did, that's just, I don't know. There's got to be a name for that, but it's rude.
It's an ad hom. It's an ad hom.
Well,
because if somebody is doing that when you're actually addressing them and addressing a statement they made, when they do that, it's just an ad hom.
Well, when you justify a belief, you justify a belief with facts, or if you're talking about the book, talk about other parts of the book that also need to be believed if you believe the book itself, or you show how a person is already operating as if this is true as the justification. That's the way that you justify a belief using logic to a person. You show that their mind is already working along this line of reasoning. And you show how that same line of reasoning can lead to a similar conclusion that is justified based off of their prior activity. So there's a couple ways to justify an idea to somebody as long as they're honest. Now, if they're not honest, well, you can't really justify much of anything to them, except, their will and their desire to achieve a certain result.
Yeah, gospel. I think the proper term to use for somebody saying maybe like, well, if you looked into it, then you would know, using a phraseology like that, I would say would be disingenuous. I think by definition.
Yeah, but I guess then that would be ignorant disingenuousness or accidental disingenuousness, because I don't see it. I don't see it as an on purpose sort of thing. Oftentimes I would use the word, I agree with you on one hand, but on the other, I feel like disingenuous needs to be labeled when it's on purpose. And when you're doing something as a fool or presumptive or arrogant or but really as a fool, I think, as if there's only one possible explanation for a thing. This is why dogma is so repugnant to people. Go ahead.
This is why people need to be honest, and that's why honesty is so key to logic, or reasoning even, or these discussions, because you can say that your mind is working this way to rationalize a conclusion, but really, the real justification that you're using to have this belief or to say something this way may be something that you're hiding, that you're not exposing to the light of day so people can expose the logic and how it works or doesn't work. And that's why honesty, logic without honesty ultimately goes nowhere, because you're not really talking about the line of reasoning that actually led you to believe a certain thing.
Yeah, and that kind of phraseology is also kind of like a presumptive phraseology. So you're coming into like a debate or an argument with a pre-existing presumption that you may be assuming, right, about somebody, which may not be the proper way to handle that, right? Because then you're kind of creating a straw man that you're fighting against, because you're not open, or you're at least not trying to garner the knowledge of whether somebody has or has not looked into it, or, hey, what do you know about this specific subject, right, before we talk about it, kind of thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, all I did was say another possibility. Like I know what I believe, but I wouldn't step up to a debate, you know, with what I believe like it's fact, because I would have nothing in the way of I wouldn't be able to substantiate anything about the sky other than what we all perceive. Like, but how we perceive it, as in how it all works, what it's all made of, and that kind of way of things, can't nobody tell you what that is. Now you might, I might go with scripture, like, but again, like that's all you got.
Except when you don't. Except when there's more than one way to look at it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
that was my point. I find it really offensive when somebody's like, the only possible interpretation here is this. That's like
well, that's why I
Yeah,
tried
I
to
mean,
shift
it is. I mean, either there's another light, either there's another light source somewhere, or the light is being reflected and scattered and reflected various places. I mean, that's why people literally think when they're looking at a sunrise, they're looking at a sunrise from the opposite. Like, how many times have we in this room, me breaking down the wall of lies, and MJ and whoever else, how many times has one of us said, "Damn, fam, I know the sun is rising over there to the east, but what the hell is that light looking like a sunrise from the south?" We've said that numerous times. Do I think there's another sun? No.
Yeah, that's.
But did I see what I saw? Yeah. And the only, the way I make sense of it is maybe the light is scattered and reflected in various places in the firmament. That's me. That don't have to be everybody.
And you put forth some evidence to kind of support your belief, right? That's why I was trying to ask if maybe Elbow had some supportive ideas about the mechanics that maybe we could test or verify to support the possibility of two separate things, one being daylight and the other being sunlight, and a disconnect between the two. Is there some sort of mechanical evidence that you could put forth that may support that claim, other than like scripture or interpretation of scripture?
Yeah.
I got it. We gotta not. This is a terrible idea. I just want to preface that this is a joke idea. But redoing the lyrics to the song "Let's Get Physical," and instead of it being this sorted whatever, I don't know instead of it being an awkward song, let's get physical Earth measurement. I don't know. Terrible idea. I know. I prefaced it. I said it was a terrible idea, but for some reason,
You're talking about the song, like the Olivia Newton-John. I want to get physical.
Yes.
Physical. Ah.
Yeah.
I'm looking for your physical measurements of Earth's
Yeah.
surface.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. That's super corny.
I'm only accepting evidence that's physical.
Are you about to make it happen? Gee.
I'm only lacking the leg warmers to really make the song work.
Ooh, leg warmers. Cheapest landing for stairs. Cheapest landing for stairs.
Random statement.
Question mark. It's a question. What is the cheapest landing for stairs? It's one of the funny things about gravel. They don't sell. Well, I guess they do sell. Yeah, they do. They do sell bags of gravel.
Are you talking about to place stairs from like a deck on or something like that?
So I'm converting what used to be. There's two sidewalks protruding from my old porch, and there used to be two stairs that land on the sidewalk, so it would have concrete land. And I'm converting it to a pyramid stairs or a corner stair set. So there's going to be a portion that will be landing into grass/dirt, which is, not kosher.
Yeah, I would say put a base like you were gonna make for like pavers. Put a small slab of concrete there, and then boom, you've got your base. I don't know how wide it is though.
I just don't want to mess with concrete.
Concrete's pretty simple, man. To be honest with you, put up your form, mix it up, pour it in. Good to go.
Well, if you do it right, you're gonna dig down 6 inches, and you're gonna put a layer of gravel, and then you're gonna,
Yeah, just go to the University of YouTube, see what a common base for the stairs would be, because I'm sure people use all kinds of stuff. Yeah, a good compacted gravel base would probably be fine for your application, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's an option. Gravel or pavers. Pavers could certainly be a thing. It was an idea. Just trying to think through all the different options and the economy option of economy options. Oh boy. Yeah. True. River. Quite a ways to the river. There's not really good rivers like that around here.
And then when you look at an aerial view of a river, it's like, or a lake, it's like as flat as you. I mean, it's flat as fuck.
Yeah. You know what? I was actually doing that with England. I was tracing the Thames. And
what are Thames?
In England, it's the river that It basically opens up into the ocean, right? It goes through London, and then it goes all over. I think it stops just outside of Gloucester. See if I can find it again. I was looking at it not too long ago. The people from England are like, "How dare he get these details wrong? This is my river." All right, I'm tracing it again. I'll find it. Oxford. It keeps on going. This thing goes. If you trace the River Thames, and I was looking at the elevation, I was just like, man, this river, does River Thames flow? Which way does it flow? You know, what's the deal with the Thames? Because it goes and it goes and it goes.
It must be like a downgrade the whole way, right?
Well, that's kind of what you would expect, but I lost it. All right, River Thames. Where'd it go? Is this it? No, that's something else. Thames. Where?
Maybe a couple of spots that are a little higher, but the water gets through because of the pressure of the water going mostly down. You know what I mean? Like a water slide that goes down and up a little bit.
Tracing the River Thames is an adventure in. It looks like a 3-year-old drew it. A 1-year-old. Just went crazy with the. Here it is. All right, the water source is just outside of Cirencester, basically southeast of Gloucester. I'll show it in context. All right. All right.
Trong cuộc đời của Bụng Tết thì ngồi ở hay style im đẹp nhưng mà không có gì. Hay nói với chồng coi thích gì im đẹp, để có từng cái vùng ven lên cái hồi quán như vậy thật chồng mình nói ngược lắm mà là hấp thức thì anh cũng có thể uống theo con đường hoa.
Okay, so I guess this is the part that kind of that makes me go in regards to the Thames. It's because the ocean, it goes from the left side of England all the way to the right side of England, even though it's way closer. The other, anyway, here, I'll post what I'm talking about this. That is what you call serpentine. Oh, this is a good one.
Now everybody's quiet.
Bro, you scared the heck out of me. I'm chilling, watching a rebel reporter talk about inflation in Canada and stuff, and my phone's next to my ear, and all of a sudden you go, now nobody's talking. I'm like, whoa.
That's how long it's been going on. That's why.
How you doing?
Oh, just
Is that
relax.
Elijah?
Just relax. No, hell no.
Oh, sorry.
Elijah's gay.
Wait, is it his brother?
What was that?
Is Miggy Elijah's brother, apparently?
In a sense.
Okay.
Yo, look at this license plate in front of me.
What's up, bro? What's up, what's it?
Hold up. The license plate in front of me says Yeshua.
He must be driving.
Yeshua.
Yeah, I couldn't get a good picture, but it says Yeshua.
I seen a Flat Earth Ontario one in Ottawa a couple summers ago.
I just posted one I saw last year.
Nice. Dude, I was like right behind him. I had such a good picture, so I was going to get my phone. And like I can't take a picture while I'm on Discord, so I grabbed my other phone, and then this dude swerves around in traffic, so I had to like zoom in and get the really bad pic. I'm salty.
How's it going? What's it?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Good. Oh yeah, Elijah, I'm glad you didn't get shot the other day, man.
Why, what theater war were you in? Just went to the mall for some groceries and shit?
Who goes to the mall for groceries, man?
Went in public, got shot at? Like, what happened?
That's funny, dude.
Eli was running his mouth, man.
Who goes to the mall for groceries?
There must be a Canada thing.
I was running my mouth. What it?
Yeah. Where were you not?
Yesterday.
No, I don't think you heard me say, Elijah. I'm glad you didn't get shot the other day, man.
And I was asking what theater were you in, like theater of war? Did you just go to the grocery store or in public to get shot at, or what?
Eli was running his mouth, bro, and someone checked him.
Uh-oh.
When was I running my mouth? Let's just try to isolate the times that you're not, and then we'll start there. I literally have no idea what Napalm's talking about, by the way.
He just mentioned something that had happened to him. I think it was on Nathan's show today, or the after show or something.
Well, Eli, what's up, bro?
I think he must be busy. Yeah, I don't want to tell the story for him, but something about a gentleman that basically was claiming he could shoot him and didn't pull a gun. but he had had a prior dream the night before of his bike getting stolen and him getting a gun pulled on him. And then that very day, his bike did get stolen, and then he had this dude that got some lip with him and basically threatened to shoot him, but didn't pull the gun.
Wow. So Eli, it was black guy.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm in and out of the train station. You talking about my vision?
Yeah, it was a black guy that stole your bike.
I don't know. If I seen him stealing my bike, I would have my bike.
Come on, bro. You know he stole your bike, bro.
Nope. It was gone. I didn't have an inkling as to what direction they went or anything. It literally less than 2 minutes.
Okay, well, do you think it was a white guy that stole your bike?
Probably a Mexican.
It's an Owen Benjamin joke, bro. It's an Owen Benjamin.
We're not
It was most
stereotyping at
likely.
all in here.
No, it's an Owen Benjamin
Of course, we're not stereotyping, but it must have probably been a Mexican, most likely.
I'm stereotyping, man. I'm stereotyping for sure, bro. Like, yeah, whatever. Get mad about it.
Hilarious. We used to grab bikes. We used to grab bikes up from backyards to get home from the pool we broke into and swam at night, and then we just ditch them.
Wow, that is terrible, bro.
Well, nah, they probably got their bikes back eventually.
Probably eventually. Oh my goodness, bro. You broke some little kid's heart. Dude, someone did their newspaper route every day for a year just to save up for their bike, and then you just grabbed it and ditched it.
One day I went to school, elementary school, and Buddy comes up to me and goes, "Was your bike stolen?" I go, "No, I don't believe so." He goes, "Oh, okay. I thought I saw someone riding it." And this is a very small town. I thought I saw someone driving your bike downtown a couple days ago. I'm like, "No, I don't think so." I go home. I look where my bike is supposed to be, and it was gone. I'm like, "Fuck, I was right. My bike's been stolen."
That's karma, man.
Yeah.
No, that was years before I was like going out night swimming and then grabbing bikes to get home. That was long before that.
Oh, so you just continued the cycle.
Somebody
No,
destroyed your world, so you thought, let me just go destroy somebody else's world.
Wow, I don't know. It was a thing, Let's go swim.
Thing, Dude, what a defense, bro.
Let's go swimming, break into the entrance pool, swim, and then on the way home we'll grab some bikes and get home.
Let's punish him now.
It's a criminal thing, is what it is. That's what kind of thing it was. It was a criminal thing.
It's like when I was doing some time for some serious shit when I was older, one of my friends came up to me and he goes, "Just think all the shit you did that you weren't caught for." And it made time a lot easier while I was there,
You just stole some poor kid's bike, man.
Did any of the bikes have streamers on them? You remember those back in the day?
Nah, I'm not too big of a fan of sodomy.
And if you stole a girl's bike, it probably had streamers on it.
I don't know. Some of the guys in the group or girls would grab some interesting bikes, but for the most part, I tended to go for the nicer ones,
Dude, I was doing activism in I think it's Minneapolis, and this dude was getting super pissed that they wouldn't let him on the bus. He just started screaming in the middle of the street, and then he got so mad he just decided to steal one of the bikes that were lodged on the front of the bus. Just stole the bike and took off on it in the middle of town in the street. Super funny.
Fuck, that's genius.
He was melanated.
He just borrowed it to get home. He ditched it somewhere. They probably got their bike back.
That's what
They got their bike back, bro.
Yeah, that's what my friends and I were doing too. We just borrowed it to get home.
So dumb. Yeah, they probably got their bike back, bro. I just ditched it. All right, I gotta eat. I got a haircut. I love you guys. Peace.
Peace out, Wit.
Or a lot of people found a cool bike just laying there. You know you're in redneck country when you go to the barbecue and the patio furniture chairs aren't all the same color or design.
Howdy, dilly dilly, y'all.
Good day from Canada. Or should I say China?
China?
Yeah, pretty bad. Pretty bad when. Well, it's pretty bad when we got somebody who was involved in some very serious, nasty, unspeakable crimes, walking around free for years. She's now a mother, maybe one day be a grandmother, and we've got a protest organizer locked up and imprisoned right now. We've had a politician imprisoned. We've had pastors imprisoned. Like today on one of the things I was listening to, what were they saying in Toronto or Montreal, certain things that could get you arrested. Oh, in Montreal, it's being out after curfew or not wearing a mask in public. And then when they got to Ottawa, they said just doing anything in Ottawa will get you arrested nowadays. So, yeah, it's kind of shitty. I never thought I'd see the day where in Canada or the States or Australia, there was a journalist in Australia arrested 3 times. He did nothing wrong at all. The cops actually apologized to him, and none of the mainstream media outlets covered the police apologizing.
Oh, they would never do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mainstream media, man. Oh.
I digress, though. I just try to stay very stoned. And
yeah.
Yesterday, Mom and I were watching funny baby clips, like kids saying funny things and stuff, and kind of, reduce the funk.
Yeah.
I've got to get out there and meet a lady and have a couple of grandkids for her. My sister's had 4, so I kind of feel like, what do I have to do?
Oh.
And I keep getting told I look like 15 years younger than I am, and I'm thinking maybe it's because I have no kids and ex-wives or anything.
Well, try not to feel pressured about it. Only when you feel it's right.
Oh, it'll happen organically.
Yeah. Organically. Is that how it's done nowadays?
Yeah. Well, everyone bugs me about get online and dating sites and this and that. I hate technology. I hate computers. Like, I want to meet the person,
Like old in the old ways or old school way, I don't know. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm a little rough around the edges, but I like to hold the door open for my lady and pay the bills, and you know what I mean? Like, call it what you want. I'm not saying she can't have money or do her own thing. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Not trying to oppress her in any way, but she's happy in the kitchen and in the bedroom. I'm happy.
Hey, you're a simple man, I'm a simple man as well. But it goes both ways as well.
Yeah, I don't want to be a baby daddy. I mean, if that's how it happens, how it happens. But I want to have like the family unit, If and when it happens. I've almost been married a few times. One girl, we were apart for 7 years and got back together again. And anyways, I don't know if I'm happier single and just doing what I want or committed.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's only one way to find out is to enter a relationship and then see how that turns out and compare it to your single life, I guess.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like I've done the commitment thing more than once with
Yeah.
a few women, 4 or 5 of them. So I don't know if I enjoy that more or being single.
Only you can know.
I know I'm not making it a thing, like my sister for a while anyways, it was a thing to have someone in her life. Like, oh boy.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Nowadays, like the way the situation looks like around the world, kind of not in the mood, making a family. In a sense, Gotta
Making
wait
a
and
what?
see if it turns.
Oh,
I mean, it's
right,
considering
right.
the situation right now in the around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
The timing for that right now. I have to wait it out a bit, see how it turns out. If one plans to, do that later on in the future.
It was a bit of an awkward thing navigating the dating scene when weed was illegal. Does she smoke weed? Will she care if I do? Like, and nowadays there's so many other things. Was she born a woman? Let's get that out of the way first. Okay, good. You are a woman. That's good. I don't know. Then it starts going to all the other things. Did you get the juice? Did you not get the juice? Do you believe this or that? Oh boy. What's your sign? Does that really matter? Can we just care for each other and raise some stable kids? Like, fuck.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Can we wake up, make each other laugh, be happy we're alive, and try to be productive? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do what I can. I like
to simple ways. Yeah. Things change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely changed a lot.
Like this James Webb space thing. Did you see those images yesterday?
I've seen about about the subject itself. Yeah, they only show CGI.
Yeah, it's just
I didn't see any real thing out there like where it's supposed to be, like photographs.
Horrible when you hear like the amount of money spent on this ridiculous stuff, and then when you're a critical thinker, and I'm sure you are, and you look at the way things are wherever you are. I'm not sure what city you're in or country, but I'm sure you see similar things that I do, being people that need help in some way. You know what I mean? And all this money is being spent on garbage.
No, definitely. I see the wrongdoings from from these people.
Like here in the capital city, we should have more than one, but at least one state-of-the-art place for homeless people or women in need or whatever, right? Nope.
Yeah.
2 little missions that have been there for who knows how long. Aboriginal and indigenous people are treated like third-class citizens. Like that should even be a thing. Citizen classes. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
We're all humans. Shit. Unless they're psychotic sociopaths that are always hurting people and stuff, or wanting to, or have done terrible things. Other than that, I don't know anymore. It's hard to stay positive.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm enjoying what you're saying.
No worries, man. You can jump in. It's cool. How you doing?
Yes. Okay. I was just going to say these images from the James Webb telescope, they're worse than the bloody Hubble telescope, even quality-wise. Don't you think?
And they put even more money into it. You would assume they got some better shit by now.
It's absurd, man. We've been ripped off.
Yeah,
We've been
it's
fucking
ridiculous.
ripped off, man. right? And the
Yeah,
thing is, right, it's
I
further
think
away
sometimes we live in a Looney Tune world. Sometimes I'm like, when you think about it, like, what's going on for real?
Yeah.
Madness.
I've just been looking at some of the images, and they're absolutely awful
Yeah.
compared to the Hubble when I first saw it. I remember the James Webb is further into deep space, so we can't see it. You know, it's right out there.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
So it should be able to take better shots than we were told.
Even better, gentlemen, not one or thousands of shots of the globe Earth getting smaller and smaller as it moves away.
There you go. Absurd.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. And yes, I do resonate with the dating problem. Those who are embarking on that mysterious adventure now.
Yeah, you could call it that way as well. Mysterious adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was watching a breakdown of the release of the images, and Michelle Thaler, our famous complicated rock, or favorite complicated rock, sorry, was she goes, and now we're going to touch in with Montreal to explain the the exoplanet images that it's given us, and they couldn't get Montreal to come in and stream. It was like buffering hard or whatever. So she goes, well, we got a real exoplanet expert in studio here just in case of just such an emergency. And I'm thinking, okay, they got that scope a million miles away that they're controlling and everything's fine, but they can't get the internet to work.
Yeah, ridiculous. It's stupid, isn't it? You know, I've just come back from Colchester via the YouTube. The Globe Live tour is on the go. This was day 4. They were in Bath, okay, where the Romans were, and they put the first Roman bath there in Britain. And there was one guy who was just hanging on to everything NASA says and all the space narratives. You know, like for example, they can shoot laser beams to the moon and they can hit the reflectors, and we know the distance is shit like that. You know?
Yeah.
I just couldn't help but laugh. Couldn't help.
Or maybe they're hitting the firmament and it bounces back down. Who knows?
Well, that's what Jason said from the family Disbury. That's what he said, Jason. Could it not be hitting the firmament and that? And the guy said, well, you know, we know this. We have this technology. And then Jason says, I just can't buy that laser beams can go out that far. We can't shoot them that far. No, because it would spread, wouldn't it? Diverge, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question.
Is it diverge or diverse? What do I mean? When it spreads out?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Divergence is coming together, isn't it?
Diverge, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the laser beam would do the opposite to that, wouldn't it? If it was going that far out. It would diverse, I think, or spread out anyway.
Yeah.
The beam, it wouldn't be focused all the way by that distance. We don't have it. You know?
Yeah, we'd love to see a laser shoot 240,000 miles.
Exactly.
Not tiny. That little reflector. How big is that reflector even? It's very tiny.
Yeah, it's a tiny reflector, right? Yeah. It's at a 45-degree angle. So it's not. It's not facing us directly.
It's insane.
So you shoot it, and by rights, it should go somewhere else. The beam, shouldn't it? Shouldn't come straight back at us, should it?
Yeah.
It's all.
I mean,
rubbish,
you can probably create a model, software, and probably see if that would happen at all with the, math and all the numbers included, distance-wise.
Bloody annoying. And then there was another character calling himself a genius, because he spoke like he was articulate, but he's an idiot because he thinks it's a ball, doesn't he? So he's giving it, I'm a genius, because he's still at college or university. So Jason, accepted that. Okay, so you're a genius, all right, carry on. He goes, but every time I look at the flat Earth, it's just nonsense because it's a misunderstanding of science. And I thought when he said that, Jason should have shot him down, but he didn't. He let him get away with that. I would not have let him get away with that statement. I said, no, it's the fucking heliocentric model. That's actually a joke. Because when you look for the curve, you don't see it. We can't measure it. We can't experience it. Where did you see the code? I would have said to him like that, but it didn't happen, did it? I wasn't there. Oh, if I could have time travel, I would have been there instantly. Excuse me, sir. What did you say about flat Earth being rubbish? Hey, can you please substantiate your curvature for everyone to see right now? Is it possible? Come on, genius. You're the man.
Yeah.
No, I
And then
won't.
yeah, go on.
Oh, go ahead, Jin.
Sorry, I was just going to say, 2 days ago, we had somebody come up, balaclava, okay, and push down the banner. You know these banners with the globe lights or 200 proofs, everything's a lie. They're banners on that, right? Someone pushed it down, right? And he got a kicking. He got dragged away. Get off me, and that. Couple of kung fu kicks. Yeah, it was good. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Go ahead. I yield my time.
Oh, it's okay. Okay, yeah. And now I recall what I wanted to share is now I won't say I'm not going to live long enough to see it because I didn't think I'd live long enough to see quote unquote legalization in Canada, even though it's not quite legal, it's more regulated. I might live long enough, and I hope to see where everyone's awake and there's no more stolen money for any of those CGI images and bullshit lies. And like I said, not just in the capital of Canada, in Ottawa, there's a state-of-the-art homeless shelter or 2 or 3, but in every city, everywhere. And we start caring about people more and less about fake space images. Bullshit.
Yeah. I would agree with you there. But it's going to take, it's going to take a little while because so many people are indoctrinated. The good thing about this tour is that they're revisiting the places they went 2 years ago before this stupid hoax juice thing came along, right? Because they were planning in 2019 to come to the US, weren't they? And then join together with the Americans and then start doing the US tour. That was the plan, you see, right? After doing Europe, and doing Europe was very instrumental in bringing on this hoax nonsense that they gave us at the end of 2019, 2020, 2021.
Yeah, I think if you're speaking about how people were starting to, stand up to bullshit and wake up. Yeah. See, I noticed that too, Jin. I have a YouTube channel. I don't care. I'm not trying to troll for subs or anything, but I do. There's a clip where I think I titled it "Keep Your Eyes Open" or "Pay Attention," and what I said was, if you notice, even though the mainstream's not covering it, a lot of people are waking up in a lot of places and standing up to government and stuff. I said, pay attention, something's gonna come down the pipeline. And then sure enough, the hoax, boom, and everyone had to go sit inside, not say anything or do anything
the mask
anymore.
on and shut up. And put the mask on and shut up, because to me, that's what that mask meant. Shut up, don't talk. Don't talk.
Yeah. Stop exposing us and the lies. Yeah.
Yeah. I was so angry. I was adamant. It doesn't matter where I go, that mask ain't going on. And I'm well used to wearing a mask because I'm a motorcyclist. I've been like, whoa, let's have a look. 45, 48 years riding motorbikes, okay? And I've always worn a mask. It's called Respro. Okay, you put that on, it's got a charcoal filter in there, 2 valves, a one-way valve. So you breathe in, but it blocks the 8 pollutants that were in the air. So I'm used to that. Okay, wearing a mask is not a problem for me when I'm riding my motorbike. Okay, but when the government says you got to wear it, and the thing they're asking you to wear offers you 0 protection from anything, well, why am I going to do that? Why would I do that?
And it makes sense, brother. Like riding your scooter or hunting. There's reasons to be masked up. But like you said, when some other adult tries to tell me I have to, what? Yeah. To go to the corner store and buy bread and milk, I got to put a face diaper on. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and it's not going to protect you from anything or you from the people. It's a 0. So I saw that as a shut up. That was shut up, don't say anything. And I thought, I'm going to shout even louder. Fuck you, that's what I said.
I got a big.
We were more susceptible. You know, Africans. Okay, so the Afro Americans were more susceptible. I blew my lid. I said, "Now that is a lie."
Me too. The mainstream here said that about it. The lower income and black community is, have to be juiced up first.
Yeah,
Is how they were going.
That did have a knock-on effect on my business because obviously the Japanese were very, very cautious about germs. They call it biking, and they don't realise that biking is good for the body. You see, so they're extreme. They will clean the handles and the seats, everything, the light switches, everything they touch. You know, and they will sanitize their hands to death. Do you know what I mean?
Brother,
I haven't done that once. I haven't done anything different.
Anything for them to make us not respect and love one another.
Yeah.
That's where they're at, you know?
Yeah. So with that, I decided to not wear winter clothes in winter. So I wore summer clothes all the time when I was exercising, going out to the shops, and people asking me, aren't you cold? I said, no, I'm not cold. What I'm trying to do is see if I can catch a cold and see if the corona's going to get me. That's what I said to him.
I love it.
I want to catch the corona, you see, because I know it's not real. So let's see. 2 years still doing it. I'm going to do it again this year.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. That's it. That's what you got to do. You got to prove to them that you know more than what the government and these health ministers are telling you. I know my body, I said. And you know what they said? You must be super strong for any virus. I said, no, it's not that at all. Everybody is the same. If you look after your health and stop stressing yourself out, you won't catch cold. When was the last time you caught a cold? And then she had to think. I said, you see, last year, no, 2 years ago, 3. Okay, so obviously it's not this. You're not going to get this thing. Oh, yeah. I said, but are you going to get injection? I've already got it. Oh, too late. I said,
my aunt and cousin came to visit Mom and I the other day and chill out for a bit and have a tea. Yeah. And my cousin was telling me how one of her friends got the juice once, and now she has seizures and she shakes constantly.
Yeah, there you go. None of my family members have got it, but my brother in London, his wife had to go to Nairobi, Kenya, where her mother was not very well, and she had to do the juice, unfortunately. But none of my brothers, none of my family here, my children, we're not interested in that. We're more interested in the flat Earth and talking about flat Earth to their friends and their mums and dads, because we had a couple of days of barbecuing, okay, and we were discussing flat Earth because I brought it up. I brought it up, and the dads were like, "What? What do you mean?" I said, "Yeah, okay, take it. Because when they said that, I said, "Yeah, let's take it slowly, step by step." I said to my son, "Go and get the map quick. Go and get the map. You're in the classroom, 2 maps. Give it to them to look. Have you seen this before?" They said no. And I said, "Right. Now, this is what the Earth really looks like. It's not 100%. It's not exactly in that layout. But what we know is there's no curvature coming here. Where's the curve? When did you last see the curve? You've all been to the beach. I know you have. We've been there together, yeah. Did you see the curvature of the Earth there? No, you didn't, did you? Right, okay. What about when you flew from, you've been to Hawaii, in America? Okay, did the plane fly like this? And I went to my son, go and get the planes quick. And I got these 2 Japanese planes, toy planes, yeah. I said, did it fly like this? Because it would have to if it's on a ball. And they said, no. Okay, there's 2. Did you notice it is spinning? And who measured this spin? And they said, and they're quiet and tipping their head sideways. Yeah, but what about gravity? I said, yeah. Okay, what about gravity? What's the person's name who invented it or discovered it? They didn't know. I said, Newton. I had to say it in Japanese. Newton's son, janai desu ka? Newton's son. Oh, yeah. I goes, he said he did not agree with the theory. It's a theory, kasetsu. And they went, and that was shock, blowing their mind. But yeah, they came to realize that they were carrying, even though they may not have believed in the flat Earth just there and then, but they knew they were carrying a belief for the globe that they hadn't got. It's called kakunin. Kakunin means confirming and checking. Kakunin shitenai ne, so shite kudasai. I said, please check it. They hadn't even checked it, so they realised they were carrying beliefs. So that was a good start, you know. And that was how we left it with the barbecue, you know, the other day.
Nice, good one.
Yeah, I loved it.
Sweet victory. Small but still meaningful.
Small, but yeah, you know, it's good. It's good to wake them up.
Small ones can have an impact as well. You know, it triggers them and plants seeds. Shakes them up a little bit. Yeah.
And we covered the jab a little bit as well, you know, but I won't go there. But basically, the flat Earth thing. Yeah, I said my children all know. They know. They know how fast they're spinning. They know the circumference, the radius. They know how far they can see they've flown. We've done the test on the plane. I showed them the bubble up. So, you know, we've done all this. This is like, you know, 2016. Me, 2015, I said. Children, 2015. First test, 2016.
Yeah.
So we know that this. We know this. We can see Mount Fuji from Fukushima. You know, it's a good show. Yeah, you've been to Fukushima. Yeah, you've been to the camps. Yeah, we've been there. You can see Mount Fuji. You shouldn't be able to see it from there. 180 miles. You know?
What's the drop from there?
There should be just over 4.5 miles of curvature, thereabouts.
4.5 miles. And how tall is the Mount Fuji?
Mount Fuji is 3,776 meters, I think, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, what's that? And you use two different metrics here.
Sorry, in feet. Wow, I don't know, 16,000? Who knows? Let's have a look.
So how much should be obstructed by the...
Well, I'm thinking, I'm not sure exactly how much should be obscured, but from where we are, we shouldn't be able to see all of it. We can see almost all of it from where we are.
And it should be like below the... completely
if we see anything, we should only be able to see the top, the very top.
Not even the top. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, we should see the top, but we can't see the foot of the mountain, obviously, due to compression and that. But you can see the main body and the summit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you shouldn't be able to see that. You shouldn't be able to see that.
Not even the peak.
Miles away. Yeah, we got, the summit, the peak. The snow-covered peak, if you will. But in the summer, it's shiny. So it's gold looking, you know. But we're seeing the whole mountain. It looks gold in the sun from the campsites, and they didn't realize that. You know.
Did you go through the globe model with them, like, you know, the radius and whatnot?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had to, so that they understood the size of the Earth and the drop. Because of my smartphone is right here, so I showed them. I said, look. This is the app, and I enlarged it. This is the Pythagorean theorem curvature calculator. Here it is. This is it. Mm-hmm. This is what we use. Then there's another one you can use, which actually takes your actual height, and I showed them that as well. Okay, and then they're on the same numbers, slightly different, but, you know.
Yeah.
I said, this is how we work it out, 8 inches per mile squared. I said, And they said, we didn't know. Of course you don't know. Because you believe the Earth is a globe, and you never checked it, you see. But I did. Now, not when I was a kid, I didn't. But now, 53 years old, that would have been 2015. That's when I checked first time. But all that time, I said to them, all that time in my life, I've been in the Army Cadets 2 years, Army Cadets 3 years, British Territorial Army 2 years, okay? And then outdoor life, all my life, outdoor life with my children, everything else. So what I was doing is loading up the information, but not joining the dots, I said, not connecting with nature. I'm looking, but I'm not looking properly. Or I'm looking, and I'm not registering. And I asked him, do you understand? I'm looking, but I'm not seeing.
Yeah.
Okay? Right. So subconsciously, the information is there. It's all there. I just didn't connect. You know? That's why, for me, it was very easy to come to the understanding within 3 minutes. I knew it was flat. 3 minutes, because I think, all my life experiences came back.
The common misconception is the for the normies, thinking the Earth is too big to see the curvature or whatever. Like for them,
they
just
said that.
believing and not looking into the model at all, and comparing it.
The Japanese said the same thing. It's too big for you to see. I said, no, it doesn't matter.
That's why they
It doesn't matter
connect.
how big it is. 180 degrees. 180 degrees is 180 degrees. So if you leave England, I said, and you go to New Zealand, and I showed them because we got the globe. I said that when I had the basketball, I said if you put the hand here, that's 180 degrees. It doesn't matter how big it is. You have to notice it. So small ball, big ball, any size ball, 180 degrees is a different position. You have to notice it. Okay, I said. You have to notice. There's no way you're not going to notice it. It's impossible not to notice it because it goes against the laws of physics, but better still, God's law, laws of nature. God's law is number one. And I'm not religious, but God's law, the Creator's law, natural law is number one. And it doesn't matter where you are. You put your hand on a ball and you follow the contours of that ball from the top to when you get to the bottom, your hand is inverted. That is natural law. Natural law. God's law. So I don't want to hear anything that it's too big to notice. It's so big you're going to be level on a ball. Don't be silly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said to them, engineers, if you're any engineer here, you should understand that immediately because a ball bearing that has a flat spot will not be used in any engine because it's a reject, because it has a flat spot. So we don't have flat spots on Earth if it's a ball. You can't have that. That would be impossible.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. Yeah. So, we really, but I wasn't so forceful at first. But when I started getting a little bit of resistance, like they were thinking that I didn't know what I was talking about, so I had to press on the truth. I said, did you actually measure it yourself? Did you check it? Because that's what now you have to tell the truth. Jissai koto, dodoku. That means morally, you've got to be honest now. Children are here. Did you check it? No. So go and check it then before you say no. Check before you say no. Don't just say no and you don't check it. What's this? I said to them, when you do your shopping, you check your change, don't you? Right. So, and then you look at the receipt, don't you? Okay. So go check it then. Because they were starting, one or two of them was trying to get they've got maybe a little bit triggered. They thought, what does this monkey probably know about? Well, I just said, no matter how much of a monkey you might think I am, did you check it?
Yeah, then I used to put on the thinking hat, I guess. That's the,
Yeah,
reality, I guess.
You do get one or two stroppy ones
nowadays.
They think they know something, but, or they don't want to accept. Fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. You share information with people out of face value and, open information, and then, that must be the truth. That's it. We don't have to question it, I think, and then go on with their lives, knowing that, but not confirming it. So
yeah, that's it. They've given up, I've done it at many a campsite as well, because I'm the only black guy there. So that works to my advantage because they're listening to the good music. They can smell the nice food that I'm cooking. We're playing, like I said, playing dancing. I haven't got a jet ski. They've got the money, so they've got jet skis. I've got canoes. Okay, so we're canoeing and enjoying it, And then in the evening, I might just say to people, ladies and gentlemen, Gaijin foreigner here. Just like to introduce myself. I'd like to ask you some questions, if it's okay. Hi. So I go to where the biggest crowd is. And I say, I introduce myself. I said, I'm going to ask you a few questions. It may challenge your thinking, but we're on holiday, camping, Okay. So then I say to them, what's the shape of the earth? Just like that. What is the shape of the earth? And yes, it's round. I said, what do you mean round? Round like a coin? What do you mean? Then they have to think of the shape. Kyudai. Kyudai means spear in Japanese. Kyudai is, kyudai, yeah. Oh, kyudai, so, Okay, so it's a spear. How do you know? The silence is so noisy. Get out, they're really thinking hard.
Yeah.
Right? And so I have to prompt them. At school, maybe the movies, magazine and news. Hi. Then I ask him immediately, but did you check it? How do you know? That's somebody telling you. That's, 相手の人が言ったから. That means I just said, that's second-hand information. Someone else told you that. Ne? So how did you check it first? Again, silence. You know, they just go all quiet. I said, no, 確認してないから、はい。どうやって? How do you check it? That's what someone blurted that out. How would I check it? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Then we showed them the laser beam tests, tell them about the GPS test, signals, how there's no curvature. I asked them, what's the circumference? They didn't know. Radius obviously didn't know. Speed obviously didn't know. So they didn't know anything, but they carried their belief. And that's what I do, you know, on these camps.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, actually. No, you're doing great. You know, I don't know what to call it, but like you're doing them a favor, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a holiday.
I mean,
I apologize.
You can't blame them entirely because, you know,
no, I don't. I don't blame them at all.
The model at all in school, like the circumference radius. I don't think they teach them that even, or maybe they forget about it. And you know.
Yeah, maybe they forget it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I told
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I told them that all these questions I ask you, I didn't know. I'd forgotten. I didn't know. Okay, so I'm not here to make you look small. So they were just worried, and that would be bad, wouldn't it? Right. I want you to understand that the Earth is not spinning. It's not a ball. We don't have that. That's what I want you to realize. So you got to think, yeah? So I didn't know the answer to. I'd forgotten all that stuff. But now checking it. That's why I'm asking you, yeah? Because I know it's not. I know it's not. Now you need to know. And in your life, you Japanese people like to learn something new. In Japanese, it's called Benkyo ni narimasu. Benkyo ni narimasu. They like to learn something new, study something new, and learn something new. Today is that day for you. Kyo wa benkyo ni narimasu ne. You learned that you carried a belief, and you're learning that the Earth is not a ball. Now all you got to do is check it. Said, look at the lake. No curvature on this lake. Second biggest lake in Japan, in Awashiroko. That's where we were. And I said, you see, and there's no curvature here, ne? See that level, ne? Right. When you flew in the plane, it was level, it didn't do this. No, ne? Yeah. Then obviously gravity comes up, as they usually say, because of the spin. I said, but how do you know it's spinning? And it's going to be different speeds from the poles, if it were spinning, to the equator. It's going to be a different spin, man. Oh, Sorka, really? Some of them didn't even realize. I said, yeah. And then it would be upside down in Australia and Antarctica. Yeah.
Yeah, when I think about it, what? No way.
Yeah. And they say, yeah. Gyakuni? You know, up, yeah, well, it's a ball, isn't it? You can't be what you're saying. How can you be level on a ball? The ball taira janai kara. That means the ball is not level because the ball can't be level. That's why the water rolls off. The ball is not level. It's not a level thing. Is it? It's not. They're going to have to be upside down. Have to be. That's God's law again coming in. Eh? Oh, yeah. Wow. Sugoi. They say, wow. Wow, wonderful. Sugoi is like wow in English.
Yeah, I've heard that wording before. Yeah, sugoi. It's like
sugoi, which means great, wonderful. Well, wonderful is subarashi, but sugoi means wow, great. Really?
Sugoi.
Yeah, I say to them, hontoni.
Yeah.
Hontoni kyūtai janai yo. Hontoni not a ball, man. Not a ball. Mite koto nai kara. I said, you've never seen it, have you? Where did you see it? Yeah, then they showed me on their smartphone. I said, yeah, あれは CGI けど。それは本番写真じゃない。Then I took a picture of the group. That's real. Yeah, I just took it. This one, composite image. Composite, ne? CGI. Computer generated image. コンピューターが作ってるのイメージでしょ。なるでしょ。Yeah. 実際じゃない。NASA。あの会社 NASA わかる JAXA の一番上 JAXA, you know, superior NASA, superior to JAXA, yeah, NASA, yeah. They told us. Then I showed them the man. Robert Simmonsのさん Robert Simmons さんこの人が作ったよ。ほら、聞いて。Listen up. And I say, listen up. 5 minutes video. They're listening to Robert Simmons and I did it. So I'm translating what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you're teaching a tribe a whole new world, like telling them a story about there's another world out there.
Yes.
But no, it's the same one we're in together, but just you haven't seen it that way.
Yeah. You know? And see, they see me talk to them there, but later on in the day when it's boiling hot, you know they have those porta cabin loos, yeah? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You know those plastic loos, they're called porta cabin loos. Do you know the ones I mean? Porta loos. Yeah, Porto loo, where they portable toilets.
Oh, portaloos. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, that's what I call them anyway.
Sorry, I wasn't just, no, I get it.
Right, now they're plastic here. Or listen, and you know, they're not very careful when they go to the loo, so they're pissing everywhere. And I tell you, by the time the sun's got its heat on that, if you walk in and shut the door, I guarantee you, you're going to be green when you get out. I'd lay my life, I'd lay your money. You're coming out green or burgundy or something. You're going to die in there. Okay? Yeah, it's that fucking bad. The ammonia in the urine, you can't breathe. You can't fucking breathe and do a shit or anything. So you know what I do is I open the door, I get some big rocks and keep the door ajar, and then I get the buckets from the stub and I'm just dicing it with the lake water just to kill that fucking stench. 3 toilets I do. You know?
Wow.
And then the staff that, you know, the owners who are old people, they're elderly, they thank me. I said, no problem. I took the kusai means stinky. The kusai, that's I said, you'll die in there. Fuck. It's that bad. Overpowering. Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah. I wouldn't be.
And they're not the toilets with the seats, yeah? They're the ones where you got to crouch down. So you haven't got a seat. So they're pissing where you put your feet. It's a fucking mess. Not flushing properly because you got to pump the flush, and and the water's not coming through properly.
What is this place like? Third world?
It's worse than third world it could be.
Oh my
God. I do that. And you know why I do that? Number one, for my family. I don't want them to enjoy that. Fuck. Right? So for my wife and the kids, I said, don't worry, Daddy's going to clean this toilet out because nobody's going to do it. And Daddy's the champion of this stuff. Don't worry, watch. Yeah, open the fucking doors, man. Big rocks. So now the stink is starting to get out. And I'm walking up with 2 buckets and I'm just chucking it in. Wash. I'm there for about maybe 45 minutes. It's not like 5 minutes, 45 minutes. Yeah, because it's 3 to do, yeah? 3 of them.
That's very courageous of you, man. Very courageous.
Well, it's got to be, yeah, it's courageous.
It's got to be done by someone. It's got to be
done by someone, yeah? And it's got to be done properly, but simple, yeah? So when you chuck the water in there, because it's all plastic, isn't it? So I take out all the toilet paper, of course, so you don't wet the toilet paper up. Then I just throw that water in there. It's just throwing it. Good exercise for me as well, you know? Don't mind that, yeah. Get it in there, yeah, chucking it in, yeah. And they're looking, I said, yeah, I know, kusai tonight, it stinks, doesn't it? Yeah, right. It should never stink like that. It should never, ever stink like that, okay? It's dangerous. Fuck. I mean, you want to try it. In fact, don't try it. You're choking.
I would stay away from that, to be honest.
Yeah, you're choking, man. The door shuts, yeah? And then you shove the lock. And you are desperately fighting for something. You can't even breathe. You gotta breathe. You're breathing like someone's strangling you and you're trying to get air in.
Okay.
So imagine you're being strangled and you're fighting for air and you can only get the stuff. Yeah, that's what it's like.
Oh my God.
It's that fucking bad, man.
I don't think I want to witness that ever.
Burning your eyeballs. Your eyeballs are stinging. Yeah.
Oh man.
So I do that every time I go to that campsite.
The things you go through. I don't want to do that, man. Ever.
Obviously, I'm the toilet cleaner because I know these people they just use it, and they don't think. Well, let's be communal and let's keep it clean. But gin is the communal because I love the outdoors. So of course I'm going to have to do that. Fuck, everyone else doesn't want to do it. They think they're above doing it. But it's not difficult because I showed them how simple it was. Keep the door wide open, yeah, and then chuck water at it. That's it. Then you kill it, you clean it at the same time. And the water goes back down into the lake anyway at the end of the day. So you're not wasting anything. Nice cycle there. And leave the door open until you want to go to the toilet. Privacy, okay. When you finish, leave it open. Fuck. It's plastic. It's getting hot. Fucking hell. Toxicity is just unbearable. Fuck. Oh. Oh. I'll never forget that feeling, man. You know, you just sipping the, breathing shallow breath. You know, let me get out of here. Oh. And you open the door. Oh. 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 Fucking hell. I said, nah, I just decided that's got to be clean. Fuck that. I've got to go in there again. I don't want to do that again. Fuck. So yeah, I just cleaned it. It had to be done.
Yeah.
And then some of them said thank you. I said, yeah. I said it should never be like that, ever. Fuck it hell. You know, all the grit all over the place. Half shit still there that someone left behind. Fuck it hell. Turd still keeping its presence, hanging on to the side.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's like it can be like that. I'm the man. You see, I've got the blue Japanese version of the Marigold gloves. Yeah. Little bit of washing up liquid. So because it's campsite, I don't go berserk. But I just use it sparingly anyway. Sponge, and I've got my towel to dry my utensils and cups, plates, knives and forks. I do all that. The cooking and the cleaning. I do all that. So I take control 100%. I don't want anyone to be sick. I don't want to be sick, so I do it. No one cooks. I cook. Don't want anyone touching the stuff. So yeah.
You should be cooking.
Say that again?
The man is supposed to be cooking these days.
Yeah, but I've been doing it all my life anyway.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with a man cooking, scientist?
Well, they're the chefs.
I love cooking as well.
We're the chefs anyway, aren't we?
I said the man is supposed to be cooking these days.
Sorry.
Everything's changed, remember?
Yeah.
It's all different now. Everything's different.
It's called equality.
Yo, I got a question.
Yes, Starvin Marvin. What is your question?
What do you guys think about like the moon? Like, is the moon or
don't
stars
think
round?
about the moon. Do you think about the moon?
Starvin,
do you think it is
an
round?
Argument, and then we take it from there. I think that would be more wise.
Here's my argument. My argument is that because other things in the sky are round, and we are in the sky to those other things, we are also round.
How do you know
And when did you prove that you're in the sky? Damn.
And this is what I think. Whatever, we do not stand on what's in the sky. That's what I think.
If you were to
Hey,
stand on
check
what's
this
in the
out.
sky,
Check
what would
this
you
out.
see?
Starvin Marvin, listen, I live in a dense part of the woods, okay? When I look out my back door, all I see is trees. So therefore, I really should be a tree. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yo, that argument is fucking genius, man. Like,
When I drive around in my Hyundai and I see a Porsche, I think this should be a Porsche.
Do you know what my argument is? My argument is that you see an object and you are also an object. It's not even that it circles. It's that the Earth is a physical object, which you guys don't agree with.
So what am I? Am I a triangle or a circle too?
You are an object. You're a non-regular object, right? You're a non-geometric. You don't have a name. You're an object shaped like whatever your fucking name
Hey,
is.
how do you verify that we're the same as what's in the sky?
How do you verify we're nameless objects?
Oh, you just make up stories. You just presuppose it and make up a story. Is that the answer? You made up a story. Actually, you didn't make it up. Someone else made it up for you.
I mean, can you find another thing except for the Earth that isn't an object?
Oh, no. You're saying that the Earth is the same as what's in the sky.
Yes, because everything is object.
You
Everything
said
in
we
the
are
universe.
actually in the sky, word for word.
So
Yes.
is a butterfly the same as the moon too? What about a street lamp? What
We are in the
about
sky
grass?
to
What
someone
about
from
trees?
another
What
planet.
about a car? Hey, is the butterfly? You're just saying that though. You're
Yo.
just saying it.
Yo, so like, okay, so if I was to fly away from the, you know, whatever shaped the Earth is, or whatever non-shaped the Earth is,
You can't do
right?
that. You can't do that.
Why?
Do that.
Why?
That's
do
impossible.
what?
Because it's impossible. So
Like airplanes? I don't get it. I was in an airplane earlier today.
They don't fly away from the Earth.
airplanes aren't going to show you the entire Earth, buddy. So what are you talking about? Good try. Try again.
Like,
Did he just claim curvature from an airplane?
No,
I
dude.
know what he's claiming. He's just saying things.
I'm talking about the flying part. He said that's impossible.
What about it?
No. You said if you fly away from the Earth, you can't fly away from the Earth to see what the Earth is, which is what you would have to do to verify your claim that it is what it is in the sky. Of course, primarily you actually have to substantiate what is in the sky, which you can't do that either. So literally you just have a made-up story. That's what it is.
Okay, so
why not?
There's the only evidence pointing towards the Earth is round, besides like the pictures of it and the math. Like I don't really understand. Yeah, like that's how people did this shit 500 years ago. Like, how do you think? How do you
don't
think
even
that
know what you're
bots,
talking about.
bots are created to replicate humans so perfectly? Like, what the fuck is that? That's just retarded. Like,
Dude,
and you don't
you're
even
just
think
saying
people can
things all
measure
over the
curvature?
place. Things I've ever heard, dude.
You don't
Relax,
think people
Linda.
can measure?
Maybe he is a bot.
Yeah, Linda.
No, I am a
Linda.
Why not?
Why not just send a
Relax,
hot
Linda, and stay calm. Don't spiral. Just take a deep breath and you know.
Okay, math is a description. It's a language, so you can use math to describe anything. I've seen an equation to describe how Superman can fly, but of course, Superman's not real. So you have to verify empirically what it is the math represents for it to actually equate to a depiction of reality. Math itself does not do that. We can show you math for a million different things.
It's
Okay?
not like
And
people are
500 years
randomly writing down equations and calling it reality. It's people measuring reality and then writing that
Okay,
down.
what did they measure? Because you're making stuff up. We know everything about this conversation. You clearly are just saying things. So what did they measure specifically?
Yeah, and how did they do it?
Wow.
That's the end of that conversation.
Wow. Is he gone? Is he gone?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he's
all
gone.
it takes.
No, he's dumbfounded.
Grounded to reality, and they're silent.
He just got smacked in the face with reality and doesn't know what to say.
Wow.
I'm floored. I'm a nameless object. That's wild.
Why not send a hot air balloon up?
It's been done. So what about
You've
it?
done that.
Yeah. So send
So
it
what
up.
about it?
Don't use your fisheye lens. How about you yourself send a hot air balloon?
Oh, there are plenty of
Already
non-fish
done.
islands.
Flat as a
Never seen
pancake.
this?
Already
Seen
done.
this?
Flat as a
But
pancake.
by the way, according to the globe Earth's radius in the math, you wouldn't see the curvature from as high as a hot air balloon can go anyway. So
Yeah,
it's awkward.
yeah. The first time that I remember it being done, as I learnt it, was 1931. Auguste Piccard. He went up 9 miles, and to quote what they said, he said, what did he see? He said he saw a flat expanse with upturned edges. Okay.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Hey,
Yeah, that was
Marvin,
1931.
That was like way too long
The
ago.
exact quote was a flat dick.
I want you guys to know this just because I'm about to go to Eric. I'm not trying to take over, but just so you know, heliocentrism is the idea that the Earth spins and revolves around the sun. That's actually just a philosophy because they believe that the Earth cannot be important. It can't have a special or unique position. It has to be this tiny speck of dust in this huge vacuum. It can't be important because that would mean it's created. So therefore, all evidence that shows us that the Earth doesn't move, which is every experiment ever done, is ignored. And instead we apply relativity, which says, well, it just looks like it's not moving. So long story short, the summary is, if you think that the Earth is spinning and revolving and you call that science, you've been misled and lied to. It's actually philosophy, which means it's a religion. It doesn't have evidence, but it's a religion so that you don't have to acknowledge creation. So you've been tricked into a religion with no empirical evidence, with no scientific experimentation, and it's simply because people hate the idea of there being a creator. And you run around defending it, not knowing exactly what it is, but it's philosophy. It's called Copernican principle. So you should look into that. You are in a religion.
It's not even good philosophy. Like, philosophy should be grounded in reason and logic, and this isn't. You know, it goes against Occam's razor, it goes against all antithetical observations, so it's not even good philosophy.
It goes against natural law, God's natural law. That's what it's going against. There you go. And God's natural law is number one. That's the first one. That can never be violated.
The Earth is stationary.
I just call
Even
it
if you're hell-bent-
natural law.
The Earth is stationary. Even if you're hell bent on it being a globe, it makes absolutely no sense to argue for heliocentrism. If anything, you should go for a geocentric model.
Yeah. Remember,
And-
you can't have natural
What
law.
NASA does.
Yeah,
NASA
you
uses
can't
geocentric
have-
model for everything.
Where this started was you pointed at the sky to verify what you're standing on.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But you can't even verify what's in the sky, though. So it's like, look,
No.
look, there's a sphere in the
Never
sky.
been there.
It's a sphere. But he doesn't even know if the stuff in the sky is actually a solid sphere. He just says that.
Never been there. Never been there to check it.
Awkward. The other guy left. Tower, you got nothing. I just want to let you know because I'm about to get chopped up. But just so you know, man, it's a religion. They worship the sun. Heliocentrism. Helios is the sun god. It tells you that you go around the sun, but all evidence shows that everything goes around the earth. So it's a stupid philosophy so that you don't have to acknowledge there's a creator, because if the earth is the center of everything, it had to be placed there. If it was placed there, you maybe have moral accountability. Maybe you can't just run around watching porn, jacking off into oblivion, and just being a psychopath, sucking into depravity. Maybe your morality actually matters, and they don't like that. That's intolerable and unacceptable. So they say, no, that's impossible. Everything came from nothingness and random happenstance because we don't like the idea of a creator. And you've been tricked into thinking that's science. So.
What's it? You said
not
all evidence shows that everything goes around the Earth. But how do you feel about the Tychonian model of like the sun going around the Earth, but things going around the sun?
Yeah, that's not a terrible idea, but it's the same thing. Even the stuff going around the sun would technically be going around the Earth with the sun, you know?
Yeah, but how do you
it's
feel
not
about
bad.
it? Do you identify it with it?
I think it's definitely probably not correct because, for one, it always assumes a globe, and it's just like this half-assed version that they've come up with, the neo-Tychonic system, to explain how geocentrism could work. But really, there's been like no actual combined effort into working it out. So I think it's like the most simplified version. I'd be surprised if that's as simple as it gets. It could be the basis of it, though. It's definitely possible.
Do you know what's the difference between like the Tychonian model and the neo-Tychonian model?
Right. Well, so neo-Tychonic isn't even like a specifically defined one. It's just meaning an updated version of, because the Tychonic system didn't actually address all the things we now know need to be addressed. So it's like there isn't a specific one, but like when they usually bring it up, it's for stuff like parallax or something like that. Like they say, well, actually, you could explain it if you basically add to the Tychonic system with more detail. So it's like it's undefined because no one works on this, right? Everyone just assumes heliocentrism and works on that.
I know it definitely had something to do with at least what was partly included was the distance to the sun. You know, Tycho Brahe has kind of revised distances to the sun.
Yep. Yeah, which I mean, I think the sun's just an apparent location that's relative to each observer. All right, I gotta go in here. I'm late for my appointment. Love you guys. Peace out.
Okay, see you later. How you doing, Averages? Long time no hear, Averages.
Who's
How you doing, Jin?
What?
It doesn't have the same ring as percentages, does it?
Yeah.
Averages means you're below average averages. What's going on?
Things are good though. How are you?
Yeah, fine, man. I'm steady. You know. It's. I've been watching the Globe Light Tour. You know, they started up again. Did you know?
I did not know that. No.
Oh yeah. This is day 4. They were in Bath in England. Yeah. So the UK tour started 4 days ago at Speaker's Corner. Very heated debates going on there. And then we had
Do they have any on video?
Yeah. You can just click on the links then, Globe Light Tour 2022.
So they're recorded. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Look at day 2. We had a troll come along and push over one of the banners, but he got caught. Got a couple of kicks to his legs. Harry kicked him up a bit, sent him packing. Yeah. A little bit of violence.
So they're not just getting verbally flat smacked; they're actually getting physically flat smacked too.
Yeah, briefly flat smacked.
At least flat kick.
On the ground. Look, the ground is level, isn't it, mate? Level.
But yeah, they had good kind of like debates and stuff.
Oh yeah, some really interesting debates. But it's the same I was saying, well, like the carrying beliefs, believing in all the narratives, not checking anything. The usual. But yeah, interesting. A couple of geniuses come up, calling themselves geniuses. But they can't answer the questions. And they say flat earth is a nonsense. Nothing but nonsense, flat earth. But they're on board with 9/11, but they're not on board with flat earth. Reached too far, I think. So yeah, get in there, have a good look.
They're just not ready yet.
Entertaining. What happened here? What happened here?
One single day's NASA budget, you'd think they'd put a 4K, 24-hour streaming camera on the moon facing the Earth.
Absolutely. What is it? I think it's $67 million a day now. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. It is. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous that they can tell us that they don't have a real photograph. 60 odd years doing this thing and not one real photograph. Get out of here, man. Shut it down immediately. That's fraud.
Ask my globe friend neighbor, also evolutionist, like we evolved from an amoeba, friend. What day did they land on the moon? And he goes, August something. I go, yeah, August something. Exactly. We know when Christmas is, when Labor Day is. Why do we not know the exact date of the moon landing?
Yeah. The first time. July 1969.
Like, we should have had an annual paid day off every day to celebrate that achievement.
Yeah. Landing on the moon day. Yeah.
Like, I'd have been a kid at home from school, throwing water balloons at my friends. Yeah, we landed on the moon. Like July 4th or Canada Day. Like, it would be in my brain.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, it would be.
Moon Day. You celebrate it by mooning your friend.
Question. I just watched a video from like Professor Dave debating against someone, and is there a video from where he gets like debunked or when he loses a debate?
Yeah, Professor Dave. Well, I've spoken to him a few times, Professor Dave, but shut him down. He hasn't got anything, has he? Just a wally. Poof.
There should be some videos out there debunking him. He's been making up
there should be one or two. Nathan, was he on Nathan Oakley's show at all?
I don't think he's been to his show.
He debunks himself every time he
been
speaks.
debunked by a PhD guy or some. What was it? What was his degree?
Because I saw this debate like a couple minutes ago against this Flat Earth Dave. But he isn't actually someone with a lot of knowledge about this stuff, I think.
Yeah, he does that sometimes. He likes to pick on the beginners so that he can make himself look good and that, yeah. He did a debate with Dave Weiss. Dave Weiss didn't handle it as best as he should have done. He let
I meant this guy.
Get in there. If I ever get a chance to do that, believe you me, I will take him down. Because he hasn't got anything. You've got no curvature, you've got no spin.
Nothing. He only got calculations. He only got calculations. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
And theory.
And theory. Exactly.
It's got nothing. Yeah, got no proof, no evidence. And just keep hitting him with the basics And that's that. And then he likes to throw a few insults. I can insult him as well. Dimwit, dumbass, jackass, head of a dick, dickhead in other words, whole of an asshole that is. You know what I mean? Yeah. What's that brown stuff? Clean up your brown stuff.
More where those came from.
Nothing but verbal diarrhea. Clean up your mess. You need a napkin. Nothing but verbal diarrhea. Ladies and gentlemen, this right dishonourable gentleman is a whole of an asshole that is. So we can do the same. I could hit him with it, and he's going to be looking really silly. He won't come near us because he knows he will be destroyed. So he picks on the beginning.
I'm gonna start calling people that. You hole of an ass.
Yes, you hole of an ass. Oh, and by the way, your mouthwash ain't making it. Yeah, I said,
imagine him against Eric Dubay. I mean, imagine him against Eric Dubay. He couldn't stand like 1 minute.
No, he might do a minute.
I haven't seen Eric Dubay debate.
What? Can you repeat that?
I said I haven't seen Eric Dubay debate that much.
I'm pretty sure he's not the guy I would pick. Dubay's not the guy I would pick to first debate somebody. Wizkid, Quantum, some other people are up there.
Yeah, exactly.
I would not
Quantum
pick
Eraser,
at all.
Wizkid, and then Nathan Oakley in that order.
Nah, two of those three are not good because they're too insulting, and they get mad easily. You don't want someone that gets mad. As soon as you get mad, you lose.
No, you don't lose. Because if you're getting mad, but
you can't keep your cool, you automatically lose, even if you're right.
Nah, I'm sorry.
All right, well, I guess we disagree on that one.
Yeah, we have to disagree on that because at the end of the day, there's people who
you lose the argument. That's how it goes.
The truth is the truth. Here's two schools of thought. The truth is the truth, regardless of what people's attitudes are. Right? I agree with Chin on that one. However, I also agree that you have to know your audience if you're going to try to convert some people. But again, the point isn't to make friends. The point is to spread information.
Yeah.
I know people will want to
I
agree with
consider
you.
it. I consider it
the truth on your side. People will not want to agree with you, and they'll purposely be detracted away from you if your attitude is absolute shit, or if you're losing.
I think it's an honor.
Then they are ready, and they simply aren't ready.
Honor and a compliment to be told to shut the fuck up by QE. So,
Yeah. I'm always going to be saying, ladies and gentlemen, this question that was asked is beneath me, so I won't be asking that, ladies. What a Wally. Can't you ask something more interesting? Something we can get our teeth into. That's a no question. Next, please. You haven't got one? There you go, ladies. Hasn't even got a question. Hasn't got a globe. Hasn't got a question. What? Who's next?
Yeah, that's all good because throughout that whole thing, you're sure you could be what's the word that I'm looking for? Like ridiculing them or what have you, but you're doing it with composure. You're not losing your cool. You're not getting frustrated. You're just high-handedly kind of like dismissing their arguments and pointing out the flaws in them. That's good.
Showboating.
When you lose your cool,
jabbing and showboating at the same time. That's what I'm doing.
That's cool. But when you lose your cool and you start shouting and stuff like that, you attract more flies with honey. That's all I got to say.
And
I'd say
by the time he's calling you a knuckle dragging, crayon munching moron, you've probably said some really dumb things, like you're a relative of a complicated rock or something.
Here's the thing, too. We don't want to attract flies. We don't want to attract flies, motherfucker. We want to attract lions. How do you attract lions? We don't want to attract fucking flies. Come on.
That's
you attract more
that
bees
would be
with honey.
entertainment. That would be entertainment, exactly. Because you've got to be entertaining, precise with your knowledge. Nothing wrong with a little bit of entertainment for the viewers, I think that's all part. Only if it goes that way. I want to be coherent. It'll be facts-based all the way. But as soon as I get one inkling of an insult, then it's going to change. Then I'm going to make
like
it.
Have you ever seen either of those people debate with an objective mod, where they didn't have mod powers themselves or were muting people or something like that?
Yeah, I saw one
mod
with Nathan Thompson and Fight the Flat Earth. Do you remember that one, guys? Nathan Thompson and Fight the Flat Earth. And the moderator was more biased to the Flat Earth, actually. But, that was interesting.
If you have an IQ over 80, and an open mind and are a bit of a thinker, you can have a great conversation with QE without him telling you to shut the fuck up and calling you a crayon muncher. It's only when people say really dumb shit that he does that. So I respect him for that.
Yeah, because he thinks that you're not thinking it through properly, and how dare you even speak like this? Are you sure? Did I hear right? You know? Yeah, and he's been doing it for so long that, you know, he in a way, he has the right to do that. Remember, because he used to do it with Robert Pisano. They were good days, they were. Fucking, I learned a lot.
I'd like to see a fairly moderated debate with either Nathan Oakley or Quantum Eraser. I'd love to see one.
Yeah, me too. That would be great. I think it would be brilliant, you know, because at the end, and I have seen Quantum Eraser go in a debate and not lose it. He did a great job. You know.
Who did he debate against?
I can't remember who the opponents were, but obviously heliocentrist, but it was smooth. He didn't really lose his temper. Robert Pisano was there on a hangout kind of thing.
Yeah, and he didn't have the mod in his pocket or have like mod.
No, none of that. Just straight out, you know, straight up offering the information. Yeah. Smooth as silk. This is before. These were the days when he wasn't shouting. The shouting is recent, man. Because yeah, the shouting and screaming. Although I've known him now, I can say I've known Quantum Eraser, let's say 3 years. Before that, he wasn't shouting like that. I was surprised. It surprised me when he shouted, but I thought, he's like, it's like he's fed up. You know, he wasn't with Robert Pisano anymore. Well, fucking hell, what's happened to this guy? He's got no more patience. He's got no patience now. Fuck. Real Sergeant Major. Huh. Yeah.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, no, he's yeah, you want it? Go, why don't you watch? Go to Planete Veritas, okay? 2.0, look it up, and you will see Quantum Eraser and Robert Pisano, they cover a lot of topics to do with the moon and the ether and everything. Really, really good. The moon, everything to do with the flat earth and more, you know? Good speculation. And they're working together as a team and on the hangouts and that, discussing it with others. Yeah, fucking brilliant.
Okay, so what do I search for? Planete Veritas
Planete Veritas. Planete Veritas 2.0. Or whatchamacallit? Robert Pisano. Let me see if I can send a link to this. I'll send you a link to one, okay? The balloons. All right? Because I've got it here. Hang on a second. I'll send a link. And then you can click on the channel and then you get the rest of the material. Really good stuff, man. You know, you gotta watch everything. I've watched it all. A couple of times, all of it. All of their material, because it's so good.
How do you find the time, Jin?
Well, I mean, because if I'm not on the YouTube like this, if I'm not here now, then I'm going to watch a video, of course. I don't watch the TV, so I'm not watching movies. Why would I do that? You know? So I can do that, you know, a couple of videos a day. That's good, isn't it? Do some research. I make time for it. That's why. Because I think it's what, that's what I said, that I'd rather remember content producers of Flat Earth and that, rather than superstars who are not helping anybody. So-called superstars. Well, why should I remember them? So I've erased them out of my head now, and I'm carrying content makers who produce things, because that's more important information to be keeping in my head. And that's what I do. I love it, man. Yeah, that's why I've watched a lot of stuff. You know, whilst you guys are busy doing this and the other, Dean is busy loading up, walking internet, plug me in. I call myself a walking internet. Okay, I'm going to put this one in for you. What is the moon? Because that was quite interesting. Yeah, let's have a look. Here we go. Come on now. Okay, within 2 minutes, give me less than 2 minutes, sorry, less than 20 seconds. Uh-oh. No, not that. 24/7, please. 24/7, where are you? Of reality, no. This. Hey, could it there? Lobby, no, not lobby. Oh, bollocks. It's the live stream. Come on, Firmament. Live stream used to be at the top, now it's at the bloody bottom, isn't it? There it is, live stream, right at the bottom. Okay, here it comes. Right, I've sent you that one. It's quite interesting. What is the moon? What is the moon?
What's the moon?
Yeah. And then from there, you click this channel and you get the rest of the material from start to finish. Quantum Eraser's there with them and that, and it's absolutely on.
Jin CBR1.
What do you recommend I watch first? This or the Globe Live tour stuff?
I'd go from the beginning. Go from the speaker's corner first, and just watch it step by step, because you get into the right. It puts you in the mood, doesn't it? You know.
Yeah.
Because London's rather hostile, and then when they start going out to, like, they went to what was that first place they went to? Plymouth, was it? I think it was Plymouth or the one before that. And the people are more sedate, more relaxed, not as hostile and violent, let's say, like in London.
Not to mention...
Somebody called me just now. Who was that?
Huh?
Somebody just called me, and I missed him, sorry.
Me.
Oh, yeah. How you doing, sir?
Did you remember a couple of days ago when we were talking about the atomic weapons and stuff?
Yeah.
And I got to something, Operation Fishbowl.
Correct.
You know this?
Operation Fishbowl.
Yeah, which was a pretty interesting topic, and I saw that they shoot like these atomic weapons on the dome.
Yeah, up into the atmosphere. That's correct. Yeah. Thing to do, by the way.
So were these fluid weapons or atomic weapons?
You see, I can't give you that. All I can say is that it was atomic weapons, and from what you see from the blast, how could I tell you if it was fluid or not? Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, because you said the other day.
The Manhattan Project. I know in the Manhattan Project, the bombs that they dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki had fluoride in it. Okay, because it was a fluoride bomb. Okay, that's a fact.
Yes.
So it could have been similar.
Okay, that was my question. And did you saw this video where Eric Dubé asked for a debate against Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he said, "No, I don't want to debate him because he knew he was."
That's right. Yeah. I remember that. I do remember that. Yeah. It was a big set. We were all waiting for this. We were all waiting for this to happen, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out because he knew.
Neil is a bitch. Go ahead, Jen.
Sorry, yeah, Neil is a bitch. And
I often use him in my debates. Because of the shit that he talks. For example, if someone says to me, ships disappear over the horizon because of the Earth's curvature, then I just say, because Neil deGrasse Tyson said one time, a human can never fly high enough to see the Earth's curvature because that's how big it is. And they want to tell you that you can see a ship disappear with your own eyes. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
That's the dumb. That's like the weakest argument, but everyone uses this argument, even if it's the weakest.
It's their first go-to, isn't it? That's their first go-to. Ships going over the horizon. That's their first go-to.
The Earth is flat.
And I had like I don't know if I tell this one time against my geography teacher asked me, why do ships disappear over the horizon? And I tell them everything about, because we see pyramid shaped, like a pyramid. Everything over the horizon is going to sink, and everything under the horizon is going to go up. And
hey, Saia, do you know what distance over the boats would be disappearing at if they were actually
3
going
miles,
over
3
the
miles,
Earth
4
curve?
kilometers. 3 miles, 4 kilometers. Was this right?
Yeah, well, at normal observer height, yeah.
Yes,
But,
it's something like 3 miles. And Neil deGrasse Tyson also saw a picture from, this weather balloon video from 121,000 feet. I think if you calculate that in kilometers, it's something like 37 kilometers, if I'm not wrong. And then I just asked, why can't you see a curvature from 121,000 feet, but you want to see the curvature at 3 miles? Which makes no sense, because. And after that, he just said, yeah, you can believe whatever you want. And he didn't even respond.
There you go. He's the one that's believing. You know your stuff. He's carrying the belief, but he's saying you believe.
Yeah, it's a geography teacher that believes in tectonic plates and stuff, so what am I supposed to do?
No, you just keep firing on all cylinders, yeah? Exposing and embarrassing his sorry ass. Because he's the one that's carrying beliefs. You're carrying knowledge. Carrying the knowledge. He's carrying beliefs. Nothing.
This guy's, and he's also like a chemical teacher, I don't know how you call it. And he thinks that the Earth's core...
Chemistry.
Yes. Thanks for the help. He thinks that the Earth's core is made of iron and nickel, which makes no sense, because everything over 8 miles is theory, what's inside the Earth, actually. Because we have never dig down more than 8 miles.
Yeah, it's 7.6 miles to be exact.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and it was 20 years it took for them to do that.
And
in Russia.
Yes, and they say the Earth's core is generating a magnetic field. But how does this work? How does this work when the iron in the Earth's core is already melting, and this iron loses its magnetic force when it gets
That's
too
what I've
hot?
understood. I haven't done that experiment myself, melt a magnet to see its polarities, properties lose its. I haven't seen that, but that's what I've been told. Yeah.
Yeah, it does lose its magnetism. And my question is always, how does it generate a magnetic field when there is no magnetic inside the Earth's core, as we all know?
Yeah.
Are they just gonna give stupid answers, like they're gonna just tell you some theories, some fairy tales or something like that?
Yeah. Well, I wonder what happens to a magnet when you actually do melt it and then let it cool down.
It loses its... I don't know that, but as they claim, the Earth's core doesn't cool down, so it doesn't matter, however.
Yeah. I was just wondering if I had a magnet, if I could melt it, then leave it there, watch it cool down, and then see if it still has a magnetic properties, or would it be dead?
It's already been done, and no, it loses its magnetic property.
Forever?
Forever. So it dies, yeah? It's dead, yeah? It would never...
Oh, I haven't seen it cool down, but I would. I mean, I've seen the magnet liquefied, and there's no magnetic property afterward.
So, Saia, did you figure out how to debunk those Professor Dave videos yet? You were asking about in the lobby?
He's he has some dumb arguments. For example, why can't you see the Southern Cross from like one spot to another one? Only in the south hemisphere, I think. But
Yeah, no,
it just look, the rotation appears clockwise if you face south, counterclockwise if you face north. Doesn't matter where you are, actually.
Yeah.
But a lot
You
of
got
these
it.
arguments are actually pretty hard, actually. But I think they're all debunkable because I asked in the lobby for a video or something, and someone sent me a whole playlist. I can't remember the name, and I have this playlist. I saved it, and yeah, he debunked all these arguments. It's like 9 videos, and all are over 1 hour long. So I think this should be enough debunk.
Yeah, in depth, 9 hours, 9 hour tsunami. Lovely.
Did you watch all that, Saya? You watched that whole 9-hour thing?
No, actually not, to be honest.
Okay.
But
no, take your time.
He uses the sky to debunk the ground.
Yeah, he does do that.
Exactly. Yeah, I like I pretty like him because always when I see his videos, I learn more because then I always ask like in the lobby for can someone maybe send me a video where all his arguments got debunked, and this actually helps me pretty well to understand some things, which is pretty nice.
If you haven't seen any of the videos, how can you say that it debunks his arguments?
That's the strange part.
Because I asked in the lobby for people for a video that debunked his arguments, and when someone sent me this,
but
you would want to watch
not
it,
debunking
right?
it. You're just trusting that it is. That's kind of an argument.
Yeah, because when someone actually spent 9 hours and watching these videos, then I probably think these got all
people
debunked.
spend a lot of time doing a lot of shit.
Not really.
But it's not only one guy. I asked multiple times, is there one video from Professor Dave that didn't get debunked?
They could spend a long time also putting together just some complete BS. Like, that doesn't prove anything in itself. You need to know what they said in those videos, right? So it's just kind of funny to ask for a video debunking something and then not watch it and go, well, they must have put a lot of work into that.
I didn't watch all videos because I have right now I have holidays, and I have school too.
No, it's fine that you haven't gotten around to it yet, but don't say that it's been debunked or that it debunks it.
Yeah, but why would so many people lie? Because so much people tell you, yeah, there's no argument.
Yeah, but you need to watch it.
That's another fallacious argument.
I am.
Anything Glover says.
That's an appeal to majority right there. So
yes, I answered pretty honest that I haven't watched these videos.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
I'm calling you out on saying it's been debunked or what have you when it hasn't in reality with those videos out.
I think that it got debunked because how else they would.
You got to watch them eventually.
Yeah, you can speculate. That's fine. It's fine to speculate that you think that the debunk is in there, but you don't actually know.
Yeah, you need to watch them. Definitely have to watch.
I will.
The confidence, so that you walk sure-footedly. You say, well, no, it's been debunked. Here it is. This plus this equals this. Shut up. Take that and put it where it's.
The problem with Professor Dave is that he's reacting to the wrong flat Earth people. He thinks that the flat Earth is a disc moving in space. Yeah. That's what he thinks. That's pretty dumb.
He's just a dumbass fool. That's the Flat Earth Society's model.
He's debating some prods like David Weiss, who got he only debates like people with little knowledge, and I think he says a lot of wrong things.
Dave Weiss is quite knowledgeable, but the day he debated Dave Weiss wasn't fully on his game because he allowed Professor Dave to get under his skin with the insults. He should have just insulted him back.
I'm curious, what do you think is one of these strong arguments that Professor Dave has that needs to be debunked?
Professor Dave
didn't have any strong arguments, though. He didn't have any. He just had insults all the way.
Well, this guy thinks that he presents strong arguments.
Yeah, what does Saya think Professor Dave has said that is a strong argument?
I think nothing, because when because I watched the whole video and there was no actual argument. They spent like so much minutes in one argument. For example, this with the like Southern Cross. Why can I think you said this to me, Shooter McGavin? Why can't I see the same things when I look out the window than the things that you see? Like we don't see the same things when we look out the window and the sky, and I think
Bro, I
that's
could have
the same
sworn you
question.
said that he presented some strong arguments and you were looking for debunks for them.
Yes, but the problem is that Dave, Professor Dave he's so mean. You know, he's just insulting and he's saying
That's
everything.
correct. That's
So
where
did he
you've
have
got
strong
to.
arguments, or was he just like being mean to the guy and being aggressive, and he seemed strong because of that?
He was
I
just being.
don't know.
He was just being aggressive, man. He was just being.
He had, he pretty sure had some strong arguments that I could not defend, but
like
the most of his stuff
like
I can't remember it actually, to be honest. He says they about this with the sun rays, because of with gravity they talk so much stuff that I didn't even understand, you know, which is, for example, where he talked a lot about calculations, and I'm pretty bad with these calculations, to be honest. I don't want to lie.
You're okay with calculations because you tried the globe geometry calculations and used them to judge that the horizon is too far for that to work.
I don't calculate it myself. I use a website, which is a lot of people use. And for example, I just type in observer height, something with 5 feet.
So the solid argument that Prof. Dave made to you was he made some calculations and you couldn't follow those.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I couldn't understand them because it was just a YouTube video, and
so they just seemed strong to you. They streamed like good arguments because you didn't understand.
Yeah, no, I ask. I ask a Globo always. Can you please prove the globe without using NASA theories or calculations? And they come with stupid stuff like, yeah, you can just see a boat disappearing over the horizon, and something like. But I say, but that's bullshit. You don't know how the human eye works. And they say, yeah, but the Greeks said it back then. Yeah, they said it because they didn't know how the human eye works.
Yeah,
you just have to know that we see pyramid shaped, like a pyramid.
No worries. I want to switch gears to something you said earlier. My question is, so you have like, you know, the apparent curvature as you rise up, and then you have the obstruction as something moves away at the Earth's surface, you know? Why do you equate the two?
To be honest, I didn't understand the last part, because you're using kind of hard words for me in English.
The obstruction of this, like, you know, sphere edge, if you will, as something moves away, like the bottom of boats being obstructed, for instance. Right? Why do you equate that with a visible curve as you go up?
I don't know what obstruction means.
Like the blocking of the ships from bottom to top.
I doesn't know what you can just see, like, you can just see the top part of the boat when it's like, yeah, that's because of that's how the human eye works. I have a picture about this.
So basically you're saying if you can't see the curve from X height, why do you expect to see the curve
that's
as
what I
in
say,
the
but
obstruction
when
of the ships?
That's
why do you
what
hold
I
the
say,
two?
because
Go ahead.
I often say this, but you know, what I say always is we see pyramid shaped. Everything over the horizon is going to sink, and everything under the horizon is going to go up. And I have some pictures about this, and yeah, that's just how the human eye works.
What about specifically the obstruction point that he mentioned?
I could demonstrate. You can demonstrate this when you point a camera on a table, and you have maybe a toy ship and stuff, and the same thing with the coin. It's the same thing with the coin, and that the sun goes up and down. You just put the ship at the end of the table, and you're just going to see the top part of the ship. then when you zoom in with the camera, you're going to see the under part of the ship, because with
That's not really what I'm getting at. My
with your
point is, you're equating the curvature that you see when you rise up with the curvature that they're talking about that obstructs the the bottom of boats or what have you, right? You're acting like it's a one-to-one kind of relationship. If you don't see it from X height, you shouldn't be seeing it from the surface, right? Because obviously the height is higher, but you're basically treating them as the same mechanic. My question is why?
I don't know how to answer this, to be honest, because the most stuff I'm not understanding, to be honest.
Well, the sphere edge, they say it creates an obstruction. They call it the sagitta, right? The height from the sphere edge to the chord line. And you're mathematically treating it as equal to the side-to-side curvature line that you would see going up on a sphere. And mathematically, I haven't been shown that they are.
Wait, 1 second. Would you go up, for example, with a balloon, and the horizon would go down, but you have the horizon always in your lane of sight? It doesn't matter where high you are, even if you're 129,000 feet in the sky with this weather balloon.
I'm not sure about that, to be honest.
Yeah, but for example, were you in a plane one time?
Yeah, definitely. At the height of a plane, you don't have any visible curvature, right?
Yeah, but you have the horizon always.
Tyson, he says 2 millimeters from the height of that beach ball or whatever, 100 something, 50,000 feet, I think it was that Felix Baumgartner did the Red Bull jump from. No expected curvature, right?
128, but yeah.
Was it 128? That's what it. Yeah. But then you also have the mage. You also have the mage. You also have the mage. I don't know what the guy's name that did the mage footage, and for me personally, I don't think it meets it's not adequately explained by barrel distortion alone. And then there's the argument that you can make when you go up higher that all of the stuff that you see, the horizon switches from being the intersection of the ground and the sky to the intersection between the black sky that doesn't have light reflecting to the sky and the ground that is made of matter that does reflect the light. So the horizon itself, the dynamic of it, switches, transitions as you go up. You could make that argument. So I don't know personally if the horizon would stick to your eye level or slowly go down as you go up as a result of that.
Slowly go down on a spherical ball with a radius.
No, but even on a flat Earth, it might slowly
there's
go
a
down.
slight
That's my point.
dip. There's a slight dip angle which they try to use to reify their sphere with, right? So it's not exactly eye level, just slightly below, right?
Yeah, Sasha sent a good video about this with the Is this the Yugoslavia map, man? Wow. However,
I posted that, but I'm not also so sure, because when you go up, you see, from that logic of we cannot see curvature from I don't know which height. That means if you go up, you cannot see the curvature in a sense.
Hey, Sasha, I have a question. Do you support Kosovo's independence?
No.
Why?
Let's say like this. Let's say Texas. Let's say that in Texas living 19% of Mexicans. And now let's say that Texas decides to be independent. And they will call that whatever, something.
But I have a question. Were you in war or someone out of your family?
I was there.
You fought against Kosovo, so?
No.
Someone out of your family? What? Someone out of your family?
Kosovo is a part of the Serbia.
But look, my uncle was in pretty much my whole family was in war, and they saw kids getting killed and stuff without actually a reason.
But
so you actually saying you supported that? because Kosovo has did nothing to anybody.
Hold on. Excuse me. I didn't hear him say he supported that at all.
No, I mean the independence. I mean you don't support the independence, so you would like Kosovo to get invaded again, even if you know.
Didn't Kosovo declare independence in
which country you
2005 or something?
In which country? Wait. In which country you were living?
I'm in Germany right now.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, this isn't really the server topic, so why did you divert into this?
Well,
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
matter.
Okay, I'm sorry for switching the topic.
I want to tell you that this is not one war. This is the inside of that is like a conflict between Serbia and Kosovo. But you have their war, like let's say 3 or 4 wars inside Yugoslavia.
Mm-hmm. Continue.
Yeah, I'm telling you that I'm coming from one war where it was Serbs and Croats, and
Okay.
there was kids killed from both sides.
Wait, are they
I
fighting
know
again? Is Kosovo rising up again or something?
No, it's
no.
It's an actual small country. It's because
they declared independence like in the 2000s. I remember.
2008 actually. It's the
2008.
second youngest country.
Yeah, inside of country.
So what's the issue?
So no, I just asked because he had the Yugoslavia. So I just wanted to ask.
Okay. Besides, you consider them part of Serbia?
No, Kosovo is own
not
country.
Not at the time concerning that he is part of Serbia.
Not anymore.
That's true, but that's violence of the West countries.
Wait, but Sasha, would you go in Kosovo and say Kosovo is Serbia between all here because between the people that are there? Just one. Would you survive over 5 minutes?
Not like that. Not with saying Kosovo is Serbia in a nationalistic way.
It is not. It is not, and you also know this because it's independent. Everybody knows this.
It cannot be independent, man.
Yeah.
How?
What do you mean? Why can't it be?
It's the same thing like every region in every country can be independent then.
If they want to be, yeah, and they fight for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
why
Kurdistan?
Why in Spain it's not?
Why is Sayed diverting into this topic though?
Yeah,
I'm
it really has nothing to do with the server. I mean, is your script broken, Sayed? Do you need to divert because you were getting called out on it? Like, what's going on?
No, sorry, you can continue with Flat Earth. Sorry, you can continue with Flat Earth because
I didn't mind the
I'm seeing where this is going to go. I don't want to continue this, or else I'm going to get
it's not exactly a hot button issue, but Helio had a strike on his channel for some sort of war talk, so I don't know. It's just probably best to stay away from the rabbit hole.
Yes, or else I'm getting banned again. With no reason, probably again. But okay, continue with Flat Earth, okay? I just wanted to ask something and it's over.
Okay,
Thanks for
so
that.
Can I get an answer to my question? Why do you equate the visible curve, side-to-side curve, with the obstructive kind of element from a sphere as objects get farther?
I don't know, because this works. And if you can't see the curvature from 21,000 feet high, you should not be able to see it in 3 miles. You know.
Do you have like some sort of evidence to rely on for that statement?
Yeah, you mean the weather balloon?
That's an example of just with height, yeah. But I'm saying you said if you can't see it with height, then you shouldn't be seeing it with distance, right? And I'm saying, do you have any evidence to rely on for that? I'm not saying you're wrong. To be clear, I'm not saying you're wrong. But
you mean if I have
like a non sequitur
experience?
No, not experience. I'm saying like any evidence that you could rely on, maybe some sort of diagrams or a visualization or some sort of modeling or something like that you know, actual distances from different places, who knows? But you're basically saying that, you know, that they're equatable, that the curvature with height is equal to, you know, the distance, the curvature from things.
I think no, I know what you mean, but I just want to ask you something. Do you know how much 121,000 feet actually is?
But you're diverting
Yeah, it's
again. Who cares about
121,000
that?
feet.
Yeah.
But that's a lot. You can probably see like more than 3 miles
But
without.
why don't you just answer the question on the table instead of saying something pointless like
don't
that?
have evidence. Okay, no, I don't have
But
evidence.
why not, though? I mean, you're wearing the flat earther tag. This is a really easy
And
question for
does
somebody
that
that's that role
matter?
usually.
I don't think it's that easy, to be honest, CB. I think, and
well,
you know, more than a few flat earthers have this kind of like argument, and I haven't seen. To me, it just seems like a little bit of a non sequitur. You know, they don't bridge the two.
Well, I have other suspicions about this character personally, but I'll save them for not live stream. But he should be able to just throw out the Black Swan or something like that. I mean, that would debunk the 3 mile geometric horizon, etc. But it seems like every time you paraphrase the things, every time you paraphrase the things that he said back to him, it's like he doesn't get it. It's almost like a script. But anyway, carry on.
Maybe you can send a picture in live stream voice text so I know what you mean, because maybe I didn't understand some stuff.
That's no worries. But I do, CB, I do feel like he's genuine. You know, he's trying.
Yeah. You can just zoom
a little
in.
hard on him.
Yeah.
And does it matter if I have this flat earther tag? I don't have silver FE, so what are you expecting?
Don't worry about the rolls, bro.
Yes. It actually doesn't matter. I think I can still learn without having it.
Absolutely. What matters is, like, you know, the content of your what you say, basically.
Yeah, I don't think I'm saying any insults or something.
No, I'm not saying that you are at all. I'm just sort of wondering, like, you know, how did you determine that the horizon is not geometric and is not at that 3 mile position that you talked about?
Zoom in with the camera.
Right, but how would you know just using a camera? How would you judge the distances, right? How would you know the distance to the horizon or the distance of the objects on it? How would you measure that?
How am I supposed to know this if I actually never measured that, so...
Well, then you can't know the things that you're claiming to know, right?
Well, Jay Tolan can help you.
I think it's a script, guys, but I'll let you carry on.
I think you're wrong about that, CB, to be honest.
I may very well be. So I'm just going to leave it at that for this moment.
But yeah,
to be honest, I didn't understand.
I can't really see your name. But anyways, I would rely on, if you're like trying to verify distances and stuff like that, when you're zooming in on things or what have you, I would rely on if it's in like.
But look,
land,
they claim that after
let me finish.
miles,
Let me finish. If it's like in an area of land, you know, you're not just doing something along the ocean or something like that. But if it's an area of land, I would rely on Google Maps, because the distances from cities I hold is accurate. You know, that's directly measurable by wheels on the ground, and people use them for navigating. You know, for traveling every day. So I would rely on those between two different points. You know, relatively strongly. And then if you're off the coast, you know, like with the Black Swan and stuff like that, they rely on it still, because if it's along the coast, you're still traveling along the coast. You know, you could do that by road and stuff. So I would still hold it to be accurate, like they do with the rigs off the coast in California. The only time it gets like kind of, I wouldn't rely on it, is when it's over long swaths of water, especially in the southern hemisphere, you know, where it's like 90% water along the latitude, and you can't really have an accurate measure of water without a reference point of land next to it.
It didn't got countered till today, so I think without this information, I still won the debates against so many people.
Well, that would be hard, say, if you weren't able to measure the distance to those things on the horizon that you said were too far to be, for Earth curve to be part of the scenario, right?
As they claim, it's something. As they claim, it's after 3 miles, you're not.
Yeah. In order to debunk people who say that, who make that claim of the Earth's geometric horizon, you would need to know the distances to the things on the horizon that you use to debunk them with that, right?
Yeah, but when they say after 3 miles you can't see the boat anymore with your own eyes because it disappears over the curvature, then I think you can just zoom in with the camera, and if the boat pops out again, which it will with a good camera, then you can say it's.
You're right. You still have a line of sight to it, but how do you know? Well, I'm saying he still has. Hold on. I'm saying he still has a line of sight to it, but how do you know that the thing went further than 3 miles? How do you know its distance?
I can't know this exactly. I think. But
well, then you can't know that the geometric claim is false.
It's not true that it always pop back into sight. At some point, it will actually, no matter how much you zoom in, the thing is obstructed.
Well, yeah, I mean, weather visibility is only, about 20 kilometers at most, usually? Give or take, something around there?
The horizon's constantly moving. Sometimes it'll be that it kind of, the angular size of it gets so small that you could zoom in. But at some point, it's always going to be not visible, not because of you can't zoom into it, but because there is obstruction. Whether that cause of obstruction is some superior miraging, some stooping of the foreground relative to the background, or whether it's an actual sphere.
Just look how it looks like.
Who knows?
Just research how this looks like.
Yeah, we'll say, you should know the distances to the things on the horizon before you start saying they're way too far for there to be Earth curve in this picture.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for the information, man.
Isaiah, or however you pronounce your name. I don't think I've spoken with you.
Just say Saya.
Saya. Welcome to the server, man. I don't think I've spoken with you before.
I am quite a long, not actually that long. I think not even a month or something. But I'm not very often in this live stream. Only when I have questions that nobody answered in the lobby.
Yeah, good.
Which question are you working
welcome,
on?
though. No, welcome to the server, though, for real.
Welcome. I had a question for you. You're not long on this server.
Yeah, that's why I don't have the. That's why I don't have the most knowledge. I'm probably one of the weakest flat earthers in the server. Because I'm new to the stuff. Because it's not even been 2 months. So.
I wouldn't say that, man. You don't compare yourself to others. Compare yourself to where you were yesterday.
I was just curious as to the debates that you're referencing. Where do you typically have these debates, and what type of forum are you debating people within?
To be honest, I have them on sometimes on Instagram or something, or sometimes on TikTok, because the people there are actually kind of they ask questions wait, how was it called?
So would you say that these are more text-based debates?
Yeah, more text-based than talking. Because it's pretty annoying to talk, because there are some people that keep kind of say bullshit. Just like Dave. All he have is the most stuff actually insults and stuff. You can't actually debate against him because he's gonna laugh at you and call you dumb multiple times, and this makes it kind of hard to debate. Actually, he gets he gets kind of aggressive.
There's certainly tactics you can use to expose that. I don't know what you'd call it, argument from incredulity, or
for the next time.
The argument of just because you don't understand doesn't make it not real kind of argument. There's ways that you can debate around that.
There's a difference between a debate and a dialectic, right? Some people they just want to win, whereas other people they want to get at the truth, and they have the intellectual honesty to have that as their goal. So they're going to be
and they are the people that just send videos, like YouTube videos.
Even in a conversation, you could be that type of person, like a person interested in kind of figuring out the truth, and you're going to be respectful, as that's your quest, basically, not to win a debate. When you're trying to win a debate, you'll use underhanded tactics like being aggressive and over-talking and doing whatever you can get away with to come across as the victor, right? But if you're leaving your ego at the door and you're just humble, your goal is to come at truth, to uncover or spread truth, then
you can win.
Tactics.
You can win easy, like the most easy way. You can debunk all of your opponent's arguments. He's still gonna say bullshit and that you're dumb. He's still gonna call you that, even if he lost. He's just gonna say, "Yeah, you just dumb. You think that all scientists over the whole world are lying?"
I mean, these same sentiments can be voiced or expressed via text debate as well. That's I was just wondering what the difference there would be.
In the last time, I'm not looking for actual debates. But I think I had the last one 2 days ago, and it was against someone. These trolls. They're like trolls. Whatever you're gonna say, they're not even gonna counter. They're just gonna call it dumb and gonna laugh. Yeah, in the next time, I think I'm not gonna debate that much because I don't have the motivation actually. Because why? Even if you win, you're not going to make them flat earther.
There's a quote.
You can make them look dumb. You can't even make them look dumb because, however, they're going to call you dumb just because of that.
There's a quote I think by Mark Twain. He says, "Never argue with an idiot, because they'll oh, how does it go? God damn it. They'll
pull you down to their level.
Pull you down to their level and then beat you with experience." Thank you very much. Yeah, that's how they'll bring you down to their level and then beat you with experience.
Yeah, there's one guy at my school, a teacher. It was the first time I lost at a debate. I was actually kind of new to this topic. I am still new to this topic, but then more. Bro, and I had shitty arguments. For example, why do the constellations never change? And this guy was on another level. I think he was a lot of times better than Professor Dave. He explained me complete accurately, plus an example how a astronaut suit works and is built with experiments and stuff. He was on another level, actually.
What was his argument for why the constellations never changed in thousands of years?
I'm on vacation right now since 2 weeks, and to be honest, I forgot it.
What does that have to do with what he asked?
I just said I forgot it. Maybe you should listen.
Because
but
you're on vacation.
At least I know. Yeah, I forgot the most stuff because, as I said, I was extremely new to this topic. Right now too, but at that time more. And he said to me, he told me experiment with a vacuum and how you can build a suit, astronaut suit that can hold back this vacuum, with an example. And the constellations, actually today I would think he used a lot of theories that he cannot actually prove.
What suit can do?
Astronaut I said human would die immediately in a vacuum, in an actual one, no matter what suit he has and stuff. And he said, and he named me this experiment with this vacuum, and he explained accurately how this was built. I didn't understand some words because.
Do you remember what the experiment was?
Did he tell you that he put it astronaut for 1 hour in the vacuum chamber?
No, he told me an experiment where you can test this. How?
Do you remember what the experiment was? The small scale demonstration.
Wait, just I know it was a vacuum with. Let me translate this real quick, please. Just one word. Belja,
All you need is a buffer.
Belja. A Belja and a vacuum or something like that.
Yeah, all you need is a buffer. It's not hard.
But
like as long
to
as
see
you
the
have,
power of a vacuum, the power of a vacuum is insane.
it's not that strong because it's high to low, right? So if you have a rigid kind of or even it doesn't need to be that rigid actually in a vacuum. It needs to be rigid when you have more pressure. With less pressure, it doesn't need to be that rigid. You just need something to prevent the air inside from leaving, and then it's just like this air environment. It's between you, like your skin, and the container, the suit. And as long as that's kept, it's maintained, then you're fine.
But let's put that in minus to 17 torr. 10 to minus 17 torr.
Yeah, it wouldn't make that much of a difference.
Oh, really?
Really, yeah. Whether they have the technology or not, whether they've actually done that, I'm not sure. But if they have the technology where it's circulating the air and maintaining that pressure of air, then
I'm not so sure. Because they have any experiment that astronaut with the suit is inside of chamber and now showing, look, everything is all right. He is inside. Minus 2.
I don't know if they've physically done it, but theoretically, you're changing the medium. If it's all the way around
they have. I've seen footage. I've seen footage of an astronaut inside of a vacuum chamber, and within 30 seconds or less, he falls backwards and passes out. And then I saw an interview of the same astronaut many years later that said, while he was in there, live on his tongue starting to boil before he passed out. So what I determined from that clip was it would probably be a bad idea to put a person into a vacuum environment. Thank you.
That's fair. I've seen a video, I don't know if it's accurate, of an astronaut supposedly in his suit and it being tested, and it was like this 360 video. I mean, you guys have probably seen it before. I think it was like NASA or some other type of organization. 360 view, you could look around, and this guy was in this chamber that was supposed to be a vacuum chamber. I can't verify any of it. You know, it's a video that's unverifiable, but
what happened
that you're willing to accept. He's just standing there.
What happened in the video
for minutes on end?
He what?
He was just standing there in his suit for minutes on end.
Okay. Anyways,
did he die? Did he die?
If he was standing there, he didn't die. No.
No, I haven't seen the one you're speaking of. The one I witnessed was from the birth of NASA, way back in the beginnings, when they were trying to figure out how to put man on the moon.
I actually convinced this guy that the moon landing was fake. I convinced him that the moon landing was fake because I said, if the lunar lander was landing on the moon, wouldn't that create a crater? You know what the crater is?
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, it created a crater. And I said, no, you can look by yourself. And he said, if it's actually like this, then I would think that too, because... So if the lunar lander landed on the moon, it would create a crater, a pretty big one.
Only if it crashed.
That's not the reason why we didn't fall on the moon.
Yeah, if that convinced...
Yeah, we can't get on the moon because we destroyed this technology, or else we would go there in nanoseconds.
No, because we are living in closed system. We cannot go.
I know this was a joke.
Mars and Jupiter, though, those are very viable journeys we could take.
Why not Venus?
It's close.
They say because of the conditions there.
The amount of money these morons get to fake all this crap, they could send every family in every country on a nice vacation, give them a big chunk of dough, blah blah blah. But no,
They get $60 million a day. 60 million a day, actually.
I heard 18 billion for the stupid James Webb Telescope alone.
This got debunked? The James Webb pictures.
They're just colorful pictures.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
cool CGI generated images.
Are they like some
just CGI Adobe images? One of our members already confirmed it today. He posted it in the live stream about an hour ago.
Here's another good funny thing happening real quick. Y'all know McToon, so he wanted to debate me. I said, do you have any evidence? He said, yes, I have 2 direct physical measurements of Earth curvature. I said, really? Let me see them. He said, nope. I said, why not? He said, nope, debate me or don't see them. I'm thinking to myself, gosh, if Earth were so obviously, apparently a globe, would you need to hide the evidence from people? Just saying. There's no debate.
Debate me, but I'm not going to show you any evidence or proof of my side of the debate.
Right. That's the thing. He wants to pull somebody into a debate to waste time and try to make people look stupid. The problem is there is literally no debate. You either have a red apple, like you claim you do, or you don't have a red apple. Show me the red apple, McToon.
How does he have direct measurements? This is the guy that says only the first foot of a tape measure measured.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see this shit. He won't show anybody, dude. It's completely obvious, and I love it to death. McToon, you're my favorite globe earther and my favorite flat earther, if you know what I mean.
But yeah,
he has Nobel Prize winning evidence, but he won't present it.
Well, he won't present it because he wants to try to use it to stump you with it on the spot, right? He doesn't want you to be able to think about it ahead of time. He wants to use it as a gotcha.
Right. It's called what's that called? An ambush.
Yeah, ambush. Yeah, like you will go there, and then he will show you the curvature, and everybody will laugh on you.
It's a setup. He's going to frame you.
Dude, exactly. I gave him my email address. I'm like, just send it to me, dude. What's the deal? What's the problem? He's like, oh, you'll just, and he tries to predict the future then, like Globers do. He said, well, you'll just deny what I send you in your email, too. It's like, how do you know? Wait, you didn't even send an email. You haven't sent anybody anything. Who would want to debate you? McToon, you got to get your shit together, pal. And also decide which gender you are. Thanks.
Hey, McToon.
It's like the guy who says, I'm gonna kick your ass, and you're like, okay, where and when? And he gives you a date, time, and a place, and you show up and he's not there, and now you want to kick his ass even more, but he won't show up to scrap you. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so McToon, what are you measuring again? Because pretty sure you said that only the first foot of a tape measure can measure something. So you only have 1 foot of these measurements, or how does that work?
What happened?
Somebody found the curvature.
Globers drowned it in their teardrops.
But it's secret still. It's not for the public.
The only water curvature they could find was in their tears, so they just stopped coming here.
Yeah, well, these globers know we're talking about bodies of water, something you can go get in. So all those tiers that you, those curved tiers, yeah, it's in a level water now. You can go do a cannonball into your tiers. Yeah, it's level water, folks. Thank you.
Pandas are my favorite, like, I don't know how to say it, like, animal, because they're Asian and they're black and they're white. They're like the ultimate symbol of non-racism or racial stereotype. Like, you can't label them anything.
What about the brown? Majority of the world is brown.
Mm. Why, pandas think it's round? No, they don't.
Very exclusionary of them to not be brown at all.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, that's, you know, I think that's a genetic thing.
That's a genetic fallacy. I like bees. Bees are cool.
Those are perfect for today's like low attention span youth.
What?
The I think it's a TikTok thing Sasha posted. Is that what you were saying? Was those are cool?
I think you missed the joke he made.
Oh, sorry.
You were talking about low. Fuck's sake, I forgot the word.
attention span. Yeah.
No attention span used. And then he said, what? Never mind. How's everyone doing this evening?
Not too bad, Chris. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Nice and hot at the moment, so that's always a good thing.
Yeah.
Crypto, can you add a Canadian flag to my name since you added the A? And you should put an exclamation point rather than a question mark because it's more of a statement.
Yeah, but not at the moment. I'm driving. But when I get
No, I didn't mean right away. Thanks, brother. And your name is always changing. That's odd.
But I thought some people had like sea flavored names, and I was like, fine, I'll do it as well. But I'll think about it again.
At least I recognize your voice, and Crackvillain keeps his name the same, so I'm not confusing you guys with the voices anymore.
Oh no, don't tell him. Like he'll start to do it, and then he'll start to change his name, and then you'll be really messed up. So have we had any real true believers of the globe come in today?
I think someone was here right when I got here, and then Witsit kind of shut him up. He asked for like real measurements for their theories, like because the whole idea was that they had theories that math was based off of real life or what have you. So and then he was pressed on that, and he's like, okay, what are the real measurements that your globe math is based on? And then he went silent, and shortly after left like disconnected. So
yeah.
I missed the majority of it though.
The thing I find really interesting is how obviously you must have heard Witsit presenting these kind of quotes to the Globe guys, like from Einstein and all the rest. What I find really interesting about that is how if Einstein is quoted as saying what they believed, then they'll take it at face value. But if Einstein says something that they don't believe, then they never run out of excuses as to why that doesn't mean anything. And I just find that really interesting. Yeah. It's very interesting to me. Obviously, it doesn't prove anything, but it's an interesting psychological phenomena. And even when you point out to them, they deny it while doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that would be like considered anchor bias or just general bias or something like that, but
no, I think that what it is that they consider us to be stupid, and so whatever we say must be wrong because we're stupid, right? So I think it's definitely a genetic fallacy rather than an anchor bias. Like other people come in and they exhibit anchor bias, but I like for these people, they're not listening to the information because of the source, not because of the order of the information, in my opinion.
Maybe. But you think they'd be more like, they'd more readily give up their stance if someone else presented the same exact quote?
I don't know. I'd have to say yes.
Test it out.
So I'm going to say yes because that would be consistent. Yeah, I think that's the case. I think if although actually, you know what's interesting? The answer is maybe, and here's my heavy caveat. Basically, do you remember when Fight the Tight Shirt had an interview with a guy called, I think his name was George Musa or something like this?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway. Yeah. So maybe you remember this better than me, but it was something to do with, he asked George Musa a question, and George Musa gave him kind of it was like, I need to pull up the interview because I'm gonna misrepresent it. But from what I remember, it was like Fight the Tight Shirt was looking for a specific answer and he didn't get it. But then because George Musa is on the same side, he was being nice about the answer, and he kind of said, "Yeah, that's what I meant," kind of thing. But he didn't really. You could tell that he was a bit frustrated at Fight the Tight Shirt not really understanding what he was saying. Mm-hmm. And so So what I'm getting to with this is that it would rely on the person understanding fully what's being said, which I suppose is the issue in the first place, but from that source, because then we would be able to pass out whether it's the information or the source, you know?
Yeah.
The one clip I have from that interview was when he told FTFE about gravity not being a force.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
Yeah, so that was from
That's
that.
it. Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about. And then Spike the Tiger Shark came out and said, "Oh yeah, well, therefore it's a force," right? Which is what George Meester said. Like at all. So, and it's quite interesting because this kind of comes back to what I said before. Percentage, like they'll hear this information from like a trusted kind of source or what have you, and they'll kind of hear what they want to hear anyway. So I think if George Meester had made it expressly clear, no, you're misunderstanding this, this is what I mean, at that point, we would then be able to test whether it's the source or the information.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I've been clear.
I think it's neither, to be honest. I think it's more the target. How kind of, how ready they are to address the cog dis. Because if they hear it from an objective source or a source that's on their side, for instance, I feel like still it's a big kind of thing to go against all the dogmatic kind of knowledge of the rest of the world, as it were, that they've been kind of spoon-fed to believe is true. So it's how kind of courageous they are to address that cog dis. They might be more willing to hear it on account of who it is, right? But whether or not they're going to give it the time of day and address it depends on them.
Yeah, but then also there's so what you're saying I think is true, but there's a lack of clarity in the statement, not deliberately on your point of view. Let me give an example, right? So if Einstein said something when he was standing right in front of you versus if someone is quoting Einstein, they have different emotional impact. And I think that the Globers would take those two things differently, right? So if Whitsitt, for instance, or you or if I or anyone else is quoting Einstein, then they can automatically in their head say, this is lacking context, I need to find the real context, which actually means they need to find the excuse, but they don't see it like that. Whereas if Einstein was there to actually say, no, actually, what I'm saying is true, then that would have a different emotional impact, I think. I hope.
Yeah, definitely a different emotional impact. But my point is, I guess, in terms of a practical, real-world impact, it depends on the person whether or not they're going to verbalize that emotional impact, or if they're just going to, leave it as a cog dis that they're not going to address and then forget it after, a few minutes.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a good point.
So I guess it's all three, the target, the information being direct source, and the objective person kind of relaying it to you.
Yeah. That's a lot of layers of cog dis to fight through, isn't it?
It's tough.
One thing that I find really fascinating about Globers as well is that they will always take, maybe always is a bit strong, but they are fairly committed to always interpreting, there's the always word again, ignore the word always. They are committed to interpreting what we say in the worst, least favourable way. Which makes communicating virtually impossible.
Yeah, I think that has to do with respect for the whoever you're speaking to.
I mean, even randomness would mean that sometimes you would interpret it favorably, sometimes you would interpret it unfavorably, sometimes it'd be somewhere in the middle. But there seems to be a commitment to always or commonly doing that. So yeah, I think you're right. There's a respect issue there that makes conversing with some of them very, very difficult. Not all of them. Some of them are, pretty nice guys. But I think you know the guys I'm talking about when I say this.
I do. It's easier to say, who are the respectful kind of like patient guys that, that understand more readily what you're trying to explain, rather than, the majority that don't.
Yeah. Another thing that's quite interesting, I don't know if you've ever had this before, but if you start talking about some of these guys by name, you'll suddenly start getting DMs from some of them, and then they're not in the Discord, so they're clearly on the YouTube, listening out for things that they can comment on by DM. I don't know if they do this to you, but every now and then I get a DM from one of them. I don't even bother reading them.
I think I remember you saying something to that effect, like that, as you mention someone, you get more and more kind of attention from them or something like that, like this phenomenon that you experienced.
Yeah.
When I first got here, I'm not sure if it was you, Crypto. It might have been Crack, but I think it was you. Somebody started DMing me right away, and I think it was you. What you were like, don't even respond to that. Just ignore them.
Yeah. Yeah, because if they have balls, they'll just come in. Also, there's plenty of servers that are neutral enough that they can go in there. They don't need to be cowardly and DMing you. Not really appropriate.
But it was a good thing somebody said something to me like that, because I think your point was, don't waste my time with it. They're just wasting my time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them, they don't, again, not all of them, but a lot of them, they don't really have jobs, or they don't have girlfriends, or they kind of just spend that time. And so, why would you help them spend their time by wasting your time, by dealing with their objections, which are never going to be fair and can't be resolved anyway? They're attacking you because they don't like you. It's not as if you can give them good information and they'll back off. So what's the point?
That's it, yeah. Pearls before swine, that's it, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of them could be quite nice people if they weren't so fixated on their dislike of us, Anyway. How's everyone's evening been anyway?
I thought some other people might answer it. I've been doing well. Staying well fed. Met one of my neighbors the other day, so starting to get to know another neighbor now. That's cool.
Isn't there there's a kilometre between each neighbour in Canada?
I wish that'd be mint. No, I live in a 17-story building on the 15th floor, so my neighbor directly beside me, actually.
Oh man.
He moved in with his lady maybe a year ago, and they have a dog, and I guess he just started chatting me up the other day. He saw me on the balcony and said hello, so yeah.
That seems almost criminal in a place like Canada, where you've got so much land and you're living in high rise. It just seems wrong,
Yeah, but I mean, it's choices too, right? I have family that own properties and even buildings and shit, and I'd rather not deal with all the maintenance stuff and the hydro bills, and there's different advantages to owning and renting, and I don't know. Anyways, but I hear what you say. That people shouldn't live in buildings like sardines. if there's space.
And there's obviously spacing. I mean, even in the United States, there's a huge amount of area for the people there. You know, there's a much larger population than the US. I think Canada's slightly larger. I forget which way around it is. I think Canada has more land mass, but America might be bigger, including their lakes. It might be the other way around. But they're both huge countries, obviously. But Canada's got like 25 million people?
I'm thinking maybe 35 million. I know my city just went over the million mark. Toronto has a couple million in it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you've got a tenth of the population of the US, but roughly the same land mass. Like there shouldn't be issues with housing at all.
I think part of the reason why things are the way they are is, unfortunately, a lot of it's profit and, you know, like herding people into a small space and getting them comfortable with living next to each other. And then for some, it's convenience. They don't have to travel far to get shit. And I don't know.
That makes sense. Well, what I find interesting is I go to Dubai fairly often. Used to go every year before Mexican beer jam. But the Dubai model is actually quite good because it seems to be that you have high rises, sure, but a lot of the time, like the 15th floor will be a restaurant, and then like the 20th floor will be like a convenience shop or whatever, and then at the base of the building it'll all be like clothes shops and restaurants and all this other stuff. And so it's like it's not just people storage. There's actually, you know, businesses and jobs being created by those same buildings.
That's brilliant. Yeah. See, I lived in one with my first fiance, and on the ground floor there was a hair salon and a convenience store and a few different businesses, you know. So there's a few of those things that are already going on here, but Dubai is definitely on another level.
Yeah.
That's
really
amazing. A restaurant on the 15th floor, that'd be mint.
But you know what's quite funny about Dubai as well is that a lot of their bigger buildings, especially, the architects are all British or American. And so it's not like that couldn't be the case in England or America. It's just that the projects aren't being put forward by those governments, you know? Yeah, strange. Maybe they're not all American, but a lot of them are.
The old farts are stuck in their box thinking, box style, you know, one box on top of another box. Like I noticed that Japan, Hong Kong, Dubai, these different countries, their buildings have different shapes and figures and twists, and you know, where other countries just a straight up block on a block.
Well, what I find interesting about London is that London could probably use a lot more high-rise accommodation than it has. There's a lot of like I'm driving through London now, and you see a lot of buildings that are kind of 2 or 3 stories high. But when you're talking about a city like London with so many people, really they should be building 15, 20, 25 stories into the air if they can, and then building with the space that you save from all those high-rises. You can then have lots more open green areas. Like London's quite good for green areas anyway, so it's not really an issue. But it's only in certain parts of London where you get so many green areas, and then there are other parts of London where you won't see, like you'll barely see any trees. You know.
The one thing I'd love to see change on the construction scene is bathtub sizes. I don't care if you're building a house with 1 bathroom or an apartment building with hundreds of bathrooms. Bathtubs should be large enough for people to lay straight down in instead of having to bunch their legs up, and it's so stupid.
Yeah, I agree with that actually. And it wouldn't even be that difficult to build a large bathtub in, like.
Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all one of my inventions. Soft bathroom. Picture a bathroom not made out of ceramic and hard marble type stuff, but everything was actually, you know, safe for old people. Anyway.
Yeah, one thing I don't understand is why bathtubs are like they're made from that material, fair enough, but then the material's smooth, and you're just like, well, why is that material when it's wet obviously dangerous? Like, why don't they make it so that it's like dimples, so that it's less dangerous when you're standing on it?
I know. That would just make sense. Fuck.
Yeah.
Or coated with the paint that has grip to it or something. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because like once you mandate the dimple, then the dimple would become as cheap as the flat surface because that's the only thing that people are allowed to do. So then those production costs basically become what the previous one was. And you're seeing that with LED lights as well. LED lights are pretty cheap now, but when they first came out, they were very expensive. And to be honest, they should have just banned halogen lights, or at least, at least had them for only certain purposes. Because I understand there's a reason to have halogen lights in certain instances, but not for home lighting. I mean, home lighting LEDs are perfectly adequate. Anyway.
I like my soft bathroom idea.
A bathroom? Yeah, there you go there.
I have another idea. Magnetic wallets. So you never lose your keys.
Maybe I'll lose my keys anyway. All you have to do is put it in your pocket and walk around with it all day. Simple.
Time to smoke that blunt.
NASA urine recycler, test 1, sample 1. It's the first water we've got out of the machine. This will allow astronauts to recycle their urine and sweat into beautiful, clean, clear drinking water. First sample, transparency, subpar. Oh, that's just piss. That's just straight up piss. Smell, urine-y, and damn it! Oh, that's piss. I don't know why I have to drink it. It's piss. It's yellow.
Yo, what the fuck is that, bro?
That's piss all the way down to the bottom.
What's that beeping?
Results have not been promising. Edison, it took him like thousands of tries to find the right filament for a light bulb. And maybe we're being idiots, or maybe we're... that's piss! Let's just see who drinks it. I'm not gonna drink it. I can sit here all fucking day. You drink it! Do we even have a machine? Are we just pissing into this bottle? That would go great with a cheeseburger if you like drinking piss with your cheeseburger. Hey, that's not bad. Like a glass of water that a friend pissed a little bit into. We made water! Somebody give me a glass of piss! I want to celebrate!
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station.
Oh, fuck. That was a good one. I have no idea what the fuck this is, though.
That was the Don Pellet, someone on the space station. An astronaut who was on the space station when he recorded this.
Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on space station. Yeah, boy. I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Houston, we have a problem.
When they say they destroyed the technology for the moon landing, really they just mean they tore down the set.
Yes. That was really a productive segment, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's completely absurd that people think that guy's clever, but he's obviously very cognitively challenged.
Something that absorbs water on the back of your head. Hey, let's use a diaper. I thought that's a clever solution to this problem.
Yeah, pretty neat. They also came up with the snorkel idea too, you know.
Unexpected turn. The astronauts doing the spacewalks will now be wearing snorkels after the last astronaut who performed the spacewalk nearly drowned when his helmet filled with water.
Just my gut inside me said, that's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy. That's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy.
Snorkel cut from rubber tubing.
Snorkel is now installed inside the suit.
Each of these spacewalks is scheduled for 6.5 hours.
That shit literally said an astronaut died because water got in his spacesuit.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I find it absolutely amazing. No, I was just going to say, I find it absolutely amazing how people don't put two and two together. Like, you need a snorkel to survive in outer space, but we're supposed to believe that outer space is literal nothing. So what are you what's the snorkel for? And then they'll come up with all these excuses. Oh, well, sometimes the suit fills up with water. Cool. From where? Like.
So the snorkel, the snorkel is probably like a rubber tubing that you put a little hole into your suit and then you breathe the air, so you don't drown. you breathe the air in outer space.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the lie is a little bit more sophisticated than that, so we'll give it some credit. But
right.
At the end of the day, it's still a sophisticated lie. I mean, it's what it is.
The next NASA space exploration is going to be like, astronaut had to put rubber cement in a bag of chips, and this was what he was using to space travel.
Oh man, they just come up with so many silly things and people just buy it.
Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And the colors all look like kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. Like everything looks too crisp. But we didn't really test any of those materials for is it space hardened or whatever. So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space, which I kind of like the absurdity of that.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
We choose truth over facts.
Let's listen to Buzz Aldrin, what he has to say to why we haven't been to the moon for such a long time.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him. I was going to put him.
The fuck?
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. Judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental I got to the Senate 180 years ago.
You should get that clip. You should get that clip where Joe Biden's like, QAnon. The idea that Democrats are hiding, sucking blood of children. Like, he literally says something like, the Democrats are sucking the blood of children. I'll find that clip right now. I'll throw it for you.
Believed, and my father believed, that if I wanted to be president of the United States, I could be vice president. My mother and father believed. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
The Earth is flat.
Yep. Alright, I put the link to Joe Biden saying he sucks the blood of children in live stream 1.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
Oh, I was talking to myself the whole time. Electric, can you maybe send me the link to the video?
The Joe Biden, I put it in voice stream 1.
Where I can't see voice stream 1.
Oh, sorry, live stream 1 text.
Live stream 1 text.
It's like 2 minutes long. And then I think somewhere in there he goes like, QAnon.
Yeah.
Rats sucking the blood.
I can't find live stream 1 text. I just.
I was bored a few months ago.
Can you just private send me again? I'm too stupid to find it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's literally like the third message up. No, not even. It's literally the second message up.
Yeah, I don't find the right.
Here, just wait. What's your name in here?
Clay under seal.
Okay, I'm messaging you.
Thank you. What was the last thing you wanted to say?
Nothing really.
Okay.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Yo, what the fuck? I don't know, man. It sucks because there was an interesting conversation earlier, and then I had to work. And I wish that, people were still on this topic of the luminaries have to be solid.
Mm-hmm.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happened?
The fuck, bro?
I'm gonna use this. This is brilliant. Thank you for reminding me that he said this. This is so good.
Hiding people, sucking blood of children. I'm serious.
This is brilliant.
Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children and and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down. Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children and Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children. So the best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children.
Sorry.
We choose truth over facts.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. I was So the best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you, Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children.
Am I the only one that finds it funny?
Imagination Station. We've got Jeff in this morning, and we're talking about January. So it's revolving around air.
Exactly. So, I brought in some air with me, which is not that particularly exciting, but I do have some air with me today. But I also brought in some other gases. So this balloon I filled with a different gas. Can you feel kind of like the weight of it?
It feels heavy.
It feels heavy, but when I take this off, you'll notice that it's about, wants to kind of float away.
Oh,
right?
Let me see. Yes, I do.
Excellent, excellent. So you've probably seen, your uncle at a birthday party or something take a helium balloon, which is what's in here. When he goes and he grabs one and he undoes it. And
And then he ends up talking like this the entire time, right? Which is always fun. If you want to give it a shot, Chris. Right?
Sure.
All right. So, and the reason why this is happening is that helium is actually.
Jeff, what's going? Oh my gosh, it really works.
It does work really well.
I didn't really believe you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, take a deep breath in, deep breath out. We want to clear that helium out. Now, you don't actually want to do this at home.
We think we're somewhat back to normal.
Yes, good. But you don't actually want to do this at home because it will. Your body's not designed to breathe helium.
Okay.
It's designed to breathe oxygen.
Right.
And by helium's not going to hurt you, but lack of oxygen will. And
right.
So we have a trained scientist here with you today, so we're doing this, but you do not want to do anything like this
Gotcha.
at home. Okay?
Message heard, don't do it at home.
Now, the reason why it makes your voice squeaky is because it's 6 times lighter than air.
Okay.
Which means sound propagates through it 2.5 times faster. So it doesn't change your vocal cords, it changes the rate at which sound propagates through it.
Very interesting. That's the science behind it.
That's the science, but I decided to bring in a little bit of a special gas. I have some sulfur hexafluoride. Can you see it? Isn't it beautiful?
I'd be lying if I told you I could see a difference. I'm not seeing anything.
So it's translucent just like normal air is. So we're going to have to get a little more clever if we want to see it. So I'm going to remove.
Now, how are you pulling the lid off here? Explain this.
I'm just pulling this lid off because I've actually put the sulfur hexafluoride in here, and it's 6 times heavier than normal air. And so to see it, this is just a normal air balloon, right?
Okay.
I'll take this one from you. Okay. All right, we'll just get rid of that. Go ahead and take that and just place it on top of my tank here.
All right.
Just like you're putting a bobber in some water and just.
Shall I let go?
Yeah, just go ahead and let go. Okay.
Very cool.
Isn't that just amazing there? Isn't that just so cool?
Yep. And if you could see too, the balloon isn't attached to anything or surrounded by anything.
You can go ahead and tap it. It's almost like it's a cork in water. And that's because, don't do it too much. You're going to get rid of all my sulfur hexafluoride. That stuff's expensive, Chris, okay? Now, it's 6 times heavier than normal air. Helium was 6 times lighter. So what do you think would happen if we inhaled some of this?
Our voice would get very deep.
You think so? Well, you're about to find out. So I don't want to do this. So here you go.
Oh,
all right.
Thank you.
All right, you ready?
I'm a guinea pig in many forms. Ready? Same way as the helium.
That's good.
Luke, I am your father.
Keep talking.
I can't believe that just came out of my mouth.
Okay, we're going to take one deep breath in and deep breath out. Let's do a second one just to make sure. And your voice will be back to normal 3 to 6 weeks. Don't worry. Go ahead and talk.
You're not going to be invited back next week. I'll tell you what.
It's pretty cool, right? And what's really cool is since it's so much more dense than the air, you can kind of pour it. So if I
I can actually talk by pouring it directly into my lungs, okay? And it's a great way to learn about, density and air and
Wow, just don't try to pick up any ladies that way, okay?
I don't think it's going to work too well.
All right, super cool. So we're just talking, it goes around with the January, so we're talking about the density of the different gases and, of course, how it affects the propagation of sound waves that come out of our simple airwaves in our voice.
Yeah, very cool.
All right, you guys are just down the road, Imagination Station, and January goes through
all of January, of course.
I just had to ask the obvious question just to make sure. All righty.
Thanks for doing this with me, Chris. Very cool.
One more time?
Oh, please do.
we will have much more W2L11 your day when we return.
Hello.
What up?
It's very quiet for a lot of people.
Oh, dude, I'm just in the Cogdis room. This guy says he knows more about the flat Earth arguments than everybody. Like, okay, buddy. So tell me about the Black Swan.
You must be a flat earther then.
Here, let's. I can go up in there. Let's see if he'll join the VC, the Cogdish VC, and if he's like somewhat human, we can bring him to the live stream.
Yeah. Do that. That's good.
Is it just with a Burdick guy?
Yeah, Bejurnik or whatever.
Bet you anything this dude comes in here and he's like Nick Nolte from Tropic Thunder. I don't know the name of the gun. I just know the sound it makes when it takes a man's.
Maybe it's Danny Faulkner on a different account.
Yeah, dude, that's the vibe I'm getting for sure. It's one of those types, Phil or Danny or whatever. I know Phil got provoked recently, so he's probably a little pissed. Rolling around the server. It's so funny. He goes, I can almost guarantee you that I am more familiar with FE arguments. I said, we'll see. So tell me about the Black Swan. He's like, well, I don't remember the exact distance, but I believe should be around 1.6 miles to the distance of the horizon. I'm like, okay, well, so you don't know. You don't know. Dummy.
But whose knowledge does his exceed? Who does he know more than flat earthers, or than us? Particularly, just
I noticed
here,
in the live stream text part, Glowway, are you there, Glowway? Welcome to the room. If you're VC verified, you should be able to unmute. And if you already have, forgive me, I'm a Canadian stoner, so.
Play with a lot if you're a Canadian stoner.
Sorry, I missed what you said. I unmuted for a second on the YouTube to hear that. I think I have to disconnect and reconnect to hear. Here, hold on a sec. There we go. Was there a question about my being a Canadian or something? Or a stoner and a Canadian or whatever?
Can you hear me now, bro?
I do.
I said you could get away with a lot being a Canadian stoner.
I just try to stay mellow.
In your lane, Ace.
This is bullshit. It's like Cypress Hill concert in here.
You know it.
I didn't think Canadians had to try to be mellow.
I know the amount of times we apologize for no reason whatsoever, eh? It's crazy.
That's stereo.
I do it in here sometimes. Oh fuck! I just apologize for no reason.
Oh, hey, Canadian, what are you sorry about? What are you sorry about? You sorry about a leather boot? No, it could be a plastic boot. You're sorry about that. Sorry about everything. What is everything? What's the opposite of nothing? Well, nothing is a nothing. So you're sorry about nothing?
See, that's sounding kind of newfie. They might actually be the ones who started that a boot. I'm not sure. Best part of Newfoundland is the screech. That's some high-end booze. Strong, and that'll put you on your butt.
15% alcohol for our beer. So people can drink 4 Locos. And I went to buy some 4 Locos for a guy one time. I was getting off work before he did, and in Texas, you can't buy it like after a certain time, like midnight or 1 o'clock or something. So I went in there and I'm buying like a handful, like 5 or 6 4 Locos. And I didn't know anything about any of this, right? I don't drink much. So the people in there, they were like, "Hey, sir, I don't know you, but please don't do this." And I was like, "What? Like, what are you talking about? Don't do what?" And they were like, "Please get some help." And I was like, "Why are you telling me this?" And then I went, gave the beer to the guy, right? And he was like, "Oh yeah, it's like really high alcohol content." They were like telling you to like go to rehab and put the booze down. I was like, "What?" Jesus.
That's funny. Yeah, they call it screeching you in. So when the Newfoundlanders pull out the screech and offer it to you, they like you.
So since I found out it was such a strong drink, I used it to teach my kids how to drink. Because when you have children, right, you don't want them to go out into the world and not know how to drink, right? So you teach them the rules, right? It's like shooting guns, right? Shooting guns is dangerous, right? You teach them all the rules.
Positive hands-on parenting.
Right?
So is there a difference in accent, in Canadian accent, like depending on how far further north you go? Because I've sincerely mistaken.
There's differences in accents, and some like people are better at noticing them than others. But yeah, there's a West Coast accent, East Coast accent. The Newfies definitely have their own sound. If they're heavy bilingual, you can hear the Quebecois French in there when they're speaking English. Yeah, there's definitely how you said that? Sorry.
I was just saying, further north you go, like away from the border of the states, because I've mistaken in Australia. I've mistaken Canadian, Canadian accent for American accent, and they can get quite offended, And I seriously like you hear some Canadian actors, in Hollywood, and I can't tell the difference. Maybe they've had accent training, but then I'll watch something like Fargo, and you can hear clearly like distinct accent that doesn't sound. You could definitely differentiate between a typical United States, like New York or wherever, like.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, accents. So there's a prairie accent, so on. So further north, it'll get more indigenous, like the Métis, the native language is more up north.
Yeah, like North Dakota, that's actually where Fargo is in North Dakota. So that's still the United States there, but they're so close to the Canadian border and just remote. Like they talk more like Canadians than most Americans. I'm one of those northerners in the United States that also often gets confused by you Australians or whatever else as a Canadian because I don't say y'all enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I suppose y'all's a Yankee thing and A is a Canadian thing.
Y'all is mostly a southern United States thing, yeah, and like they don't consider themselves to be Yankee. Like you guys call or I don't know if they do, but a lot of people say Yankee just for any American. But then
that's what I meant by it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, in America, it's the Confederate thing versus the Yankees. The whole Mason-Dixon line.
Shit, I could have caused some issues in some places. Clarification is important.
Clarification is independent of importance. Wait, did I get that right?
Is it true that Canadians have messed up teeth?
No, that's British.
No, they got free dental. They got free dental. It's the British that have messed up teeth despite the free dental.
Well, we don't quite have we don't have free dental, but lately the Castro's son has been adding it into the OHIP healthcare thing, so low income families can have healthy teeth. But again, he's dangling that so he can keep his power, right? Or the perceived power he thinks he has.
If only he'd dangle a set of testicles instead of.
We have something very similar in Australia.
And another misnomer for people, our so-called socialized health system, it's not all that it's cracked up to be. You could be given a prescription for something and it's definitely not only is it not covered, but the price is just astronomically retarded. So if you're not in an upper income situation, you'll ask your doctors for a generic equivalent of the prescription, and that'll be a lot cheaper, but not as high quality medication, I guess, or a different manufacturer. Most surgeries are covered, but not. Sorry, most surgeries are covered, but not all. We have a lot of Inuit families bringing the federal government to court because they're overcharging on the dental for them.
Yeah, but probably like here too, you'd probably be on a waiting list for surgery with public free healthcare.
Like, we have to pay like full price for good insurance, right? And insurance limits to where you can go. So, but the thing is that if you go in there and you tell them you need a haircut, they'll prescribe you methotrexate so that your hair falls out because, they think you might have cancer, right? And I took my son up there for something as simple as no shit, an ingrown toenail, right? And they prescribed him hydrocodone, or what's known as Vicodin. So
yeah, it's because it really hurt.
it would be un-American of me not to remind y'all that there's no such thing as free health care.
Yeah, that also is most definitely true. Like, there's definitely a two-tiered system for what people will refer to as our free healthcare system here in Canada. If you got bucks, you get way better service than if you're poor.
That's not what he meant.
No, I know.
He meant that it's paid for by your taxes, so it's not free.
Well, yeah, that as well. Yeah, that's true. None of it's government funded. It's all your money. It's all publicly funded.
North Korea has free healthcare.
It's probably pretty good quality too.
But if you make fun of the leader, you end up in prison, right?
They have free prison healthcare. Yes, you can't make fun of the leader.
Free prison healthcare.
And you can smoke weed. They've got really relaxed laws on weed, apparently. I don't know.
Well, no, now it's regulated. I always smoked weed. It was always legal in my home. I never agreed to a democracy where we lock adults up over a dried plant, ever. So, it's just, if now it's pay to play. If you got the money, you can play legally in the legal market.
But on the subject
I was talking about North Korea.
I was gonna say on subject of North Korea, like they always say, like,
oh wow,
the leadership isn't feeding his people and they're starving and stuff like that. But if that was the case, then wouldn't they be close to extinct by now?
The little joke that was made there about free prison healthcare, that's actually, it's kind of sad. It's not really even funny. Like I've heard stories of, old men with terminal, illnesses and stuff that can't afford insurance and can't get treated. There was a guy a couple of years ago in the local area around here who went in and handed a note to the bank teller saying that he was robbing them for $1. And they gave him his $1, and he went and he sat down in the lobby and waited for the cops to come and arrest him for robbing a bank. It's a federal crime, and he did it so that he could get his illness treated.
Yeah, but as a bonus, he got 3 hots and a cot for a few years too.
That reminds me of a Jadakiss line.
Bro, if you're trying to go to jail and you're gonna plan on robbing a bank, why not just ask for fucking $20,000?
Because he didn't want them to shoot him.
I'm sorry.
He didn't want, no, it was just to get health care. That was all.
Real life street shit.
I've heard the same thing.
I know niggas that go to jail just to get their teeth fixed.
My brother-in-law went to Iraq to get his teeth fixed, but he didn't know. I guess he didn't know about his white privilege.
Shout out to my boy Clay Undersill for helping the brother out with this. But I have tracked down a letter from Einstein saying effectively that the Foucault's pendulum does not prove that the Earth is rotating any more than it would prove that the sky is rotating with the Earth fixed.
Read it out.
Nice.
Still working on all the perfection of the translation. I had to literally find the actual letter written in German. They've scrubbed this thing. So I'm trying to make sure we get the completely accurate everything. But yeah, so I don't want to.
We kind of already knew that anyway, but it's cool to throw that in the Globers' faces, bring up one of their priests and say, how about this?
Yeah. I mean, there's many ways to attack the pendulum thing, but there is evidence that it does precess. So I don't think the move is to say it never precesses or anything like that. I mean, I'm not going to say it's not very consistent and it's very delicate and it's built too precise with the actual mechanism itself, and of course, it's attached to the Earth, so it's not doesn't have an independent frame of reference. It's literally attached to the Earth.
All right, so let's say you put one on the equator and you had it swinging perfectly east to west. Should it precess?
Not on the globe, and they say it doesn't.
Do they have one there?
Allegedly, it's been done there a few times. Yeah.
I don't think it has, but I could be wrong. I don't remember ever seeing that presented.
Oh, that's definitely why I'm saying allegedly, because this is me relaying a Glober claim.
Yeah, I think they're just talking about what it would do. They're not saying that they've done it.
I asked specifically. So, okay, so you're saying that this has been done? And they said yes many times. But you know how that goes.
Yeah.
This is like OG
It's show me your data, please, is kind of the next thing there. Like, yeah.
Yeah, dude, when I ask for data of any of the pendulums, it gets dead silent in general. If you just ask for any of them.
Yeah. So like, what do you mean data? We're not making claims. You're just a stupid flat earther.
Well, they've heard what the explanation is, and people that lack independent critical thinking skills, when they're able to understand something, and this is just my theory, like once they're actually able to grasp and understand something, they take a lot of pride in that. Like that's really the pinnacle of decision making for them. And so that's really all they know, is that they were able to sort of understand it. And then they just go to a group they think they can call stupid, being flat earthers, and they want to pretend like they're so smart they understand it, that they're going to teach it. So that's kind of the crux of it all. It doesn't really go any deeper than that. It's just like they've never actually looked into verifying the answers. I mean, this is the people who've been on here for 5 years. I'm talking about also like anti-flat earthers that are super zealous.
Look, you take the pendulum, you swing it, and then it starts to drift, and that can only happen on a spherical Earth because of gravity.
Yeah, but of course it's just funny that if you show Einstein, the reason that I've done this is because I was showing, we've all seen where Einstein said, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can detect the Earth's motion. And they say, oh, well, he just meant specifically optical, as in light. And he was talking about Michelson-Morley specifically. And so, of course, they're dishonest. And they say he was just talking about Michelson-Morley when he says any optical experiment, right? But then flat earthers say, well, what experiment isn't optical? Don't you have to see it, et cetera, et cetera? And that there is truth to that argument, actually, because that's what he means, is you can't visually see it. But anyway, then we have the other quote that's rarely even brought up. I don't know why, or I guess people overlooked it, but it says, like, no terrestrial experiment detects the motion of the Earth. So when you bring them both out, then the Globers say, oh, well, he's just talking about revolutionary motion, like the orbit around the sun. You can't detect that motion. He's not talking about rotation. And of course,
but then you can even stack another one from him where he says that it's just a philosophy, like the whichever philosophy that you want to subscribe to, like that you cannot prove heliocentrism or geocentrism. Like it's just how you want to look at it.
Yeah, for sure. He says it's just a coordinate. He basically says, like, the heated historical debate about the Copernican versus the Ptolemaic system would actually have been is actually rather useless, and it was meaningless, as it simply comes down to a coordinate system preference. But like, so when they say it's not talking about rotation, you can't have one without the other in their paradigm, right? Like the Earth has to both rotate and revolve. So he's talking in context of either it's at rest or it's moving. So that means it's stationary or it's rotating and revolving, not just rotating but not revolving. Which is what they'll try to say. But anyway, so this letter is to Ernst Mach, which mainstream will tell you that basically Einstein like shit on Mach, and his idea was just so stupid and blah blah blah. But he's like a fanboy, like praising Mach in this letter, calling him a genius, and he's like, "You've received a lot of unwarranted criticism, effectively, and I think that this will confirm the brilliance of your idea." And the idea, in like layman terms, is that a system in motion will translate motion to something inside of the system. Like if you had a hollow sphere and you spun it, whatever's inside of it will have effects of that motion. Right? Very simple idea. So they try to say that the Earth is spinning, right? But if everything's spinning around the Earth, then you'd have motion over the Earth as well. So honestly, dismissing this or just ignoring it because it's called ether and people hate the word and think that and whatever, and people think they know exactly what it is and all this other stuff. But it's like every experiment ever showed us that. So like we have the Michelson-Gell, which did detect rotational movement. So that's utilizing an ether. So it detected that the sky moves. It's great evidence for us. Within an ether. It's very simple also. We have electromagnetic field.
Don't
So
they,
everything
they say that that's not what Michelson, was it Michelson-Morley or Michelson-Gale? I don't know which one, but they say like don't they claim that it says exactly the opposite of what we claim?
Well, okay, so there's Michelson-Morley is one experiment, and there's Michelson-Gell. Right. Michelson-Morley was done in like 87. I think Michelson-Gell was done in 1925. So what the Glober script is, because like I said, they accuse us of that, but actually they just have a script. Okay, like literally, that's all they have. And the script isn't even what the mainstream astrophysicists will tell you. There's like this weird little 2022 Glober on the internet script, which is what everyone on the internet comes across. It's really a crazy world. But anyway, so they say what the script is that Michelson-Morley disproved the ether. So they just say that.
Whereas like Jeranism, like Jeren did a thing saying the exact opposite, right? Saying that it proved it.
Well, it doesn't. Okay, so the experiment itself doesn't do either one of those things. But they'll say it was just testing the ether, had nothing to do with the motion of the Earth. That's another one of the things in the script. But literally, the experiment is titled like detecting the motion of the Earth through the ether. Right, so it's both. So they were faced with the decision of either the Earth is not moving or there's no ether. It wasn't that simple though, because or there was an ether. Yeah, or there was no ether. So anyway, if the Earth is spinning and revolving, but it's not detected, then you have to say that the measuring device itself shrank because they shot the two lights different ways. And so one's going with the Earth, one's going against the movement of the Earth. So it should take longer for that one going against it to get to the destination, right? Okay, so there's supposed to be this big difference predicted by the 20 miles per second we supposedly go in orbit. But what it actually showed was they were almost identical. There was just a little bit of a difference.
Right. So yeah, I remember. I mean, it's been a while, but I remember. I mean, I watched that. It was a long presentation that Jeren did on that.
So the other
and I watched.
Sorry, yeah, they try to say it's like null. This is so important to flat Earth. This should be like one of the first things everyone learns. So they said that the apparatus shrank physically, and that everything in motion physically shrinks. And then simultaneously with it shrinking, the apparatus, then time physically expanded and slowed down so that it looked like it took the same time and looked like it went the same distance, but actually the physical space or distance and time changed.
It's like some spooky action at a distance shit.
And it's so effectively, the theory is that the universe operates in such a way that it just always goes out of its way to trick us into thinking that it's stationary. Yeah, which is crazy. So then the thing in the Glover script is that it was null. It was a null result, and it didn't detect anything, or it was just error of the instruments. But actually, it was like incredible technology for the time, interferometry. Michelson for like 4 decades was working on interferometry, like cross laser patterns. Like it was incredible for its time, incredibly delicate measurement. So
they do know what a null result is. Maybe they should be reminded of that next time they bring up Jaren's over the curve friggin' thing.
That's funny. But so the reason it was actually null, right, is because they went into the observation with the presupposition that the Earth spun and that there was an ether. Okay, so they went in there with those presuppositions. But never was it even on the table to question the Earth spinning part. Because that's the Copernican principle. That would be saying that mainstream science was wrong for 500 years. There's more shorter ways to describe it, but I'm just trying to explain. I think the fact that firefighters don't know this is very, very not good. It's not ideal.
Yeah, this should be like the foundation of like Flat Earth 101. So I wanted to say, not only this one do they need to know, right? But there's also this 0 point energy thing, right? Some call it quantum fluctuation, right? Whatever you want to call it, right? The ether was never disproven scientifically. It was a just so affirmation that, well, the spinning of the Earth has to exist, so therefore the ether can't exist, right? So I think, the quantum fluctuation where they say, right, beer bubble universes pop in and out of existence, or some people say, no, it's not beer bubble universes, it's, little black holes, and some people say, no, it's not black holes, it's virtual particles. But all of it violates the law of conservation of energy.
Yeah. Just to clarify, though, actually there can still be an ether if the Earth spins and revolves. That's just a lie script that the Globers say. So even Einstein himself ended up having to admit that he had to leave open the possibility of there being an ether for him even to be able to have consistency in his final version of relativity. Again, very buried, though. So it's a null result in the sense that they expected a certain amount of difference and a certain fringe shift, and throughout the year it should change relative to the orbit. But they did not detect this at all. They got like 1/6, not even 1/6 of it. So like 1/6 of what was supposed to be there. Now it's supposed to be detecting 20 mile per second movement or orbit, but the device was delicate enough to detect as low as 2 miles per second. Right, so it didn't detect what it was supposed to. So then we progress to Michelson. So that's what actually happened. Actually, just show there's a drift in the ether and that the Earth doesn't move. And that's when special relativity, which isn't even applied to the Earth because it's just straight lines, which is why you had to get general relativity with the curving. But special relativity isn't a response to Michelson-Morley to save heliocentrism. It was literally a pivotal moment in the heliocentric history. It was saved, quote unquote. So then you go to Michelson-Gale 25, and he does the same methodology, uses the same methodology, and does detect within 98% accuracy consistently, repeatedly, the rotation, the sidereal rotation of the sky relative to the Earth. But they could not tell, oh, look, we measured the rotation of the Earth and proved it, because they didn't detect the revolution when they did that. So it's kind of under the rug. It should be like the biggest victory ever for heliocentrism, but it's not. Because what that actually shows is, oh, there is movement in a background, and light does move relative to that, and it isn't just this constant thing. It's relative to the background and the movement within. And it shows that there is a rotation around the Earth. So the results of both of them show that the Earth is stationary and that the sky moves. And Einstein didn't even come up with any real reason. He just said it had to just be user error, basically, and then just said that the stuff shrinks. And then actually Lorentz came up with the idea that the ether made it shrink, and then Einstein ended up hijacking that, but doing away with the ether in the Lorentz contraction. So Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction or transform, which is just a mathematical equation they use to change everything into heliocentric relativity. So I guess all I'm saying is, what is funny is that this should be known about, and Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gell completely destroy their religion combined. And it shows that there is a background. So flat earth certainly shouldn't fight against it, because you can detect it. Or you can just say, you can just not address the evidence, but okay. You certainly shouldn't get mad at someone for addressing the evidence, though. But if flat earth actually doesn't know it is this evidence, I think they did a good job of. It's been years since this really popped off on the internet, and some of the major important truths they still kept under wraps for the most part. So, done preaching. Oh, actually, this is the pointers though. So like, anytime that a glober says that the Earth is the Earth's moving, you ask for proof. They bring up the pendulum and the gyro, and everyone here knows that. Well, just quote their own heroes, like Stephen Hawking quoting Einstein, saying no terrestrial experiment can detect the motion of the Earth. Then we're going to get this out to the flat earthers, where it's like a letter from him saying, your genius will be confirmed, because yes, in fact, it could just be a translation of motion from the system moving around the Earth, and it would drag around the pendulum.
I'm just picturing Glatt right now, well, that's all great, but I don't need any of that. Where's the curve?
Actually, a lot of people don't like to get into, the space arguments like dark matter and, the cosmological constant, but, anywhere where you can defeat gravity, which is a lot of different places from a lot of different angles, you're just picking it apart, right? You don't have to do the knockout, right? You don't have to go that way, because, sometimes it's fun to play with your food.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's when you just tell them that it's flat, it's much harder to break through to them. If you choose to start with that it's not moving, and then you show them all of because they're like, flat earthers deny all these scientists. Oh, all the scientists are lying. That's what they actually think when they first hear it, or they've been told to think, right? So it's like, well, here are all those scientists. This is what they say, just so you fully understand what we're talking about. So it's not even it's going to be much easier to start there, right? And that's going to they're going to end up bringing up flat earth, or you're going to end up there. So anyway, that's my opinion. Of course, the most efficient way is the R value, because the R values take away, so does motion, but
Yeah, I was talking to someone about the Michelson-Morley experiment a few days ago. Then I watched this documentary called The Principle, and I realized that I totally didn't understand. Whatever they were explaining about the experiment, that wasn't what I thought. So now that I have a better understanding, I could say, yeah, there's definitely something moving around a stationary plane.
Yeah.
Just based on the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Yeah. Like flat earthers, you can't be mad at globe earthers for turning their head to evidence if you're going to do the same thing.
And then during that conversation, the person was like arguing the ether. And now I realize the context of the ether to people that understand the Michelson-Morley experiment is that any detection of rotation from the experiment would have to be the sky. So, yeah, it didn't make sense. If anybody was here the other day when we were talking about it, like, I didn't understand it at the time.
Yeah. So, also, what's interesting about Michelson-Morley is it tests the horizontal axis. But if it's a vortexual energy field that drifts in tangent with the sky, like moves with the sky, then as you go up, you're going to get a difference within that vortex. So if you tested it on the vertical axis, right, you would get a big difference, which is perfectly explained by a stationary dielectric plane within an ether field, with electromagnetism. So I just don't know why people wouldn't use it. Well, it's been done though. When tested on the vertical, there is a huge difference. So I actually want to do Michelson-Gale and Michelson-Morley, and also do vertical numbers, like a modern replication. I just know there's so many flat earthers that are itching to say that that's not a real experiment, it's just speculation, and you guys got to get out of the dogmatic script, man. Because
yeah, I mean, it's not invalid, but I know what you mean. Like the truth is like, yeah, you're talking about theoretical things and like things that like you just can't know exactly what's going on. Like what you're. You might be able to collect some data, but analyzing that data and what that data really means is dependent on a lot of presupposition and stuff like that. And
that, yeah, he said it himself. That they went in with presuppositions, and that doesn't prove either.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? So you can have observations. So it's like the light doesn't do the same thing in different directions. Everything we understand about electricity and magnetism came from the framework of there being a medium to sustain the waves. And so either you say there is a medium that sustains the waves, or you make the claim that there is nothing. Just ignoring that, so if you just ignore it, you are no better off than saying there is nothing.
Are we sure we know what light is exactly?
No,
yeah,
no
but
one knows exactly what light is. That's not what.
You're talking about the ether, though. You're saying you either have to claim that there is none, or you have to claim that there, or just believe that there is.
Well,
because you can't give me a jar of ether and bottle of ether. Like it's just it's sort of like it's just a similar argument, in my opinion, to the Glober's gravity. Like we know it's there because it has to be.
No, you're just ignoring the question, though. Like, is there? It's not called ether. It's just called a background. Is there a background medium, or is there nothing? So if it's a false binary or something, then you have to have a third viable option. It's obviously not a false binary, though. You can avoid the question. You can say you can never truly know, whatever you want to say. But that would be objectively the decision. That is a decision that's there, right? Okay. Now they've told us that there is nothing there. Okay, but that's an absurd claim. So the question is there something or is there nothing? We don't have to know exactly what something is to know it's there, just like we don't know exactly what the container is.
Yeah. No, I get the point. It's just because it's kind of I don't know if it's going to really win with most people. It's just it's more of like just like a talking point to have the conversation. I think for most people, is all that would be. A Glober coming in wouldn't be convinced because of this, and a flat earther wouldn't be unconvinced either. Like he's you just
Yeah.
I don't know if it's win anything.
Well, if you understand the context, this takes away motion, which is going to break cognitus, right? And then once they accept, wow, even these physicists, I didn't know that. They admit that the Earth could be geocentric instead of heliocentric, like all the way up to today, because they've been told that heliocentrism is a proven fact, but it's literally not. And so when you show them their own people saying that it's not and that the Earth could be still, that breaks away that false, like illusory confidence and the
So I
status quo.
totally get that part. Yeah, no, like showing them their own experts saying, pointing out where they're saying, this is just.
Yeah, but it's
again,
important
like
that if you do it, you
where it says it's,
understand.
the philosophy you're subscribing to, basically, and that's it.
Yeah. It's just important to understand the context of the quotes, though, right? That's the only reason that I think it should be Flat Earth 101 to learn about exactly what Michelson Morley is. But whether you want to address that is, the fundamental question that has to be addressed or whatever arises is not really the point. The point is just like, if you're going to show the quote where he says no optical experiment or no terrestrial experiment, so every flat earther shows the quote of Einstein saying there's no optical experiment to detect the motion of the Earth. But then when the Glober goes and looks it up and they see it's in a speech where he's talking about how Michelson Morley led him along the path of special relativity, and he's come to that conclusion since after all these years. But the flat earther doesn't know what Michelson Morley is, and then they get hit with the script. Then flat earth loses.
Was just using a talking point that when pressed on it a little bit harder, he doesn't know any of the details surrounding it and then looks like a fool.
Yeah.
Well, we even have modern day heliocentric advocates supporting that. Brian Cox is on record saying the exact same thing, I'm pretty sure.
Can I ask you something? What do you know about this picture of the cosmic microwave background and how it supposedly shows that we're the center of the universe or whatever this thing says? You know anything about this?
Yeah, the cosmic microwave background. It was like two different compilations of data, primary compilations. And the first one showed that there seems to be this cosmic alignment with the Earth, that everything is centered to the Earth. And then they were like, oh, that can't be right. That team must have made a mistake. And then they got the same results a few years later. And so then basically like the alignment over top of the Earth, central to the Earth, they called it the axis of evil. Again, going back to the fact that it's philosophical and it's evil in the sense that it goes against the Copernican principle, which is their philosophical framework, that the Earth is insignificant. So yeah, just like there are numerous things that arise from that. Like it also showed, they claim that the Earth is tilted at 23.4 degrees, right? But it actually showed like a 23.4 degree tilt way off in the distance with everything that we view. And on the globe, if it's the Earth tilted, then it would just be a local thing. It wouldn't be all the way out in space, but on a stationary,
nice.
On a stationary geocentric Earth, it'd be just the sky.
Damn, really?
Crazy stuff. And that's still not answered or explained to this day.
Yeah, that brings up a lot of questions, honestly. I thought that's what doesn't it just prove that whatever they're taking a picture of like is just basically local and that we're not dealing with anything millions of miles away?
It does show that, yeah, because that's where they came up with dark matter and dark energy, because they're trying to add some type of substantive quality to the sky because it has to be that way. Like in their paradigm in 1933, they discovered, that's a long time ago, 1933, they discovered that the galaxy only had 3% of the mass that it needed to within their mathematical paradigm. So that's when dark matter was quote unquote discovered. although no one knows what it is. It's just a mathematical discrepancy of movement. So dark matter isn't some like 21st century thing. It's like 1933.
Small correction there. With it, as far as I know, it was swept under the rug for like 50 years, and they discovered it later on. Allegedly, by discovered, I mean invoked it mathematically.
I think if you just Google it and say who discovered dark matter, it's going to tell you. I forgot the dude's name.
No, say who invented it.
I just watched a documentary about this. So what I understand about dark matter is that they're trying to explain what's caused the expansion of the Big Bang. They're trying to detect what's moving matter at the rate that was seen in this Michelson-Morley experiment.
Sorry, I was talking to Kai.
Sorry.
Yeah, but with the dark matter thing, I'll look it up in a second, but I'm pretty sure it's 1933 is the actual first acknowledgement of the discrepancy that is titled dark matter. Dark meaning we don't know, basically, and matter just assuming material. It's laughable, and then of course dark energy is their other big problem. And like you said, you got vacuum energy, so we know it's there. So they look at the sky and they're like, uh-oh. But then they say, well, okay, what's there that we don't fully understand the quantum scale and can't make work with relativity is actually why it looks like everything's going too fast. And like they say the universe is expanding. It should be expanding like over 10 times faster than it is in their math. And
wow.
Again, yeah, so that's where you get the number 10 to the 120th power.
I heard about this. And then it's actually like, something like 100 zeros off.
Yeah, it's not even, it's insane. And so that's what it's actually talking about. It's like the universe should be expanding way faster. The galaxies are moving too fast. There's not enough substance in space. And it's because it can't be, right? Because it can't be a real dense medium, because then the Earth couldn't be spinning and revolving. Because, it's literally started like this. They're like, oh, let's pretend that the Earth is one of those lights out in space. And it's spinning and going around the sun. So then you look at the sky and it does the same thing every year. So the only way that's possible for you to be one of those lights out there and the stars do the same thing every year, they have to be super far away. And that's why you don't see them change. And the only way that you could see them super far away is if there's effectively nothing in between you and them. So that is where they got the vacuum. That is where they got the insane distances. Right. And so all the evidence shows that they're much more local and move in a dense medium. And there's a field of energy that moves relative to the Earth as the center. Well,
that's honestly what I feel like. Like my gut is telling me that everything is local that I see.
Yeah, it is.
So there's not only, the fine-tuning problem, the cosmological consequences, there's also a thing called the helium catastrophe. And Eric Lerner is one of those people that was like, wait a minute, this isn't science, this is all philosophy. Let me get the fuck out of here and go do my own thing. So he was one of the early proponents of the electric universe. His YouTube channel is LPP Fusion. I think in the early 90s, he wrote a book saying that the Big Bang was incorrect, right? But he talks about the helium problem, how there's too much helium in the universe for there to have been like everything in one small carry as size, all the matter in the universe is super dense, little gravity, ginormous gravity wave. And the way that he talks about it, like the gases prove that the Big Bang model is incompatible.
Just a second.
I don't know if that came through. Did that come through?
No, I understood. Yeah, I was listening.
Broke up a bit, but yeah, we got more.
Okay. Yeah, so his channel is LPP Fusion.
Yeah, wait, hold on.
And if you look at the guy, he's got a pretty decent resume.
What was it again?
He's worked for
LTP what?
Larry Paul Fusion. It's Dr. Eric Lerner. So he talks about the alien problem.
Yeah. There is one.
Yeah, I can't find this guy.
I'll post it for you. Give me
Are
some.
you the most updated?
Thanks.
You updated your phone? Yeah. Okay, let me see. So I don't actually remember where it is. Okay, I guess all I have right here is, I just have the hold, press and hold.
That's what you've got too. Yeah. That's
You're saying you're like on the old ones you could tap.
Yeah.
No, I wish. Yeah,
click.
my bad. Yeah, it sucks.
I thought we could maybe adjust what the clicks do, but
You can do that, I think. So if you
Your hot mic and
Bluetooth,
Yeah, I'll post it for you.
and then the rest of the.
Yeah, I really think that if you could chew the meat and spit out the bones of this guy.
So these are the two you can change.
but that's the press and hold.
your hot mic and with
I think you got a hot mic.
There's a click one.
Click.
Hot.
Like I was saying, if you can chew the meat and spit out the bones of this guy has a lot of good information about the problems with the current thinking of cosmology. He's like a triple OG, right, with the scientific method. Some of the stuff he'll say you're not going to agree with, but that doesn't mean that the other parts of his information is going to be.
Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children.
Dude made the sound.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children.
Jesus Christ.
And the kids used to come up and reach into the pool and rub my leg down.
Whoa. Jesus Christ, dude.
oh my God.
Yeah, did you post the link to the Larry Paul guy?
When I talk to all your folks out in the playground, I joked and said, everybody knows I like kids better than people. Fortunately, they're like me. That's why maybe I like them. But all kidding aside, Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children.
Repeat. Yeah, I'll post it.
Hold your prisoner.
That's a hell of a soundboard you got there.
We choose truth over facts.
You know, this is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse, for God's sake.
I'm telling you, man.
I think
there's got to be the whole two Joe Bidens, the whole masks and stuff. It's got to be real with him. And it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for any world leader to have doubles and stuff like that. But some of the stuff that they're doing with him, I'm telling you, their double for Joe Biden is also one of the world's best comedians. They got him falling off of bikes and falling up the stairs of airplanes and doing all kinds of stuff. But if this is the real Joe Biden and they just keep putting him out there, they're like,
This Joe Biden, I'm Joe Biden's husband.
this is elder abuse, dude. You can't fucking do that to people, even if he's that fucking evil. When somebody goes completely senile, you can't just fucking make them your front man.
You think it's like a weekend
president
type thing going on?
You make them president, Luke. That's what you do.
A weekend at Biden's.
I got to the Senate 180 years ago.
Exactly.
You could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it.
I just want to point out, Lou, that with what you said, it seemed like it would logically defeat the purpose of having a double if they just let him do that anyway. So I don't know why you think
Well,
you have
no, yeah, you would just put the comedian up there, make him your president, make him the new Joe Biden. Yeah, whatever. He needed Biden's old reputation to get there. I don't know. I'm not saying I've got this fully thought out. I'm not saying I've got this fully thought out, but I'm pretty sure there's more than one Biden out there.
You know, I heard something about celebrities having like their own robots go to events just to wave and smile. I heard of this before, but I don't know if this is true at all. Like Kim Kardashian, like not actually going to Dubai. You know when they say like, "Oh, Kim Kardashian's in Dubai," and you see some random pictures like.
Oh yeah, dude, there's celebrity lookalikes all over the place, man. Like some of these people, they have nothing to do with the actual celebrity, but then a lot of celebrities actually hire doubles to be decoys and stuff like that.
And there's a weird way that they've been conditioning people on, kind of seeing a transformation and just being like, oh yeah, that's the same person.
Yes.
You know, like they did it with Meek Mill, they did it with Gucci Mane, they did it with Caitlyn Jenner or Bruce Jenner. They're doing it with some fucking other people. I feel like Demi Lovato's one of these people where like they just constantly are just looking different.
Look, again, it's hard to make this up.
Real president is whoever controls the teleprompter. You know, it's like the path to power is the path to the teleprompter. Because then he just reads the teleprompter. So, I do feel like if somebody would accidentally lean on the teleprompter, it's going to be like Anchorman. It's going to be like QQQ ASDF 123, type of thing.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Like, do you remember with that plane crash? I forget, like South something Airlines, whatever. It was a Chinese or something.
Malaysia Airlines.
And then and then some prankster that worked at the news station freaking thought he'd be funny on the prompter. Supposedly, that's the story. And he put, like the pilot's names, like what was it, like Bang Ding Ow and like like Holy Fook and like what else was there? We Too Low, and these announcers, they read it off, and then they had to apologize for it like a day or like later or something like that. But if you could do that to Biden's teleprompter,
I remember it was something Wong.
Yeah, no, something Wong, We Too Low, Holy Fook, and Bang Bang Ding Ow.
Wait, what was this? Like the people that were on the plane?
Yeah, those were like supposed to be the people.
Bro. You gotta be kidding.
They read it on the news. You can go watch. Somebody's probably putting the clip up right now. So now, if you can just get some smartass to do that to Biden's teleprompter, which is not too far off from reality already.
Would he need help? That's the question.
I don't even.
My bad with the hot mic.
All good.
Dude, you should check those videos out, Lou. The first one is about Joe Biden. It's pretty hilarious.
Okay, yeah, I just noticed you pinged me. I was looking at that.
You're gonna like it for sure. And then the second one also is hilarious. It's about Fauci.
Nice.
Hey, y'all.
All right. Yeah, I'll check those up. Oh, dude, I don't want to keep freaking talking about it on the stream here, but so my brother, he's 20 years younger than me. He's my half brother. My dad remarried, so he's from my stepmom. Whatever. So we're big age difference, but he's like the only person in the immediate family who went and did the recommended injections. And he wanted to recently travel to Canada to go visit a friend, and so he got himself updated. And then pretty shortly after started having some pretty bad side effects, ended up in the hospital for a couple of weeks. Just got out on Monday, now has an autoimmune disease, the EGPA. The GPA is called uh, granulomatosis with polyangiitis. But now he's got to have steroids and whatever else for the rest of his life, and he's got an autoimmune disease. His body's attacking himself. It's going to shorten his life. He's got an inflamed heart. He had a bunch of spots on his lungs. Friggin' 20 years old, but all of a sudden, and an athlete, and all of a sudden, he's going to have to watch his shit.
Bro, I'm really so sorry, dude. They just opened up the toddlers, so now the toddlers could get the experimental toddler jab. So it's gonna get really bad, guys.
Yeah, I hope he's okay for real. Like, I hope it's not.
Well, yeah, no, my brother nearly died. He had 2 blood transfusions while in the hospital, and they spent like almost 2 weeks with like 12 different experts, like all scratching their heads, afraid to give him anything while he was in tons of pain and everything because they didn't want to give him the wrong treatment. And yeah, he like was nearly like his body isn't producing any red blood cells, and it's like consuming the ones that he has. And so he started taking other people's blood. They finally kind of put their finger on what it was and figured out the solution to like at least make it so his body stops killing himself. And it's these steroids.
Wow.
Holy
shit. Sorry, bro.
That's terrible.
So, how long after did this happen?
I'm actually going to be seeing him this weekend. I want to try to get that exact, like, but it doesn't really matter, I don't think, all that much, because we know that even with the initial first 2 rounds, we know that any long-term side effects, it takes decades to properly test this stuff.
Yeah.
We know he had those. But so I would say I talked with him about it probably a little over a month ago, month and a half, maybe. And I think he might have already had the rooster. But that was because he was getting ready to go to Canada. I think he was, doing his thing.
Wow, he said he's 20.
But he's 20. Yeah. And even back here, a month ago when I talked with him, he said that he wasn't going to take any more of them, that he just did it because the first 2, it's because that's what he needed to do to go to college, even though most of his classes are online, and now he had to get updated in order to go visit, Canada. So it's not that he really wants to be taking this stuff. It's just that he didn't think it would hurt him, and he's doing what he's told to be able to do what he wants to do.
Yeah, that's the saddest part, dude.
Are they described as white spots on the lungs? White spots?
The white spots on the lungs, I don't know. I mean, those that should go away, I think.
Was it described as white, though? White spots in particular?
Yeah.
White spot?
Yeah.
Shit. Okay.
So that's so crazy. You said that he had, but okay, you didn't say that he broke out, though.
No, dude, I started off with joint pain, just kind of random joint pain, like in his knees, and he thought maybe he worked out too hard or whatever else, but then it would move. It wouldn't be in that knee, it'd be in the other knee, or it'd be up in his elbow or something. Next thing you know, like all of his joints are aching. And he's in Canada. They went to Niagara, and they were going to hike down like the trail, like to the bottom, but he was already in so much joint pain that he was like, if I would have gone down, I wouldn't have been able to get back up. And then, but yeah, before even leaving to go to Canada, he was already complaining about having pain, and he was taking ibuprofen, and then they prescribed him naproxen.
Yeah.
And then they thought that he was maybe taking both, and that, or he actually was, but they thought that maybe he gave himself an ulcer, and that he had internal bleeding because of his low hemoglobin count, like, or whatever levels. So they did some kind of scopy thing. Went in looking for this ulcer and didn't find anything. And then, yeah, that's when they started actually kind of getting extra worried, because they're like, well, then what the hell is this? Like, what's happening to your blood?
Well, so, like, none of them. See, this is just so crazy because I have a similar experience with my grandmother, and it's like they just act like they have no idea what it could be.
Yep.
Like,
yep,
dude.
It's they pretend never at any time is possible V damage on the table. It's never on the table.
Not even considered.
Yep. Nope, they rule it out immediately.
Dude, they'll make up anything. Like my grandma got like shingles, is what they told her. It was like, she's like, but I've had shingles before. This is like really extreme and hurts super, super bad. And then it didn't go away. And then they're like, oh, it's not that. And they're trying to figure out what it is. What could it possibly be? And
well, it's similar. He's got marks like shingles also all over him. He had these red spots popping through on his hands and on his feet, and then
that's what I was asking.
Yeah. He had all that too.
Wow. So that's just tripping me out. So what, like, and they were saying like, okay, also within this year after being modified, she also had blood clots and like a mini stroke. Oh, just a coincidence. Yeah. Totally just a coincidence. Yep. And they were trying to say that they think the reason she was breaking out was because she tried a new cleaner on her deck. Legit, dude. This is weeks and weeks after all these quote unquote experts.
As if they can't recognize the symptoms immediately,
bro. It makes me so mad. Because that shows like
well, also
dishonesty.
like with my brother, because I'm telling you, just like you think, yeah, they recognize those symptoms, but they're trying to strategically work their way around it to make sure that they protect their own ass first.
That's what I'm saying. That's that.
And in the meantime, they've got their patients with their bodies wrecking themselves. I mean, for the week and a half, 2 weeks that my brother's there in the hospital and they were not treating him, like there was probably most likely a lot of damage being done to his heart and shit like that. That they, I mean, where's the Hippocratic Oath in this?
Yeah, which is actually originally had Apollo in the heading. Did you know that it was actually an oath to Apollo? Literally has the word Apollo in it. Did you know that Apollo, then you have Apollyon, which is what's the name in Revelation for the beast, and it says that like
the king of the bottomless pit.
Yeah, if you take the mark, you're gonna break out in egregious sores. Like I don't know. So I'm not making any claims about what is or isn't the mark, but it is clearly the gateway, maybe, that would introduce the mark, seeing as we see how it has such a hold on the world, and the Hippocratic Oath is to Apollo.
At the very least, it's one of the many, many, many inventions of evil. As the Apostle Paul says in his epistle to the Romans, the inventors of evil things.
Right, but what sector would facilitate like physical integration? I suppose it could be like something else, like military forcibly branding or something crazy. I don't know, but the most logical is like pharmakia would integrate something biologically.
Well, Lord Yahushua said in Revelation, when he was at the latter part of his revelation in chapter 18, the angel speaking to the Apostle Yochanan John, he says that
the tycoons of the earth, or the great businessmen, the magnates, the the merchants of the earth were the most powerful on the earth, and they deceived the nations with their pharmakia, their sorcery, their magic arts, and deceived the
Exactly.
nations.
Yes, dude. The merchants were great men on the earth, and they deceived all the nations with pharmakia. So that's pretty crazy, bro. I think that this is it's just interesting that the Georgia Guidestones, like, so everyone kind of put it together, and it said, you know, completely unrelated photo, and it would show the Guidestones because it talks about population reduction, and there was a really infamous meme, right, from the Truther for like the last year or so. So, because it's like the number of people they were saying they needed to get vaxxed was very interesting. And, oh man, wasn't supposed to say it. But anyway, so it's interesting that they have just now destroyed them, because if it takes 1 to 3 years, 3 to 5 years for most of it to happen, then I don't know. It's kind of crazy, man.
Yeah. Quick question. This is to anyone who wants to answer. I was just in Earth Awakenings and talking about Earth curve and refraction. Is it not true that the globalists appeal to quote unquote terrestrial refraction in defense of the globe?
Yeah, of course.
But then they turn around and doublespeak and say that they're not trying to defend the globe with their appeal to terrestrial refraction.
That's literally what terrestrial refraction is defined at. I mean, it's like it explains how the Earth is a globe, even though it doesn't present itself as such.
It relies on R.
Did you know that it's like so standard terrestrial refraction is 7/6R. Black Swan, you need 400/6R. If I did that right. 400, bro.
That's a lot of extra sixths.
Yeah, that's why I like pointing out, these discrepancies. They're not within a margin of error. They're always like discrepancies.
Terrestrial, I don't really understand very much this all these different kinds of refractions. It has yet to be untangled for me, but with the appeal to terrestrial refraction, is that not in principle a kind of looming, where the objects behind the curvature of the ball are then raised up so that we can then see them, even though they're really behind the curve of the ball?
Well,
no, it's not demonstrable. It's not a demonstrable type of refraction.
Yeah, they call it standard refraction or whatever, terrestrial refraction with that 7/6 R, and it's just a way for them to bend their math. Like they've already got the radius of the 3959. They've taken some observations and they say, oh, we're seeing a little bit too far. Oh, well, let's add another sixth to the radius, and that should fix it.
Good grief, what the hell?
So when you look at the definition, it talks about objects in relation to the horizon. It never talks about the horizon, right, being refracted. And that's what they're claiming. They're claiming that the horizon is refracted, not objects in relation to the horizon. So that's another thing that's weird.
The hairball, objects in the curve of the ball, we see are, given the dimensions they give us about this ball, then they appeal to terrestrial refraction to explain the cause of why we see what we should not be seeing that should be hidden behind Earth curve. Am I right so far?
Yeah, that's the way I see it anyway. It's my understanding.
7/6R assumes a arc of light, right, coming from the target to your eye. Okay, put 400/6R in orthographical view. It's crazy.
Just wanted that question answered real quick, because when I was in, like I just said a little bit earlier, Earth Awakenings, and I'm just giving these plain, concise, cogent answers, and I'm not double speaking, I'm not making an argument, and then you're saying that I wasn't making that argument, unlike them. I mean, like after a while, let me read. Hold on. It's ridiculous. And they do it with such smug confidence, like they're making sense. That's what's really irritating. Like I'm just so dull-minded and just not getting it. So I reposted a list of 10 points that is refuting the appeal to refraction, and then Doofus responds saying, "Number one, terrestrial refraction. Good Lord, try harder." And he has this picture of the cranes, the platforms, 9 miles away. So obviously that's supposed to be a rebuttal to the refutation against refraction.
Yeah, he's a doofus. He thinks terrestrial refraction can explain that, when, just like Witsit said, it's like more like 400/6 R, or 400/6, not 7/6, which is what he's claiming with terrestrial refraction.
It really is hilarious, and Elijah is right. Like they ignore like the entirety and the essence of what you say, and they'll zero in their focus on a particular word or a particular phrase or a particular sentence even, and then argue against that rather than the essence of the argument you said.
Andrew Thomas Young has stated that he performed his tests of the refraction of light through temperature gradients of air or other mediums on flat surfaces over flat plane. And so when it came to applying it to the globe model, quote unquote, they had to take into account what do you say, geometric considerations, right? So basically apologetics.
He trying to condescend to me. He says in this line of dialogue between me and him, "Let's go step by step then. It seems like I lost you somewhere. Can the surface of the earth and objects on it appear to change shape from day to day, from one day to the next? Yes. Is it reasonable to assume the earth and the objects on it are actually changing shape from one day to the next? No. Is it possible the appearance of changing shape could be explained via optics? Yes. Are you with me so far?" I said, "Uh-huh." He says, "Does that mean yes in this context?" "Yes." I said, "All right, since we do see the surface of the earth and objects on it appear to change shape from one day to the next, and since you yourself said refraction is responsible for these terrestrial observations appearing distorted as they are, terrestrial refraction must be a thing."
No, look, see, his argument is that if refraction exists, then the Earth is a ball. You, as a flat earther, must argue that refraction does not exist. That's kind of what he's saying, though.
Right.
Like, no, we refraction. We know about refraction. We know about it much better than he does, clearly.
So right there, that's when he switched. He switched from the position where he's arguing in defense of terrestrial refraction, appealing to terrestrial refraction in defense of the globe, to position B, where he's just merely saying refraction occurs, and he's not trying to defend the globe. That sophistic switch right there. Then I said, the facts do not support your concluding premise. Weak inductive argument. So again, refraction is not looming objects from behind the curvature of your ball. if looming is the right word.
So you have to
He said,
understand that,
No,
not
that's
only do these
looming
people
is
have
not.
forked tongues. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, see, the looming wouldn't explain it though, because like Hank, you already, sorry, Larry, started explaining it. Like according to Andrew Thomas Young, refraction is something that occurs, it like looming and stuff. It can lift something above the horizon or below the horizon, um, like different types of
Not in
refraction.
front
So like
of it.
sinking,
Not in
stooping,
front of it.
um, it doesn't move the horizon itself. That standard refractions, that 7.6R, that's the one that they claim would move the horizon, but only one extra sixth. And that's kind of standard. You know, maybe in places you could have extreme refraction, and then maybe it could be farther. Like that's kind of the argument. But how much farther? You know, how much are you going to deviate from the standard?
yeah. He said the facts presented by flat earthers even show terrestrial observations are subject to refraction, which you agreed to, but for some magical reason the term terrestrial refraction is not allowed. Why? Again, that sophistic turn and him talking with me.
Go ahead and ask him if refraction just always bends the light exactly along the radius of the Earth.
In response to that last one I just said, I said because refraction is not and does not loom objects from behind the curvature of your ball. Like what you say is happening to explain why we're seeing the things that should be hidden behind the Earth curve is not happening. He said that's not what terrestrial refraction means. I said, oh, because that's what he made it seem like in the beginning. So now it's not that. It's not what I thought.
He doesn't know what he doesn't know
is, which he made it seem as.
Yeah, he's just gonna always not anything you say. He's just gonna keep saying you don't know about this, pretending that he does. But you know, I'm not suggesting you say it, but the truth is that neither one of you really understand it very well to be going on and on about it.
Terrestrial refraction is really simple, man.
Yeah, that one is pretty simple to understand. It should be, but
So yeah, they go out in the world and they look at the Earth, and then they make quote unquote measurements, right? And they go out there with a predetermined little window. So anything that falls outside of that, they're going to throw out, right? So if it's too high or too low, which is never too low, effectively. But if it's outside that window, it's thrown out, as in like where the horizon is. And so they get all these observations where the R value would have to be way too big, but they just disregard them entirely, right? Because they have their window, which is based on their model, their NDSA model. And when they do that, the average amount that the radius claim is off is like 15%. So, as in the average that it's off within that window, a weighted mean is 15%. So they just call that standard refraction. That's literally all there is to it.
I have a question about refraction for Whitsitt.
Do it.
So, like, the claim is that it bends down towards the Earth. So I looked this refraction up on Google, and it says I've never seen the Globers use this argument, but I want to read it because I don't get it. If light enters any substance with a higher refractive index, such as from air to glass, it slows down. The light bends towards the normal line. If light travels or enters a substance with a lower refractive index, such as from water to air, it speeds up, and the light bends away from the normal line. Is that real, and what is that? What does that mean?
I lost you for a second, but yeah. So when it goes to a refractive index, I'm sorry, I missed the last part of it. Refractive
It's like
index is just begging the question of their rates, so that doesn't really mean much. But say again.
I'm trying to figure it. I'm trying to test their claim that light will bend down towards the Earth, and I looked it up. It says if light enters any substance with a higher refractive index, such as air into glass, it slows down, and the light bends towards the normal line. If light enters a substance with a lower refractive index, such as water into air, it speeds up, and the light bends away from the normal line. What does that mean? What is the normal line? Do you know?
That's what I was going to ask. The normal
line of sight. Line of sight, maybe, or just
in the live stream. Maybe that knowledge has been updated since.
Oh, you dropped it.
I think the normal line is perpendicular to the surface.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
for sure. But I don't know. I would like to see the context of it. If you have, I don't know what you're reading, or if there's like.
Check live stream.
Okay, I see.
I googled which way does light bend through a different medium, and that's what I got. I was trying to test the claim that globers say light will always bend towards the Earth.
You know, I've kind of had this thing in my head for a while that if two people was across the bay and could see, I could be bending down both ways due to temperature. The only way that could happen is if it was flat, right? Because how could light be bending down because of temperature towards the land and then towards the open sea? Because the water near the open sea would be colder because the depth, and therefore the air would be colder. So how could it always be bending down towards the shore when light bounces off of things and then heads towards your eye, towards the shore? It would always be getting hotter, so it would be bending up, which that's what would give us the, false horizon, right? Boats disappearing from the bottom.
Yeah, they already make the concession that they need to assume a constant lapse rate.
Well, like a million things would explain. The only way you can see a boat go away from you in the distance on a flat Earth is that it disappears from the bottom up because it's in water and it's shrinking. But yeah, I mean, so what you actually see when you shoot the laser out there, like when Effie Core did, is that if anything, the slightest variation from refraction actually would always moves it up some, like makes it bend up, like in the real world. That's what Bob told me. So that if anything, it's like the laser always went up if it did anything, but like barely any, obviously. They had to go through all the, every little variable that they could think of to avoid the rebuttal preemptively.
I'm just saying, how can light bend down both ways? If it's bending down going towards the shore, then going the other way, wouldn't it have to bend up? Because if it's getting colder and colder and colder towards the shore, then it will be getting hotter and hotter and hotter away from the shore. Right? It's a factor, right? Automatically. So if we're looking at, each other, then that, how people used to take pictures of each other like back in the 80s. Like if we can take pictures of each other, then that should be it for the Glovers. Because how can it be bending down both ways? So if someone on the oil rig, let's say, had a mirror and they pointed it towards, the shore, and someone on the shore, well, I guess the sun would. Yeah, I don't think that would work. Maybe not a mirror, maybe a spotlight.
You're saying it's getting colder and colder away from the shore. What do you mean? Just like a horizontal distance out from the shore, it's going to get colder?
Yeah, the air would get colder and colder, but the light is always coming towards the shore, which shallow water is warmer, right, during the summertime. So if the shallow water is warmer, the air would be warmer. So how would the air be getting colder and colder and more dense? Because that's what they claim. Like, if the light is bending around the curve, it has to be like walking into like a shotgun deep freeze. Like, at the door, it's cold, but at the back of the deep freeze, it's like below zero. That's the only way light can bend down, is if it's consecutively getting colder.
They say it just goes towards a denser medium or the colder medium. It's going to be about the water and the air's difference. Which is a cool story.
Did you read my post? Is that happening, or is that something that doesn't really happen?
I mean, I read it. I still don't know exactly what normal line is, other than like what Napalm said. I would think is like just the accepted baseline, so perpendicular to plumb. See, lower refractive index doesn't really do anything for us. As in the specifics of it is where the real claim lies. But yeah, relatively simple, right? Like if you shoot a laser into water, what happens?
Well, I guess the first thing is it says it slows down. Is that true?
Oh, well, yes. So light doesn't really have a speed per se. Like it doesn't physically travel from point A to point B. It also doesn't do what Barry was saying earlier about like coming to your eye. It doesn't travel bouncing back to your eye or anything like that. So what does slowed down mean? I mean, the perception of like the illumination rate changes, sure. So that's, I don't know if that, I'm not trying to like not answer your question, but that's kind of the answer. I don't know. Is it so? Basically, you have layers of medium, and it changes the way that you perceive light. Light's already there. Like the energy introduced into the background is what makes it light up perceivably. And so it's like when you layer mediums on top of that, now you're seeing through the medium it's already in. And if you're looking through water at light, you're looking through an additional medium of water. So it changes what it looks like.
What about the global claim that says the light will always bend down towards the Earth because it's more dense at the bottom, and that way you can see around the other side of the globe, which makes it appear flat, but it's really curved. You heard the argument?
Yeah, of course. I mean, no, that's just a claim that has to exist. So what started the claim is that it has to be the case. So everything that they, it's just a baseless claim.
Is there a way you can verify that?
Well, when you shoot the laser, you shouldn't see it, and bending it around the globe doesn't help you. How does that help? Bending it around the globe. If we take an outside view and look at it, it looks flat, but they're going to say it's not. But it's clearly horizontal, parallel to the surface of the water. Say there's one that's like 32 miles, and you can see the laser from one side of the lake to the other lake, horizontal from the outside. And they'll say, well, it's just such a slight amount, right? Because it's curvature, so it would basically look flat to us, is what they're going to say. Or if it was flat, it would look flat, And then, because they try to show you shooting the laser through sugar water with that curve, And then
I saw the sugar water. You can get it. You could get it to technically curve through the sugar water. What do you think about that?
You can tell when it's curved. For one, that's one medium. That's if it's going from the air there to the medium. But yeah, density can make the appearance of light change, like the density of the medium. So basically, if you change the medium, and you're going to change the way you see light, because that's what light is. Light literally is an interaction in a medium. That's the only way it could exist. But yeah, so like the point is, you definitely can't see it from the outside. It looks completely horizontal, and if you look at their little picture, clearly it's curving. I'm like, okay, these are like, that's why I bring that up, because it addresses that point. It's like, okay, cool. Well, when we look at this one, it's clearly not curving. There should be 400 feet of curvature, right? So like the laser should be curving around the ball. And then again, what Bob said really happened when Epicor kept doing all these tests is that if anything would ever, if the laser would ever be altered at all by the Atmos, it would like slightly go up. I never had it go down. So like in real life, that isn't what really happened.
Also, there's no sugar water in the atmosphere between A and B.
Yeah, of course.
So they can't prove that light bends down, or can they?
Like that. Light can bend down, but technically, when you say bend down, I mean
they're saying that it's like in Mount Everest, it's less dense, and then on the ground, it's more dense because we can measure pressure, right? Atmospheric pressure. So that means that it must be denser on the ground than, let's say, 10 feet observer height. And that means that the light will then do into the denser medium, which will technically go around, trace around the ball to a certain point, and go downwards, which means we can see something on the other side of the horizon. Isn't that the claim?
Yeah, but I mean, for one, when we see too far, quote unquote, we see exactly what it is. It's not like it's bending and distorted and reflected up and all that. So, I mean, it's just a claim.
Yeah, we're seeing the real thing. We're not seeing a mirage, but they're saying it's a mirage, just like the Chicago skyline, which you're seeing is a mirage.
Yeah, I mean, my rebuttal is wrong because it's not distorted or flipped. It has the exact same proportions. So they're debunked.
Okay, what about the Black Swan with the bendy crane?
Yeah, that's simple. We all know that. Like the effects of it on the crane's not the point. The fact that it's optically changed is in fact our point. Our whole point is that that's all the horizon is. So like, look how much refraction there is. Like, yeah, man, yeah. That's how the horizon works. You have like all kinds of stuff in the air, and based on what the Atmos conditions are, it affects what you see.
And there's no way to determine the exact conditions of the air, right? Like between you and what's being observed. You'd need to test it every foot along the way. There's so many variables: temperature, moisture, dust, all this shit in the air.
They have a advanced weld calculator with a refraction number block space, but I don't see how you can put a refraction in there. Could you? Because refraction is given by nature. We don't choose the refraction, and we can't test it we wouldn't know exactly what it is, not over the course of, let's say, a 10-mile observation. I don't see how you can use that calculator at all. I think it's just fallacious.
Yeah, I mean, what happens in the real world is when it's clearer outside, you can see further. And what the globe Earth claims is that when it's clearer outside, you have the most refraction.
That doesn't make sense. I know you can go out like at noon on a warm day and see nothing past 4 miles. But other days, let's say the temperature is more let's say cooler, and let's say early in the morning, you can see much farther. Let's say 10 miles, and that's when we get these clear views. And in my experience, no curvature.
Yeah, I mean, when it's not clear outside, you can't see as far. You know, because there's stuff in the air blocking how far you can see. When it's clear outside, you don't have as much obstruction, so you can see further. And the globe claims that in those scenarios with the least amount of obstruction, and it's the clearest, is when you have the most refraction. They just simply have to claim that because we see way too far when it's clear. So it's just like the heliocentric model. Like they make a claim that they want to believe, and that's the globe, and then they jot down everything that has to be the case to try to explain it being a globe. That's literally it. Like
or post hoc.
Yeah. Like sometimes they keep trying to go into it, but if they can't, it doesn't matter. It's just we know it has to be.
Hey, Whitsit.
They just keep trying to jam square pegs into round holes, vice versa.
What's up?
Did you manage to check out that video I linked you the other day?
I would have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
I DM'd you a video. I don't know if it's what you think of that video or not.
I haven't seen it, my mans. I am not the best about my DMs. I will try to check it out, though.
Yeah, it looked kind of. I couldn't tell if it was fake or not, to be honest. Just looked quite interesting. So wanted your opinion on it, but yeah, just no rush, dude.
I'll check it out.
Different topic, but has anybody heard there's a shortage of diesel fuel?
But just other guy, just DM me right now. Just say something in the DM so you'll pop up to the top.
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
What'd you say about diesel fuel?
I saw a video where there's a shortage of diesel fuel, and that could be a problem in the next, let's say, 3 months.
Yeah, like Joe sent like gallons, like barrels, like thousands of barrels to Europe.
For
like,
what?
why did you do that? He doesn't recall doing it. So, like, here's the order that you did it.
Do you have that
Doesn't recall
document?
Yeah.
Document?
Yeah, here, 1 second, let me get it again.
Wait, that's the actual story? What do you mean he doesn't recall, dude?
Yeah, here, it was a story. Let me pull it up real quick. I just read it like a couple days ago.
He sent 1 million barrels to China.
I'm so detached from Clown World, bro. When I hear the actual mainstream narratives now, like, I'm like, is that real? Like, I can't tell. I literally can't tell, dude. That's crazy. When you're detached enough from it, see, like, the people that have been keeping up with it a lot, it's different. Like, they know how crazy it is. Like, you start to kind of become detached from, like, how insane it is if you don't consume much news or mainstream media.
Yeah, right here. Here, Washington Times. There's articles all over the internet. Biden sends 5 million barrels of U.S. strategic reserves to Europe, Asia, despite soaring gas prices.
Yeah, that's just stupid.
Yeah, they want everyone in the country to want Trump back.
So you think Trump's going to make a comeback for 2024?
Yeah, of course.
I'm saying if you've got a strategic reserve and you use it for something other than strategic reserves, that would be like aid and support for the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, that's
material support.
That's the narrative. That means they like we are in the middle of like the programming, bro. How could you make it? Okay, think about it from their perspective. We have to make every single American understand and not be able to deny that this guy is a terribly incompetent president. Right, that's actually a difficult task. Like there are a lot of people that have their pride from all the times that they promoted him. So it's like they have to really just write it at a kindergarten level, you know.
Yeah, it's crazy. If you look at the article even more, it says that there's been other draws on their strategic reserves to the point now it's the lowest it's ever been. Any time it's been this low was like 1984. But yet gas prices still keep going up. So like, well, where is all this oil going? You've drawn millions of barrels over the last year. What happened to it? How come the prices keep going up if the oil supply is going up? Like supply and demand. More supply, equal demand, price goes down.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all been shipped overseas.
In the defense of the gas stations, like especially like in California, even if the price of oil has gone down, they don't have to lower their price. It's just business, right? So they all decide to keep the prices high, for example, even though the prices have equalized, which they are equalizing, they are going down. The world oil price has gone down dramatically since let's say 2 months. Doesn't mean the gas price will go down. They have to physically lower it. It's up to the people who sell the gas.
Like they're right. They wrote a script, in my opinion, and it's like gas affects everyone's daily life. Pretty much, literally, like everyone.
Just energy.
So, yeah, like that's the script that you have everyone's attention, right? So if you're wanting to brainwash the world, specifically America here, which is going to be used for the rest of the world because everyone watches the U.S.
Don't we have a water engine by now?
Say again?
Don't we have a water engine by now?
You said water engine?
Yeah. Works on water.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that dude died.
I think all the dudes died that made that.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you see the video? One quick second. You see the video of the guy who was making water through the air by some kind of air system, taking the water out and then making water, just drinking water out of it. It was like a
condensation.
It was like a big box, and it was making water, and like a lot of it. Do you see that? It's like a machine. It was a black dude.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, they've been selling those machines for a while. They're expensive, but they're around. They've been around for a while.
They're expensive, so you can't just put one of those in Africa, then they won't have to drink mud.
I think there's a bunch of maintenance on them. It's like a refrigerator inside out, basically, is how that water's made. You suck all the moisture out of the air and drip feed it down into a basin.
Okay, because that would be great for like to control people getting clean water, or to provide that for people who don't have that.
Yeah, I mean, why does it really got to be that expensive if all you have to do is make the water go through the condensation? But of course, yeah, I mean, dude, everyone on the earth should be easily eating every day. Although it does say if he's not going to work for it, he shouldn't eat in some book. But I think that we all know the deal, right? So the few have pigeonholed the many, and I think that they're writing they already wrote the script, actually, of course. So we're watching a play, That's like scene whatever, act whatever. And it's the oil gets everyone's attention because it affects everyone. And you write the script as if, the president controls the gas. And then you just make him do everything the wrong way. Like everything you can think of, like making stuff up to do the wrong way so that everyone will be like, this guy sucks. We've got to get rid of Biden. Like everyone, dude. Like all the people that voted for him, which weren't many, of course.
Hey, what's it?
Many, I wouldn't say.
How can you say that? He's the most popular president in history.
Okay.
Hey, what's it? Do you think if hypothetically Trump gets back into office, do you think part of the next act in the play is some sort of monetary shakeup?
Yeah, I'm on the fence as to how quick it would be, though. But yeah. In theory, it could be.
Dude, CBDCs is the thing that's what they're going to be bringing them in hard soon. Whoever gets in, it doesn't matter.
WTF you're talking about?
Did you say CBDCs, central bank digital currencies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what they're gonna be
of course,
pushing.
that's the move. I mean, that's obviously the move. The digitalization of money equates to the tracking of all purchases and exchanges. But
the thing with the CBDCs, like right now we've got the weak dollar, right? Like this is a major problem. They're gonna push the CBDC digital currency as some kind of way to regather their strength and the trust in the dollar as the world reserve currency. And people are going to be like, well, no big deal. I already, use debit card for most purchases or credit card, or it's all electronic anyway. It's just digital ones and zeros. They don't think much of it. But what these CBDC things are, though, it's more like crypto, like tokens, and they're programmable. So they can put restrictions on it. Like they can say you're only allowed to buy at first 2 pounds of beef per person per week, and you're like, well, sucks, I'm restricted, but 2 pounds in a week, I can live on 2 pounds of beef a week, and but then it's 1 pound, and then it's whatever, and they can say you're only allowed to spend this much on this kind of thing, or they can say that they could geofence it. They could say you're only able to spend within a 10-mile radius of your home. They can do all this stuff with the CBDCs, and that's part of the overreaching control that we know they're all going after. So whoever gets in, no matter what, we know that this is something that's coming soon. They've been giving you a lot of foreshadowing of it too.
Yeah, they're also
I gotta say this though.
I'm sorry, I just want to add a little.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just a little bit because I've been looking into a lot of the crypto exchanges are going under and are basically rug pulling all of the people who have put their money in there. And this will create a lot of distrust in the crypto thing, but at the same time, the banks will come and say, hey, look, we got new cryptocurrency. It's going to be safe, unlike all this other stuff that's been failing constantly.
Yeah, so everyone has to step back a little bit and think, okay, it's going to be hard for them to get even the normies to agree to that.
Hang on, what was his point that he just made? I missed it.
No, that all of the people who have already started investing into crypto and are starting to lose money on it want the backing of the banks where they secure their money. So if the bank goes under, they still get money. All of these crypto exchanges don't do that, and so when they're now going under, people are losing massive amounts of money, and so that'll give the banks the excuse to say, look, we're reliable. We've always been reliable. When a bank went under, we fixed it. These crypto guys don't know what they're doing. We know what we're doing. We got these crypto coins for you. Now you can actually start investing, and all these crypto crazies will do it.
Yeah, and the CBDC thing also, they're basically hijacking all of the infrastructure that was built by the crypto guys, which crypto guys are all like anti, you know, anti fiat. They want it, their decentralization, and so they built this whole infrastructure to be decentralized. But now the CBDCs are coming in, and they're going to hijack all of that infrastructure and use it for their own thing, which is going. And if you don't think they can control how well any given crypto coin does, yeah, they can crash one if they want to. They could, you know what I mean? Like they give some people a win for now, but
So there's
yeah,
definitely truth to all this. Like the Bank of America, MasterCard, Visa, they're already implementing a digital transaction upgrade effectively. So like and XRP is clearly going to be what it replaces SWIFT, which is the international trading system. And it's very archaic, and there's going to be like an upgrade, and it appears to be XRP because they're working with and making behind the scene deals and all that, and they're clearly just holding their price where it is, like they're keeping their price low. So that's what I think, and that's the one that's on like the foreground of the legal battles, because basically the government's going to work with them, or they have something just like that. They're going to work with an XRP will actually transfer that coin and all the other coins. But anyway, that being said,
I think just real quick, I think Coinbase just like already signed up, like made a deal, like they're going to be working direct with one of these CBDCs. Also, like they've got a deal made with the government for this like electronic currency of the governments.
Yeah, everyone.
Didn't a bunch of digital banks just get shut down? A bunch of digital banks just got closed down, didn't they? I don't know.
I just want to say this.
Oh,
sorry. Okay. Just because I think everyone needs to step back and realize how difficult it actually will be to get even the normies on board with this. Just because, like, for one, you're not going to get any of the people that do anything shisty or any criminal activity. They're not going to go. Tons of people that really they just earn their money, and the government tries to tell them how much they have to give them, and they have their own little ways around it. But they're just honest, hardworking business people aren't going to like it either. The only way that they will be able to successfully implement it is some type of financial, like,
an incentive. No, a financial incentive. All they have to do is say that the electronic currency is worth 5% more.
Okay, I disagree. Because, like I said, like all these other organizations that do criminal activity are like, I do think that the incentive would be like a sign-on bonus percentage of what you are willing to put into it, maybe, or something like that. Or I don't know how you're going to do the transfer of wealth.
No, they could. What I'm saying with that is, right. So your electronic dollars buy more eggs and milk. They spread just a little bit further, and if all you have to do, even if it's a little bit, just a couple of percent, the penny pinchers, they're all over it, and the whole world follows.
Yeah, I definitely agree that the incentive will be part of it. I just think it has to be ushered in as a rescue, because that's when all the logic goes out. They're like, you're fight or flight, and the people will agree. See, I know that they run these schemes, and they know they have to get like mass compliance. So that's what they're always thinking about. Right? They're minimizing. They're like trying to eliminate any potential risk that you wouldn't successfully get everyone to comply. They've written the script to where everyone will comply. It's not like they don't leave it up to chance. That's how they view it. And so it's like, I think that they would have to make it where people are like, dude, we literally can't use the dollar. Like some type, like, that's why I think Trump's interesting, but some figure will be the spearhead optically, like will be like at the front of it for the masses, the dumbed down masses to see, and they will usher it in to save the day. Like it'll be like, we have to do this, and it'll be under the guise of all these other countries are doing it. So America has to do it. And I just think once America does it, then every
there's another flaw with what you're saying about the illegal activity. Like, well, I mean, I suppose, yeah, there's a lot of like actually illegal, but then there's also a lot of like stuff that's technically illegal that's being done by the government and the people that help them, that work for them. So, like, and sure, like with crypto, transparency is kind of like one of the things, but you don't think that the way that they designed that their currency, you don't think that they can make it so it's, sure, maybe it's transparent for you. They can see what you're doing. You're not going to see what they're doing.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. That's the whole point. That's the point. It's already designed, bro. Like, I think everyone knows this, right? I mean, World Economic Forum, they're sitting there talking about it. Yeah. U.S. representative.
Right. They literally hold conferences and then upload it to YouTube for you to watch. So for all those people who call us conspiracy theorists, like when it comes to this shit, like, yeah, that passed a while back. That ship sailed. Like they stopped trying to hide it. They started telling you straight up what they're doing, and you still fucking won't listen.
I think overall, though, it'll just be they're going to really milk Biden and just make it where they hit every angle. He does everything wrong. Like, everything you can think of, he does wrong. That's the script for Biden. That's the character in the play. Like, just you're sitting in an audience and they're on stage and there's a play, and Biden is the character in the play that does everything exactly wrong. You know what I'm saying? So it does everything the wrong way, messes up everything. And so that's what it's going to get worse and worse with that script in the near future. Now, I don't even know. I see, like, there's all kinds of things I couldn't know. Like, does he actually make it the full term of 4 years? I would think that they would love that, if they can get people to get through the 4 years while they just
he's already been there long. They're not going to remove him from. Okay, they're behind him for this term. Like,
well, I don't even.
They don't want him. They don't want him. They don't want him going again.
No, I think that 4 years is plenty of time, but you need pretty much the full 4 years. Is what I'm saying.
They're not going to remove him. They will not remove him.
No, because what they're able to do under him is totalitarian preemptive measures to set up a new surveillance system in every facet of life. And,
this goes back to this kind of goes back to that bet you and I made. Like Trump also, like, they're there for a short period of time to do a specific job.
Trump's coming back.
Yeah. But he was there to do his job for the first 4 years. Biden had to come in the interim to do his little part.
Yeah, but
it's all part of it.
Time it's been like 8 years.
But they're moving a lot faster now. They're trying to get a lot done quick.
Yeah, no, I agree that it might stay in 4 year intervals for sure, because they can do massive changes quick. But Trump's still going to get his 8 years in, is my opinion.
I think he probably is going to get in again too, but I'm not gonna like lock that one in. I'm not gonna lock that one in like that.
Neither am I. But if it's not him, it's gonna be someone else. Like, there's gonna be a guy that comes as the hero to fix all Biden's mess. And everyone thinks more perfect to do it than Trump. He's got 4 years of running the country.
In order to make it believable, okay, here's the way we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to look at it. In order to make it believable, like, they have to put in a Republican, because we all know the Democrats have lost a lot of people here out of this with just stupidity. But
if this presidency was real, wouldn't Biden just concede because of his diminished mental faculties? Wouldn't that be the proper thing to do?
He's got a higher IQ than you.
My bad. Wow. Never mind.
So let's do an IQ test.
Yeah. No, somebody is supposed. They're supposed to hit the sound.
The thing is that the thing is I can find my shorts.
Don't you think that Trump makes the most sense though?
Oh yeah. But here's the thing. Here's my one hang up. Is I never go with the most obvious. Like that's what our bet was about the last time. Remember, it was like it's obvious, and you were like for sure this Trump's getting it again. It's obvious. I'm like because of that, it's like I can't go that way. So
right.
I still have to get my finger on what is the catch-22 that they're going to pull.
But here's the macro, right? My prediction is the same in the macro, which is that to achieve this massive undergoing of an update to everything, which will be the new technocratic new world order, they have to do it under the guise of, benevolence. And so they have to have like a hero come in and save the day or fix the problems, each specifically designed problem that they create.
I'm starting to not really know if that's true because, I would kind of agree with you, but I've been looking around. Like most people are not afraid of technology whatsoever. They don't think that it's a control method. They think it's just profit for capitalists. Like we're trying to just make the best product and make the most money because of it. It's all for us. They make the stuff for us. They're willing to do all this stuff. They're willing. Most people are excited about putting an implant in their body.
Okay, that's not true.
Dude, it is. The majority of people are excited about it.
Maybe over 50%, I guess. Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's like anything crazy majority, but that's pretty crazy. But my point is still the same. It's like, you control the opposition by leading it. If you're going to tell people that they have to change the way that, like, the very money that they use and the very purchasing systems and powers that they have, like, you're telling them they have to change everything. And there's like a whole new communication and surveillance aspects to everything. It's like a full upgrade and renovation of modern government in which you do away with borders effectively. You have to have, like, just doing that by force is way more difficult. Way, way, way more difficult. Everything that they do, they try to create the illusion of choice. Like, they can't just blatantly force you out in the open. Like,
what I'm saying is 90% of people, especially like when it comes to, let's say, like what they said at the World Economic Forum, right? Where they said by the year 2030, you're not going to have a cell phone. It'll be in you. It'll be an implant. And, that's 8 years away, not even. So, most people hear that and they're actually like, oh, it actually sounds cool. Like,
okay, so this is the second time you said this. What are you basing this off of? Like, have you interviewed some people?
Yeah, well, yeah, I've definitely talked with. I talk about this stuff pretty openly, like where I go in real life. Like, with my own family.
So of your family, more than half of your family is excited to have a chip put in them? Because even my best friend falls into that category, but I'm pretty sure my best friend is part of the minority.
It only takes a few people who are excited. Most people will do it because it's cool. Like, as long as a big company like Apple pushes it, they're going to be like, I need. And
yeah, all they need is someone like LeBron James or fucking Migos to put a chip in them, and then everybody else will do it.
Okay, for sure.
See, this conversation sounds exactly like when I tell you that I hand out cards to people, and I tell you that more than half of people are at least able to wake up to the truth that the earth is flat, and you're just like, oh no, they're probably just throwing in the trash as they walk away. like dude, you're basing this off of shit. Like,
imagine
come on.
Migos comes out with a song like chipped up. Call Elon Musk
it'd be nice. It'd be nice to believe. It'd be nice to believe that most people don't want any of this stuff, but most people think that it's just cool. That's it.
Like, that's why they.
It's cool, or they will. Like, I'm hesitant to get a tattoo. Like, I wouldn't ever want to even get a tattoo. And a lot of people fall into the category of they wouldn't even ever want to get a tattoo. Like, saying that more than half of people will be willing to put a chip in them willingly, happily, excitedly. Like, dude, you're. I don't know what to tell you, dude, but I don't think you know people like as well as I know people.
But I'm not saying asking them to do it today. I'm not saying asking them to do it today, but if let's say by 2030, when they keep pushing this, if a big company like Apple or some guy like Elon Musk comes out with an implant that connects you where you just always plugged in, like if you want to be, like it's just like when they introduced the smartphone. This would be the next step. This would be just as big of a leap from the flip phone to the smartphone. This would be a bigger leap.
Not. Yeah, it's biological integration, Lou. Right. So, like, our point is,
I'm saying this is the way they'll sell it.
The only way it'll work is if they show people that all these other people did it and there's no harm. They have to really convince them that it's safe, and then they have to give them these crazy benefits, like it's going to extend your life or something.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think Orion's metaphor for the tattoos is kind of apt because in the beginning tattoos were very unpopular. We were stigmatized a lot, considered to be criminal, especially in my country. And then it was popularized through movies and celebrities, and then it just exploded. And with the incentives, the patent for the Microsoft little implant, which mines cryptocurrency, provided they will send you some task to do, and you will do the task, and then you get paid. So if they successfully get a bunch of people to sign up for this and start getting paid for this, and then like push those people on TikTok and all these media places, and so look, all these people are living happy lives. They don't have to work anymore. There will be more people who will go on to that.
Yeah, but to be fair, he's not saying that no one will do it. He was just saying that Lou was being very hyperbolic, saying that majority of people are excited to do it, and that's not true because it's such a crazy thing.
The majority.
I'm willing. I might have been a little over the top by saying excited with majority, putting those two together. Like that's
it's terrible.
But many people will be excited, and many more people will follow.
Many people will follow. It'll take some time. If you have all the famous celebrities, you show it's safe, it's like painless, it's not dangerous, like 100% survival rate of the actual implementation itself.
Like 1 year? Like 1 year?
I would say they have
like
gotten
what we just witnessed.
We're so fast now. The people are so fast to give in to brainwash and up to massive control now that I'm not going to put timelines on it. It's the fastest it's been in modern history for sure, like probably ever. So I don't know, but it still would take some time, man.
I would bet that they're going to tell everybody that you got to get the Neuralink injected. Like it's going to be a nanobot. Now they're doing these quote unquote.
I would say probably like 20% of the population right now, if they said like we're going to force you to get a chip, would be like, okay.
Well, I would say
people are welcoming all the crazy shit right now.
We have a pretty good measure as to what people are willing to do, and I think your terminology, Lou, when you said that the vast majority would be excited to get it, may not be correct, but I would say the vast majority wouldn't be resistant.
One, I didn't think. I never once.
I know that's fine.
It's getting blown up.
But what I'm saying is that the vast majority won't put up any type of resistance to it. We saw that with what took place over the last 2 years, right? Even people that didn't necessarily agree with the narrative still were like, well, I got to get groceries, so I guess I got to put this on my face, right?
Yeah. All you need to do is put some money on that chip, like you get like a welfare check or something, or free food, and people will get that chip.
Well, I mean, yeah, newsflash, man. It was prophesized that this would happen. I don't think any of us that are informed are going to dispute that. People that like malleability of the mind is at an all-time high right now, and they can easily get people to just conform across the board almost. But it still requires major psyops and time to do these things. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, I think the reason a lot of people get characterized as conspiracy theorists, they say everything like it's happening tomorrow and you better be super scared, or at least that's how they come off. When the truth is, it's like never like that.
Well, I'm not talking about tomorrow. I'm talking about the deadlines that the World Economic Forum keeps giving us. Like, everything is like, by 2030, this is going to be how the world is. By 2030, you're going to be doing this. By 2030, we're going to own everything. By 2030, it's like...
They also said we'd have motels on the moon by now too.
Yeah.
Well, Elon did say literally that like injections would bypass the blood-brain barrier, and you could do it that way. But I'm thinking something just so seamless and painless. Like, if they could just painlessly stamp you with something invisible. Like, it's what it feels like. Like you got stamped at a nightclub. Like making it really easy to do it, because it's like the same. If you looked at everyone with what they coerced them into doing the last 2 years, it's like many people took a while to break, but they broke for like all these weird reasons. And a lot of people caved really fast, and then some people were just like, I don't even know. Just eventually, I was like there, and I decided to go on. And like, I think if you can do that with the chip, that's the move. That'll help. Then some type of incentive, but telling you that it'll slow down how much you age, how fast you age, and like extend your life. And then they see all these famous, like the first people that'll get it, just like with the last thing, they use class envy. So they do the rich people get it. So then all the other people think, oh, that must be what I have to get. So they tell them that the rich people get it first. No one else can get it, and it's just like time. And just like the movie Time, which is Timberlake, if that's what you're talking about, man. But like
in time, that was cool.
Exactly. It's going to be just like that, because that's what it always is. They try to act like only the privileged get it first, so that they can use reverse psychology to make the people demand it and want it.
Well, that's why I said some company like Apple, or like if Elon Musk did it, like the people, like the celebrities had to buy the Teslas, and now everybody wants a Tesla. Celebrities had to start wearing Apple watches, and now everybody wants an Apple watch. Like that's just the way it works.
Is actually just cool too. That's the point, right? It's like a layered deception. It's like the Apple Watch. I think it's kind of lame, actually. iPhones are very convenient. They're dope. You know what I'm saying? Like, there will be actual perks that the people get for taking it. You see what I'm saying? Like, there will be
they're gonna sell it to you like they did the smartphone. They're gonna be like, now you can do this, this, and this, and it makes life so much easier.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to actually give you the mortality or extended life one. I think that's the carrot they're always going to dangle in front of you and saying, oh, we're about to solve this one. But like, you're going to get all of these other advantages. You can feel like you're in these virtual realities, in these virtual games that other people just can't play. And that'll get a lot of gamers as well.
Yeah, it'll definitely be like
the metaverse is a huge equation within this, for sure.
Yeah. It'll be like I think it's going to be an integration process for sure. I'm not saying that they'll ever actually be able to extend your life or anything like that, but just the idea, like the lie that they tested on different animals and compared to their lifespans, they lived like twice as long, whatever it is, and then they show people being healed of things once they have it. And like the idea is you'll never get sick because you have like this responsive team, like nano team, that can be remotely accessed, that can fight off anything that can make you sick.
I'm just waiting for the day like Dr. Fauci and Klaus Schwab get together and just start laughing at us and like say, "You fools! Come on, you fell for all this shit. This isn't possible."
That actually makes sense with it. They actually lowered the expected life expectancy of people, and so they could theoretically double how long people live using just that, and then promise we will have eternal life in the future if we just continue along this road.
Yeah, and and of course, you wouldn't actually even have to show someone doubling their life because it's going to be faster than that, right? It's just like that's going to be the hard. See, they're going to say all these other things, and they're going to be like, so we can only predict, but obviously, if your body is as healthy as it possibly can be and can be like lifetime access and kept that way, it's going to extend your life and increase your quality of life. And then all the very rich, like the wealthy people get it. And they're like, oh,
well,
man.
integrate into that. You can add into that your what is it? Where they choose the best sperm cells or whatever. What do they call that?
It just makes so much.
In vitro.
I call it Gattaca.
Parents these days, they can choose the best child, out of the lot. They can choose, and they could easily have a population that is at its healthiest, by that method. They could claim to anyway.
Designer babies.
Just add to what you.
It makes sense on a really deep level for something like that to be the mark because
gene therapy.
Oh, my life is not in the creator's hands. That isn't a thing. It's like I can make myself evade death. I'm in control of it. Mankind is in control of it. It's like this real deep decision of denying a creator. So,
does anybody think that the future promise of immortality may be sold as immortality within something like the metaverse, as opposed to the physical, and then the easy access to the metaverse is through this implantable or something along those lines?
Yeah, I'm thinking more so they might actually even go as far as to say that they can like create a replicated version of you and then transfer your consciousness and then upload it back in. So you actually would never die. You would just be going into the new. And of course, then they'll be like, now your body's in great shape and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, well, we've been slowly conditioned to live through avatars as it is. Look at me. I am a kangaroo-looking thing with a snake tail. That's how you all know me.
This concept was definitely an episode of Futurama. Pretty sure the professor's grandparents were still alive, and they were holograms in some kind of like hologram retirement home. Like straight up. Like they were alive as holograms, just like, yeah, we're here, not dead.
I saw some video of how some dude in an interview was talking about like they can already just take one cell from you and replicate and clone you and then like basically make, and this is like a mainstream video, dude. And Microsoft already has the ability to store your consciousness onto a drive. Now, obviously that's not actually the case, but the point is that they're like saying that mainstream. Like I saw that like a week ago. So I can try to find it, but
yeah, they're like slowly.
There's no way they can do that.
They're slowly trickling this idea into like mainstream media with the movie Get Out, and now you got like what other stupid thing is talking about putting your consciousness in a computer?
Well, this is why they push simulation theory so.
Yeah, they've been talking about this for a long time. Anybody remember Lawnmower Man?
No.
Yes.
What is that?
It's an old school movie.
Okay.
So yeah, I think of it this way: the transition, and if I look at it